9 hours. Basically, all of my knowledge that I have gathered in the last 8 years of traveling the world as a content creator, working with brands. This is the exact strategy that I've used to be able to travel to 72 countries all over the world while working with over 50 of my dream brands, like some of the ones you see right here on the screen. And I've been able to make a consistent income of $10,000 to $15,000 a month from just paid brand deals alone. And if that doesn't convince you to watch this entire 9-hour video, then I would love to introduce you to some of my students who have used the exact same strategy to succeed with landing paid brand deals.
Hi guys, my name's Tristan. I'm a 19-year-old full-time travel content creator, which I would not be able to say had I not joined the wild community. And so far I've landed 15 brand deals. I've been in the program for around 6 months. I just closed on a 3.6K deal with Worldpackers, which is crazy for me because they're one of my dream brands. Also a crazy deal of a 2K a month retainer for only 2 videos a month, which is just so crazy to me.
We also have Katja, who landed 6,000 euros worth of brand deals in just the first 2 months of working with us and landed an $11,000 luxury resort deal in the Maldives, and she's now traveling full-time working with brands as well. And she landed all these deals with less than 1,500 followers, and now she's grown her Instagram to 20,000 followers. And William, who landed $4,000 worth of brand deals in just the first few months. And lastly, Anouk, who just landed a $1,000 deal with Revolut. So if you've been looking for the right video to learn how to land brand deals, then this is for you. So with that being said, I hope you enjoy, and let's get into it. Without further ado, let's hop into the first class, the adventure ahead. So we're going to start by looking on the high level on how to work with brands, how brand deals works. Because before we even start getting brand deals, we need to understand how it actually works. We have broken it down to make it really, really easy for you guys to understand. The number one thing that you need to understand is the difference between outbound and inbound. So basically, as you guys can see here, outbound means that the brand, you're reaching out to the brands, so that you're the one reaching out, you're finding the brands, you're messaging them, and it's a longer process, but it's where we're going to start. This is how all content creators starts. You don't typically start with inbound. That's something that comes later down in the process once you have your profile already set up and you're already working with brands. But basically, outbound, you reach out to the brands. Inbound means the brand reaches out to you. So to start with the outbound research, how does it work? How do we do it? We start by finding brands that we want to work with. We look through Instagram, look at other content creators, any brand that you see that aligns with your brand values, with the stuff that you share, that share similar values. Those are the brands you want to work with. Tomorrow, we're going to go through as well how your niche that you pick also is really important to determine and to choose what brands you want to work with, because you want to work with brands that are within your niche. We're also going to go through different types of niches and different types of brands that you can reach out to within every niche, right? Because there is a different, I would not reach out to the same brands as, for example, a skier, or for example, a person who their niche is like luxurious fashion. You know, they would be working with more luxurious fashion brands, where I work more with travel, adventure, surf brands, right? Because that's my niche. So you're gonna learn more about how to find the brands that you want to work with, but that is the number one step, is to find those brands that align with your values and that are sharing similar content that you also share, right? And then the first thing to do, we recommend, is to send a little message on Instagram, like an informal message first, asking for the right content tag. So simply just saying something like, hey, I love the concept of your brand. I would love to share a proposal with you. Can I have the email for your collaborations marketing person, right? So you want to ask for a second form of contact to be sending your initial pitch, your actual pitch, and where you can send the proposal, because it just looks more professional. You're able to move the conversation over to email. And once you do that, and once you have the right email, you already have the access to the right contact person, and you can send over like an actual pitch to that right person within that contact that you get. So once you get the contact, usually it's like collaborations at whatever brand name, that's when you want to send out your initial pitch. So that's where you'll send over your ideas, what you want to do with the brand, adding your portfolio, all of those things that we will talk more about later as well, how to build your portfolio, how to share your proposal, how to talk to the brands, negotiate, all of that is what we're going to talk about later. But this is when that's happening. This is where you want to share your pitch and pitch your idea to the brand. And then you have to remember that sometimes, all these brands are usually super busy. They get spammed with emails, just like the ones we're going to send all the time. So it's important to have a good strategy to follow up with those emails. If your email, it was opened, but you didn't get a reply, you can follow up with a revised pitch or a different offer after a couple days, which is super important because they might have opened your email and just simply forgot about it. And following up with them is really, really smart. Also, I always do this if I don't get an answer after a couple of days, because a lot of brands will see that it says, like re, and then like whatever email, the name of the email, like reply. So they think that it's a conversation that someone replied to them. So once you reply to your own email with the follow-up, they'll be like, oh, what is this email that someone replied to me that I didn't answer? And they'll then click on the email and be like, oh, wait, this is that pitch, right? So it's super effective. I usually always get an answer after I follow up. The first email, most of the time, or sometimes takes a long time to answer, or they don't reply quickly. So then when I send that follow-up email, they always get back to me. And the same as if your email is not opened at all. Same method. If your email isn't opened, send a follow-up, reply to your own email, and they will then see it at the top of their email list again and most likely open and hopefully answer. So then if you get a negative reply, the brand says no for whatever reason, they don't want to work with you, they don't have the budget, whatever, then move on to other projects. Don't spend too much time being sad over that or overthinking it or give up or lose motivation. No, do the opposite. I always think about if you don't ever ask, then what's the worst thing that can happen? If they say no, then you're just starting from the same place that you were. You're not going back. You're not moving forward either, but you didn't lose anything. So it's all about just moving forward, move on to other projects and other brands. There's a million opportunities out there. So it's always just important to not lose motivation. Sometimes you can get a lot of no's before you get a yes, but that's just how it is. That's how the process works. But let's say you get a positive reply. You get a yes. Then you want to determine the scope of work, product details. And what do we mean by that? You want to see how much work you're able to do based on other work that you have. Determine the scope of work. How much work is it going to be? How much are you able to do for this brand? How much do you want to do for this brand? And finalize the project details. And when you're making your proposal, I would suggest either having a tailored package offer. So basically having packages that you can offer them. Let's say if that is 1 reel, 10 photos, or 2 reel, 20 photos, or 3 reels, 30 photos. Make some packages that they can either choose from or offer one that you think is, around what you are able to deliver within the next time frame, and offer that. Always know if you're going to be creating for paid advertising or if it's going to be organic content, because the type of content that you're going to be creating is going to change whether it's for paid ads or for organic marketing. So what does that mean? Sometimes brands make content specifically for their ads, which means that there's not going to be posted as a regular reel that will just go out to the people. It's going to be some paid marketing behind it. They're going to put money on the reel and send it to the specific target audience. So then you want to really know what the target audience is for that piece of content, what you're going to be creating, who it's going to, and how they're going to do that paid advertisement. But if you're making organic, then you just go ahead and agree on what type of organic content they're looking for. Make sure to specify your deliverables. You need to know how much you're delivering, exactly how many photos, exactly how many reels, what type of content they're looking for. It can be a million different ways, and it's really good to have an idea of what they're looking for, what they want, and as much as you can share with them of inspiration, mood boards, other reels that you're like, I can make something similar to this. The more you can show them, the better, to understand that you're on the same page about it. How long is the content going to be? Do they want longer videos, shorter? Where is it going to go? Is it going to be on TikTok, Instagram? All of this is super important. And yeah, include reference videos, super important as well to show some inspiration. Maybe make a mood board for the photos, stuff like that. And then obviously make sure to agree on the rates that you are going to be delivering, right? You have the deliverables set, the ideas, everything set, but also agree on the rates. What are their rates? And my tip is to always try and get some kind of an idea of their budget before you say where you can price yourself, right? So because you don't want to risk like lowering yourself so much that you actually they're getting like a way better deal than they thought they were. So let's say they were thinking they had budget for $2,000 and you say, oh, I can do a reel for you for $500, and then they're getting like a way better deal. But if they spoke about their budget first, they would have said, okay, we're thinking around spending somewhere between 2,000. Then you can be like, all right, well, I actually charge 2,500 or whatever, because then you know a little bit of where they're at before you even start talking about what you're thinking, right? And then you can base your rates off of their budget that they have available. And that way you will see if like, oh no, this brand doesn't have any budget, it's not going to be worth it for me. Or like, oh, okay, this brand actually has a lot of budget for marketing, I'm going to focus my time and energy here and definitely work with them and milk it basically and do as much as I can for this brand. Which is also, we're going to be talking about that later on today, is working with a brand long term and how important that is. And that's also the goal of this whole masterclass as well, to be able to have long-term deals instead of short-term. So after you agree on the rates, sign some kind of a contract. This is really important. A lot of creators don't do this. It's one thing that everything is written down and you have it written. It's really good as well, but having a contract just makes that extra layer of security on top of your deal, which can be really important, especially if you want to do this a lot and you want to focus on this as your main income. Then having a contract template that you can shoot over to brands that you just have them sign for your own safety is really, really beneficial, and it can help you get out of a lot of shitty situations that we've all been through. So definitely recommend having a contract. It's very easy to make a template. I can also provide in our community. I will post one of my contracts that I use as a template for brands, so you guys can take inspiration for that or use something similar to that, because it works really well. And then you want to issue an invoice. So you can either split the payment, do 50% before you start creating and delivering and 50% after. That's what we call a split payment. Or you can do net 30 terms, which means that once you issue your invoice, then they have 30 days to pay it, right? So you want to either choose how you want to get paid and also have this really, really clear before you start sending anything over. Know how you're going to get paid, when, how they work with it, and then choose either one of the methods of invoicing. And then send over any scripts that you've made, any mood boards, any ideas that you have, or any like plan of the content production over to them for an approval before you start your production. This is just an extra way of making sure that you're all on the same page, that they've viewed everything, and that they're good to go, that you're good to go. Then you start filming. And as you can see, there's a few steps before you can even start filming, right? It's not just you get the deal and then you start filming. Like, no, it takes a few of these steps before you can even start the production. But once all of that is set and all done, you start filming and editing content. And another one of my big tips is, usually most likely the brand likes to be very involved within the whole process, because this is their baby, it's their brand that you're working for. So the more you involve them in the process, the better. If you can deliver a little bit of a draft mid through working on creating for them, or towards the end when you have your first draft, then do that. Absolutely, because they're gonna love to see how the process is going, a little bit of what you have been creating so far, and give you some feedback just to make sure that you are on the same page and that you're delivering exactly how they expected. And that way they can be like, okay, yeah, we love this. This is awesome. But can you do a little bit more like that? Or can we get some more close-up photos, or maybe some more like lifestyle photos? Or one time I was working with a jewelry brand. They were like, oh no, like we sent them over some photos and we're like, here's some of the work that we've done so far. Like, what do you guys think? And they're like, oh, you're wearing the rings like the wrong way. And we were like, okay, like thank God you said that, because if we didn't know, we would have delivered everything, and all of them are like useless because we were wearing the rings the opposite way. So like those things, it's always very good to be like, hey, like here's some of the stuff that we've done so far. What do you guys think? Any feedback or anything you would want to change? And once you've worked with that, then you can deliver the final product. Do you guys have any questions so far? I do see that the chat is popping off. Yeah. Oh, if everyone can just turn their mics off. I saw that someone said that you can't hear me very well, probably because some people are not on mute. So if everyone can just mute themselves so we don't have that much noise, that would be amazing. And if you have any questions, like I said, just pop them in the chat as well. I will go through them a little bit during the session, but also mostly after. We'll have a full-on Q&A session. So yeah, then you want to send the final draft through Dropbox. And why do we use Dropbox? This is this is what we recommend using. I know a lot of people prefer Google Drive or just like sending stuff over WeTransfer, which are great methods to share content as well. But Dropbox allows you to send over content just for viewing. So if you don't want them to be able to download it right away, or they haven't paid yet, or you're just sending some drafts for them to view and you don't want them to have full access to it and use it, then you can send only for viewing. So they won't be able to download the full quality. And also when you're sharing videos on Dropbox, they're able to make like timestamps and give feedback during the video. So they can be like, for example, at 1 minute into the video, they can add like a comment or a little, feedback within the video. So it's a really nice way to share content for brands to view and look at and make some comments within the videos. And then after that, after you've shared the final stuff on Dropbox, you've delivered your content, make sure that the brand processes the payment and that you're getting paid. This is also something that you have to be in control of and follow up if needed, and just make sure that you're getting paid in the time that you're supposed to. And then the fun part is after you've worked with them, you want to follow up within, I would say a good time is like 1 month to 3 months at the max, to discuss how the content performed and potential re-engagement, and just discuss everything in general, how they enjoyed the content, how it worked on their profile. Did they get a lot of comments, saves, shares? How did it just perform in general? Did it attract a lot of views? Was it what, like, did it do well on their profile basically? And for that's more for organic content. For the paid project, if you're doing any paid ads, you can review metrics like the return on ad spend, which is how much money did that piece of content generate? Like, did they actually make money from the stuff that you made for them? How much click-through rate did it get? If they added a link to their content to their website, how many people clicked on the website through that piece of content? Stuff like that. Like, you want to show that you're still involved and that you're still engaged with it, with the brand, even after posting. And to show that, like, okay, I'm actually interested. I'm not just like here to create and then give it to you guys and then I'm done. Like, no, you're actually interested in the whole process, and you want to see how it did, to be able to change the direction of where you want to go on the next collaboration. Or just like, it's really good to show this type of engagement, to show that, like, okay, you know what you're talking about, you know what you're doing, and if it didn't perform well, you know that you can change the direction of content for the next time. And then you want to consider asking them for a little testimonial for your own portfolio. So if they can give a little comment on how it was working with you, or even make like a little video testimonial where they share a little bit about their experience working with you, that is like absolutely golden. You can add that to your portfolio and show that to other brands to see that, like, okay, this person have been working with other brands and they're really happy with the work. So that's a really, really big plus if you can get that. And then after that, you want to assess the possibility of monthly retainers based on the performance and the client satisfaction. So what does that mean? What is a monthly retainer? Basically, you're asking to do something for them long term. If they liked working with you, if you can provide some content for them every month, if you can make a longer type of contract where you actually provide on a monthly basis, this is like what you really want to get at if they like your work, instead of just doing, singular collaborations, one here, one there. You want to secure as many monthly retainers as possible. So any questions so far? Pop in the group chat, and then we can move on if not. So speaking of monthly retainers, that is what we are going to be talking about a lot today. It is basically what we are aiming on long term. What are we aiming on long term? We're aiming for a monthly retainer. Like I said, what is monthly retainer? Monthly retainers are contracts between you, the creator, and a brand to produce a set amount of content over a specific period. So unlike one-off collaborations for single campaigns, a monthly retainer will form an ongoing partnership with the brand. So it means that you're regularly creating content for the brand for X amount of deliverables. And why do we want monthly retainers? There's a lot of reasons for that. We're going to go through a few of those. For example, financial stability. Obviously, a retainer client will provide you a steady income, which will give you financial security and reduce the uncertainty of a one-off project. If you're working as a freelance content creator and you have one deal here and there, but you never know when you're going to be working without a brand again, or you never know when you're going to get your next brand deal, right? It can be very a little bit risky and scary not knowing like when you're going to get your next salary. But once you have monthly retainers, and hopefully more than one, you have financial stability because you know that, okay, for the next 6 months, I'm going to be creating, let's say, 2 reels for this brand every month, and that's giving me a steady income. So it makes it a lot more safe and fun to work that way. It also offers you scalability, basically that you can plan your time and your resources better, which allows you to scale operations and consistently deliver high quality work. So basically you know what you're going to be creating for the next month. So it's way easier to plan where you're going to be, what you're going to do, and how much time you have for other work as well. And you can really focus on one brand, get to know them, build a relationship with them, and deliver more high quality work because you're building a relationship with that brand and you're getting to know what they like and what works for them and what doesn't. Also, this is a huge one. It means less time spent on finding new brand deals, which is so nice. When you do get monthly retainers, you don't have to do those hours of sitting down and reaching out to new brands, finding new brands to work with, and constantly emailing. And it saves you a lot of time. So the more work you can get with one brand, the better. Because then you can, instead of focusing on all the outreach, you can just solely focus on delivering the best content that you can and building client loyalty, building trust from that client, and building a relationship where they are most likely going to choose you instead of other creators in the future as well. And sometimes when you do really good work with brands and you have this this partnership and collaboration and relationship with the brand, most likely they're going to be wanting to work with you for a long time. So it's honestly like almost like getting a full-time client. Also, working closely with retainer clients helps you gain more deep insight and expertise in the industry, which improves your skills and makes you more valuable to future clients. You're able to learn a lot, learn how to work for brands in a deeper way, more detailed. You're gonna learn what is working, what's not working. You're gonna tailor your content around that, and really improve your skills on working with brands as well, which is gonna help a lot for future collaborations, and you're gonna automatically become more attractive to other brands, to future brands. And then guys, I have um I've showed you guys a little bit about how to leverage our tribe here in the wild community. So what do we mean by that? Basically, we wanted to show you guys these graphics to explain, like, if we have a community like this where we have so many members that all have their skills and knowledge, and then one leader, let's say. The old way would be that every member, if they have any questions or wondering anything, goes towards the leader to ask a question. But let's say the new way of thinking of it is that instead of going directly to the leader, you use other members in our community to answer questions that you need. And this is a really good way that we should be working together for the next 10 days. Obviously, I'm here to answer any of your guys' questions, but also use each other for answering a lot of questions. I know that a lot of people in here have a lot of knowledge, have a lot of skills, and are well in their process of creating content, working with brands, and we all have stuff we want to share. So I really want everyone to think about that for these next 10 days, to really use each other, also share knowledge, share skills, ask each other questions, and use the community in the best way possible, because that's why we're here and that's why we have a community, to be able to all communicate together, help each other, and learn from each other in the best way. Okay, Haley's asking, how long did it take you to land your first brand deal, and what was your offer like? So for me specifically, it was a bit of a I don't know, it was a different process, I guess, because I started with landing deals that were just like collaborations. So that's like something I also recommend if you're just starting out as a content creator and you don't want to, you don't have that much experience. Always start with what we call gifted collaborations. That's what I did. I started that probably it was in high school when I was around, like, I want to say like 17 or 16. I was getting like I remember like some gym clothes, some like workout stuff, some like hair products and like clothes. I was working with a big Swedish brand called Naked, and they would send me clothes like every month, and I was creating content for them like on a monthly basis. And my offer was just that. My offer was just, I can take photos for you and videos in return of clothes, or in return of, anything like that. And I didn't really have any of this sorted out back then. Any of the stuff that I'm talking to, I didn't do anything right, let's say. I just didn't even put the deliverables. Like, it wasn't like, oh, specifically one video and 10 photos. It was just like, oh, I'll create something for you. Just like send me this product, right? So it was like, we've learned all of this very like step by step, and through a lot of experience, and through a lot of failing and having issues and struggling and just figuring out the best way to do it. I would say my first paid brand deal was probably when I was like maybe 18 or 19, or even 2020. I was still doing like gifted collaborations, but I then started getting like $200 for something, or $300, and I was slowly moving on to more paid deals, and I started understanding that what we do has so much value. And that was a big shift for me, was like understanding the value that we're actually giving, because in that time, like when we started, there was a lot of changes happening in the world, like everything going more digital, more on social media. Everything was becoming way more like centered and focused around social media. Then TikTok came, and then COVID came, and it was like everything shifted towards social media. So many people started putting their focus there, and all of the ads, all of marketing was like highlighted on Instagram and TikTok, and it just became like the best time to really start focusing on that. Content creators starting to get way more money than before. People started getting actually paid from doing this. And then once COVID was like over and you were able to start traveling again, it was like blowing up. So that's like when it really started becoming a full-time job for me. It was probably like right after COVID. And yeah, I started super small with like, I think it was like a $200 deal, my first one. I can't even remember what brand it was, but I think it was like a sports company. So Pauline is asking, how do you find brands that actually pay? So this is like not something you necessarily would know right before reaching out. It's all about understanding your value, understanding how you can sell yourself and pitch to the brand. This is how you're going to get paid. It's not like you cannot look at a brand and be like, oh, this brand is small, they're not going to pay. No, because sometimes it is the smallest brand that pay the best. And or you cannot look at the biggest brand and be like, oh, this brand is huge, of course they're going to pay. It doesn't work like that. So it's more about how you communicate with the brand, how you showcase your work and yourself, and how you're able to negotiate to the deal that you want. So this is what we're going to go through in the next days as well, is like how to build your portfolio to actually sell to brands, how to negotiate, how to reach out to them. And that whole process is the most important. And what I will be sharing is what I've learned throughout the past, let's say, 3 to 4 years of working like this full time. I've been doing it full time now for 4 years, and it has been a long learning process. I've done made a lot of mistakes, and it hasn't been picture perfect. So I've figured out the best way to do it to secure myself, secure my work, and to make sure that I'm doing everything the best way possible. So that's why we're doing this masterclass, is to teach you guys that every brand has some kind of budget for marketing. Every brand needs what we have to offer. If you're a content creator, you can take photos and videos. That is literally one of the most important things. It's the food for the brand. Think about it. What would they do without content? When you start a new brand and you finally got your new project, let's say you're starting a clothing brand and you have your clothes, whatever. What's the next thing that you need? Photos and videos, promotion, marketing. Like, it is the most important thing. So understanding that value and understanding how much money the brand would have had to pay if they were hiring a full-on production team, or if they went somewhere to hire a professional photographer to travel to their country or to some kind of country to shoot the brand. That's like so much money for them to spend. But here we are, traveling and being able to create content for them, just from them, like, sending us products and then paying us, and we're doing all the other work. They don't have to hire anyone, they don't have to look for it, they don't have to plan the production, nothing. We're doing that for them. So it's all about like really understanding that value and how much work we're actually putting into it. And I think that until I learned that value and until I understood actually how much we're doing for the brands and how much they're actually getting from it, that's when I started shifting from like accepting gifted collaborations and actually being paid for it, and understanding that like this is something you have to be paid for eventually when you have the knowledge and when you have the skills. Oh yeah, Tilda was asking if she can put on the microphone. For sure, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello,
Hey,
how are you?
Sarah. I have a question, and that's why I wanted to ask you here instead of writing, because it's a little bit difficult to explain.
Right.
There is a lot of people that, like, for example, send DMs or send me emails about like, hey, I saw your page, blah blah blah. I wondered like if you were interested in doing a collab or something, and it sounds a
Yeah.
little bit like a scam, but I
Uh-huh.
don't know, and I'm not too experienced to know if it is or if it's not, and every email looks a little bit the same,
Right.
or
Right.
like DMs on Instagram, for example, all also look a little bit like the same. I don't
Same.
know if you have been experiencing that and what you like think of that and how I
Right.
should treat it.
I feel like now after time, like, yes, I've gotten a million of those messages, some that I can easily just see that like this is a total scam, like this is just some random girl pretending to be like whatever, and it's not really real. It's kind of just like, I don't know, sometimes I just like, you get the feeling of the message. Like if the message looks really professional, the brand is directly sending you a message saying like, hey, we would like to do a collaboration, like how does that work? Are you available? Whatever, like, can you give me your rates or anything like that? Then for sure, like, and I would honestly just recommend you to answer them and see what they said. But a lot of companies say, like, for example, they will reach out to like a million girls and say like, hey, we would love for you to be a brand ambassador. Those messages I don't really usually respond to, because what they mean by that is basically they just want something from you and you won't get much in return. Sometimes
Yeah.
they'll like that, they can maybe do like gifted collabs. Sometimes you can get a commission if like someone from your following buys the clothing, and then you get like a 10% or whatever. Being a brand ambassador is more just like you're representing the brand, and the what you get in return is very low. Of course, with like if you want to do that and it's something that you think is cool and you want to support the brand and get some clothes for free, whatever, go ahead, like do it, and it's
Mhm.
great for you. But if you want to actually really focus on becoming a UGC content creator and you want to be creating content for the brand to use and like more professional, then I would just suggest being like, hey, like, yeah, like love your brand. Thanks for reaching out. I would love to create some content for you guys if you're interested, but you know, let's chat about that on email. I can send you my portfolio, my rates, like la la la. Like this is how I work. Like I don't really do the whole ambassador thing. But if
Yeah.
you want, if you're still unsure, if there's some messages that you're like, this could be real, this could be fake, I'm not sure, send them over to me and I can look at them and have a look what I think. And honestly, sometimes you just gotta reply and see.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Of course. Then it says Katie was asking, oh wait, Sahil first asking, what if I'm a beginner and I want to be a content creator and don't have much followers currently? How much do I land in this world and this creative market? So if you're just starting out and you want to be a content creator and you want to land paid brand deals, but you don't have enough followers, you feel like, then honestly, good news is that you don't need followers today to be able to land any type of brand deal, because there is a new, let's say it's a new career almost that honestly blew up during COVID, after COVID as well, when the focus was shifted so much towards social media. And it's called being a UGC content creator. So this stands for user generated content. And what does that mean? It means that you are not creating content that you're going to be posting on your profile to promote the brand. No, the brand wants to use your skills, your content, your face even, to be promoting their brand. So all you have to do is create the content, send it over to them, and it's for the brand to use in their marketing and with their own for their own marketing and for their own social media. So you don't have to be promoting them, because the only reason why the brand would care about your followers is you were going to promote the brand, right? That's like that's being an influencer. That's more of like an influencer marketing mindset. Then you would need some kind of an audience to, you know, show the content to. But no, if you're a UGC creator, all that matters is that you can create high quality content and send it over to the brand, and the brand uses it for their marketing, and that's all. So it's a great new thing, because so many people are stuck in that mindset of thinking that, oh, I need followers to be doing all this, and it's not true. So we're also here to teach you guys how to be able to use all of this and to become a content creator without needing the followers. And once I realized that, that's also when like everything changed for me. And I was like, wow, like I can be working with all these like high-end, like big brands just for like creating content and not even promoting them. Like I thought I didn't have enough followers in the beginning, and then I realized that like that's actually not true. It doesn't matter. So how do you find the specific people you want to email to pitch to a brand? So like I mentioned earlier, to pitch to brands, I recommend sending them a very simple message on Instagram directly to the brand and just be like, hey, I love your brand. I would love to create some content for you. Can I please have the correct email to reach out regarding a collaboration or regarding a partnership? Like, I would love to send over a proposal. Can I have the email to the correct person? So then they will send you like the collaborations marketing email. This is the way that I always do it. I always message on Instagram first. Sometimes I will like dive in it a little bit deeper and try and Google the brand, usually go on LinkedIn. Honestly, on LinkedIn, I've found a lot of marketing emails, like going on like any brand and just like finding like the marketing manager or like the marketing whatever. And then I'll find their email through that. But it takes a bit of time. Most of the time, the easiest way is just to message them on Instagram and ask for the right email. And if they give it to you, that means that they're already, you know, interested in what you have to offer. So like that's like, okay, you got the email, now make the proposal and send it to them on there. And then Nikki's asking if you get commission from people buying from you or people buying from your link or whatever, or if you have a discount code, is that the same as affiliate marketing? Yeah, it would be similar to affiliate marketing. It's basically what it is. It's like you have your discount code, you have your unique link. A lot of people do this now, even on Amazon. They'll have like affiliate links on Amazon, and then they just promote the product and post the link on their stories, on their Instagram, whatever. And every time someone buys that product, you get like a commission. So that's what a lot of brands as well try and do. They try to just get you to be like a brand ambassador and work with affiliate links. So you'll just like share a link to their website and then you can earn a little bit of a percentage. But this is all based on um how many people will buy the product. And it doesn't like, yeah, you get a little bit of commission, but the real deal, sealing the real deal, is if you can work directly with the brand, creating the content that they need for their socials and get paid. That's how you're actually going to be able to make money. Affiliate is something that you could do on the side if you want. If you feel like you have a strong audience that would buy from your links. Pauline is asking, in what proportion do you use affiliate marketing with brands? Is it really something worth it? I don't know if you can tell, but I wouldn't say it's that worth it. I would rather put your time and energy onto promoting something that they're going to pay you a flat rate, or just creating content for a brand where they will pay you a flat rate, where you've already agreed that you're going to be, let's say, creating these photos for them, these videos, or promoting their services on your Instagram, posting, for example, 3 stories, 1 reel, whatever it is that you agree with the brand on that you're going to be posting. I would say much rather get a flat rate for that instead of working with affiliate. Like I said before, affiliate, something you can do on the side if you feel like you have a strong audience that would actually buy stuff. But I would way rather recommend working directly with the brand. Okay. Nikki is saying, I see you have a session called Coffee with Sarah for people who don't yet have a specific niche. Could we use that as a kind of brainstorming session? I feel a bit overwhelmed with trying to figure out which way to go, and I would appreciate some insights and tips. Yes, absolutely, we can do that. That sounds like a lot of fun. Thank you for all your tips and energy you're putting into this. It's super useful. Do you need to use a high quality camera for creating content? That's a great question. And the answer to that is simply no. Nowadays, you do not need a high quality camera to create content or to be a content creator or to even work with content creation full time. You could be a full-time content creator and all you need is your phone, which is great. It makes it really easy and accessible for us to work from our phones all over the world. You need nothing else. You could film everything on this thing, edit everything on this thing, and post it directly from here. I would recommend, if you want to be a content creator, to use iPhone, just because it is the look that looks the best on Instagram, and iPhone content is very attractive nowadays. Even a lot of brands, like I have some brands that I work with that prefer iPhone content. Like they're asking me like, oh, the less professional and like edited it looks, the more raw and natural it looks, the better. And I'm like, okay, like sure, I can make this video using iPhone. Like it's just so much easier. So if you're into cameras and all that and you want to invest in some quality gear, then go ahead and do that, but it's not needed at all. You can do everything from just your phone. So that makes it easy for everyone. Everyone can do this. All of you guys in this chat, you can be doing exactly what I'm doing. Nothing can stop you. Literally, there is no gear needed. Like you don't have to spend $1 million on investing in stuff. You can do everything here for free to get started. So that's also the other amazing thing. I'm just here to teach you guys how to do it, how to utilize everything you have in the best way possible. Today is basically like the first official class where we're actually going to be going through the first step that we have to take in consideration before we start our content creation journey, before we even do anything, before we start creating and posting. We have to take these steps into consideration before anything. And what I mean by that is basically stuff you have to do to prepare your Instagram profile, prepare your personal brand, your TikTok, Instagram, to be able to post that content. Because if you're posting content without doing these first steps, then your content might not perform as well. Instagram algorithm might not know exactly what you're trying to do, and you might just look like any other creator trying to post something. Let's say you're trying to be a travel content creator and you're just posting a bunch of travel videos. But if you don't find out like how to optimize your profile, how to select your niche in the best way possible, and really tell Instagram like, hey, I'm trying to be a solo female travel Instagram, like this is what I'm doing. You have to like kind of scream it out loud for the algorithm to understand like, oh, okay, she's in this niche, she's trying to do that, I'm gonna put her in this, I'm gonna show her content to those people who are interested in the same theme. Those things are a lot of people don't understand and don't take those first steps, and they just start posting heaps and start reaching out to brands. But there's a few things we gotta think about before we even start reaching out to brands, right? You can't just jump into it. The more preparation you do, the better it'll be when we actually start posting. Today on the 11th, we are going to go through how to pick your niche as a travel content creator. And then tomorrow we have profile optimization, where we're going to go through how to optimize your profile in the best way to be starting content creation, to, like I mentioned before, basically tell the Instagram algorithm what niche you're in and where you should put the different keywords and all of that stuff. We're going to go through all that tomorrow. And then on Saturday, on the 15th, we are having a really, really important one, which is building your portfolio. I highly recommend, if you can make it, to be there for this one. It's super important to know how to craft a portfolio to be able to show your work to the brands that you want to work with. So that's a big one. On the 17th, finding brands, how to find the right brands to work with, how to find brands that actually will pay you money, and what brands you should be focusing on, and how to find brands within your niche, basically. Then another super important one, probably the most important course, is pitching brands. So how to pitch to the brands. Also, guys, if you don't have your stuff on mute, please go ahead and mute it. So I know that yesterday some people had some problems hearing me because some people weren't on mute. So just make sure you're on mute. Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, pitching brands, super important. That's what we're all here for. Once we have those other steps done, we can start, and we have our portfolio done, we can actually start pitching to brands, which is going to be super fun. And I hope everyone's going to be able to pitch to some brands, and I can't wait to see results and hear back from you guys. And that's going to be like a very intense week where we're going to be working very tightly and very strategically to try and get you guys some brand deals, and be ready for that and just work towards getting those brand deals, basically. We're going to talk about making proposals, negotiation, delivering content, receiving money, all the steps to basically go from starting with your niche selection to receiving actual money from a brand deal or a brand collaboration. So without further ado, let's start with today's class. So picking your niche, how to pick your niche as a travel content creator, because we have to understand that if you want to be within the travel field, which I think most of you guys in here are, like you said also in the introduction, into traveling, wanting to create while you're traveling, and that's like the main focus. That's also what I do and what I know the best. But we have to understand that you can't just like be a travel content creator. There's a million different niches within that big niche. Everyone nowadays wants to be a travel content creator. So it's really important, especially now more than ever, to actually specify what you do as much as you can. So first of all, what even is a niche? A niche is basically a segment of the market. So let's say travel is the market, right? Travel creators. It's a specific segment of that market that for a particular kind of product or service. So it means picking a niche means that you're identifying a specific topic, interest, or theme that you are passionate about, and that will set you apart from others. Like I said, you don't want to just be a general travel content creator. You want to specify in some kind of theme to make you unique. It will make it easier for people to find you that are interested in the same topics. It'll set you apart from others, make you unique, and it'll be easier for you to understand what brands you should work with, and it'll be easier for the brands to understand that they want to work with you because you have similar interests and similar brand values. And it is very essential because it helps you attract a more specific audience. Like I mentioned, those people that are interested in the same topic will understand that they should be following you. And it's going to be easier to attract those people because you know exactly what type of people you're wanting to attract. It also gives you more expertise. It establishes you as an expert in that area. It's not so general. You're more centered towards that area. So you can gain more knowledge and be viewed as more of an expertise in that area. It also sets you apart from the competition. Like I mentioned before, it makes you more unique. It makes you it shows basically what you are and who you are, and and basically why you are different than others. It's all about showing why you are unique, right? And showing that uniqueness and just being you, completely you. So whatever interests you, that's what you want to focus on, right? So why is picking your niche so important? It helps you connect with a specific group of people who are interested in the same particular subject. Like I mentioned before, brands are more likely to collaborate with creators who have a dedicated and engaged audience with a specific niche. And this is something I think a lot of people don't realize, but the more specific you are with your niche and the more you know what you're creating for, the more brands will actually want to work with you. Because if you're too general and you're kind of posting a little bit about everything, like a little bit of fashion, a little bit of food, a little bit of travel, brands are not going to understand that, like, oh, but like what kind of audience does this creator have? If you're posting about everything from cars to fashion to travel to food, then who is following this person? What market am I tapping into when I work with this creator, right? Also, being focused on one niche allows you to establish more authority and enhance your credibility in that area. It just shows that you actually know a lot about one specific area and that you're a trusted source, let's say, for that. So when it comes to finding our niche, there's a few rules that we should follow. There's a few things you have to think about before we actually jump into a niche. Make sure that you are selecting a market that is growing and not dying. So basically, by picking a market that is growing, you automatically gain a strong advantage as a travel content creator. Because if your market is growing, it means your business will stay successful and profitable, which means, what do we mean when we say a market that is growing? It's basically a market that is becoming more and more popular and people are searching for it. People are engaging with it. People are interested in that topic. And a market that is dying is something that people aren't showing that much interest in anymore. So how do you know if your niche is growing? You can use a simple tool called Google Trend, which I highly recommend. It's a way to search for basically a keyword and see if how the search engine on Google is working with that and see if that niche is actually growing and people are searching for it or not. So today we're going to use the example solo female travel. That's a pretty specific niche, right? It's not just traveling. It's not just females who travel. It's solo female travel, something that a lot of people get attracted to because they want to have someone to go to or get tips from when they're going to travel as a female alone, right? Because it's a bit of a topic that wouldn't be very big before. Back in the days, this would not be a trending topic, but now it's a niche that is growing a lot because more and more female are doing it and more females are sharing their journey as a solo traveler. So as we see here, ever since like 2016, it started growing a lot and more people were searching for this because it became more and more popular to be a solo female traveling. It did have a drop, but a natural drop because of COVID in around 2020. People weren't searching for it that much because people weren't traveling. But then as we can see, after COVID, it started rising again and it's just going higher and higher and higher. And right now it's at the highest point that it's ever been. So this would be a really good market to tap into because it's still growing. And then you want to ask yourself the question, does the niche that I'm picking offer strong brand deal opportunities? So you could literally just go on ChatGPT. This is what I do. And just put, what are the brand deals opportunities that I can have with if my niche is solo female travel, for example. And then provide me with products and benefits. And then we did ask ChatGPT this, and this is what they said. Hold on, there's a lot of opportunities for collaborations just within this niche. And this is the thing, like you have to be creative and understand the possibilities within your niche. So let's see, all of these is what ChatGPT came with. Everything from travel insurance companies, here are some products, benefits, to travel gear brands, right? Like backpacks, suitcases, travel organization, women's travel apparel works perfectly. Hostels and boutique hotels, accommodation, hostels, hotels when you're traveling as a solo female travel, promoting that this hotel is super safe. For example, let's say you go to Mexico alone and like a lot of people are like, oh, where should I stay in Mexico? That's so sketchy to go there as a solo female traveler. Then be like, oh, well, I was staying at, let's say, Selena Hostel and I felt super safe, like blah, blah, blah. That's a great one. Tour companies, anything from travel technology to photography gear, if you're very into that, anything, outdoor gear companies. As you guys can see, there's a million different companies you can search for and work with. Also, another thing that I ask ChatGPT is I literally will put in, give me like 20 to 30 small to medium brands. Like, let's say I was looking for the other day, I was looking for a new suitcase to travel because my suitcase right now is like super big and bulky and annoying to travel with. So I was like, give me 20 to 30 small to medium like suitcase brands that I can reach out to. And ChatGPT will just give me a list and they will give me their Instagram or website or whatever. And I'll just like copy paste a message to all of those to try and get a suitcase company to work with, right? So this is really great. You can use that to find out if your niche is even something that has a lot of brand opportunities, and also find specific brands to work with through using the same method. And then another thing to think about is that you want to pick a niche that is not too small, because if you pick a niche that's too small, it'll almost be impossible to create a community around that. You need to make sure that a lot of people are interested in the same thing and that a lot of people will attract to that subject. But if you love something, chances are high that other people will love it as well. So simply use your common sense to decide if it is a big enough market for what you want to tap into. And another great way to test this is to do a quick search on Instagram and TikTok and see if a lot of other people make content around that. You can also use Google Trend, a free tool called Google Trend, with a free Chrome extension called Glimpse. And you guys can like click them here if you want. Just go on the link through our community and check them out here. And you can do the same thing as we did earlier. Put in your keyword solo female travel and see, basically check the search volume over time, which we're going to see a similar effect, that it was growing from 2015, 2016, starting to grow a lot, all the way to 2020, had a drop because of COVID, but then now is getting higher and higher and just growing and growing till to this day. So that's a good way to see like, oh, okay, a lot of people are searching for my niche. A lot of people are interested. The search volume is high, basically. So then that way you can figure out if your market is big enough to even tap into. Also, guys, if you do have any questions during this, feel free to just write them in the chat as we go through everything. I'm going to answer all the questions at the end. So, but if you think about something during and you don't want to forget, write it in the chat where we put all our Instagrams as well. In that chat, write your question and I will go through it at the end. But it's really good if we can just write some questions while I'm talking so that at the end of it, I'll have some things to go through as well. And so that you guys don't forget. So then rule number 4, make sure that you love your niche, basically, and that you're obsessed with your niche and that it's actually something that is a passion of yours, because you're going to be spending a lot of time talking about it, posting about it, creating about it, and everything. Your whole life will basically become your niche. So if you're not having fun, you're going to quickly lose interest. So to find out what you really want to tap into, what market, what niche you want to pick, I would go ahead and ask yourself these questions. Literally write them down on a piece of paper or in your notebook or on your phone. Ask yourself these questions and start brainstorming. Start writing down just a simple answer to these questions. So what topics are you passionate about? What activities do you enjoy? What are you good at? And what skills can you leverage? And what do you enjoy sharing and talking about the most? So for example, for me, that would be really easy. Like, what topics am I passionate about? Travel, surf, diving, like any ocean related activity. What activities do I enjoy? Mostly surfing and diving. What am I good at? And what skills can I leverage? That's like my photography and videography and travel. And what do I enjoy sharing or talking about the most? Adventure and travel, right? Super easy, but the more you write down, like pouring your heart out a bit, the better. And that way you can kind of like navigate towards a niche. Also, I had a girl ask me yesterday, she was saying that she was struggling a little bit to find out her niche and she was getting a little bit overwhelmed with that process. So if we go to my calendar, I have a Coffee with Sarah talk that we're going to be doing on Friday after this whole course on the 28th, where we will be brainstorming together some niches and where we can all talk about it and basically brainstorm together and try and navigate towards finding a niche. But we will do that later on the 28th. I just thought of that and thought I would let you guys know. So if you are feeling the same, if you're feeling overwhelmed with finding your niche and you don't really know how to do it, don't worry. I will guide you guys through that process one step at a time. And just remember, guys, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. This is what I was talking about earlier, which is inspired by this quote by Abraham Lincoln that says, "Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe," which basically means that the more you prepare for something, the better. Like, you have 6 hours to do something, but the first 4 hours, you're actually just preparing to do the action. So the more you spend time like understanding your niche, researching, preparing your Instagram, optimizing your profile, all these things, the better your content will be and the better the end result is going to be, right? So it's really important to pick your niche. So spend some time thinking about it. And I have already done some research on this, and I found some niches that are growing and that are profitable and easy to target. So you guys can take some inspiration from this and choose something that really relates to you. All of these niches here are currently growing, and there are some ideas that you guys can take something from, maybe see if that's the market you want to tap into. For example, solo female travel. I have a lot of girls in here. If any of you guys are super interested in, traveling alone, or you already do travel alone most of the time, maybe you should focus your niche into that. Maybe solo female travel would be something perfect for you, right? There are a lot of search volume for this, a lot of people interested in it. Even when you just look up on Instagram and TikTok, you'll see how many people are actually looking for this kind of content. There's a lot of potential brand deals, like we mentioned before. Travel insurance, super important. Even safety gadgets to make sure you're safe while traveling, if you're traveling to some more, let's say, sketchy countries. Women's travel gear, travel clothing brands, hotels, travel apps, apps to keep you safe, to have GPS, to plan. Maybe there's apps now for like solo travelers to meet other travelers that are traveling alone as well. And there's a lot of people looking for tips. So if you are an experienced solo traveler and you want to provide some tips to other females that want to travel alone, this is huge. Like, I know a lot of people are looking for tips and guides, where to go, where not to go, and kind of like how to navigate in the different countries. Or you could go into, for example, sustainable travel, also a growing niche. Pretty much everyone now, brands, people, everyone are looking at everything in a more sustainable way. All brands are shifting their marketing into talking about sustainability, being more aware, and all of that. And there is a lot of ways you can still stay sustainable, even though travel is not technically a sustainable thing. But this could be a very good market to tap into to show how to travel in a sustainable way. Then you could work with eco-friendly gear, reusable water bottles, solar chargers, how to stay sustainable while traveling, like using the metal straws, for example, bringing those with you, reusable cups so you don't have to buy like plastic cups everywhere you go, water bottles, stuff like that. Sustainable tour operators, eco tours, nature trips, showing nature, even like helping volunteering on things. Green hotels, so eco-certified accommodations could be great. Sustainable fashion brands, organic skincare. There's so many, like skincare or sunscreen that won't ruin the ocean and the reef, stuff like that. Like, you could totally fully focus on sustainability and travel if that's something that really like sets your soul on fire. That's something you want to talk about. And your target audience then would be eco-conscious travelers. So people that are with the similar mindset, people that want to protect the world that we live in, and while we're traveling as well, but travel more to protect instead of just leaving your footprint everywhere. And as you guys can see, there's a lot of different ones. We have digital nomad lifestyle, which is promoting, how to work remotely, freelancers, more digital entrepreneurship, wellness retreats, if you are more into health supplements, fitness, yoga, organic food, mindfulness apps, all those things. There's a bunch of potential brand deals here as well. Your target audience then would be more health conscious travelers, wellness enthusiasts, people that are into yoga and health like holistic medicine, maybe, all that kind of stuff kind of go hand in hand. And those are the people you would then target. This is a huge one as well that a lot of people do, something that Haley, you would probably be interested in looking at something more like this. You were talking about how you could combine your passion for wellness, yoga, and content creation, which is absolutely super, super possible and very smart to do it. It's all about choosing what you're interested in and making that your niche, right? So whatever you want to talk about all the time, whatever you feel like you have knowledge and skills to talk about. And that's what you should choose, like literally just what you enjoy doing. Van road trip, you know, all those Instagrammers that are talking about how they converted their bus into a van. Now they're traveling around in van life. That's its own niche. That is literally its own niche. All things van. That, and then your target audience would be adventure seekers, road trippers, let's call it, minimalists, people that just want to do van life. It's such an dreamy, inspirational way of traveling. So it's a huge niche as well. People really love that. Free diving, for example, something that I'm getting more and more into. Super interesting as well. It is a growing niche. You could work with all kinds of diving gear, underwater cameras, diving tours, a lot of swimwear, dive suits and stuff like that, wetsuits, waterproof gear. And that would be your target audience, marine life enthusiasts, other divers. There's so many different niches, guys. And if you are wondering about any niche, or you want me to do some more research, or you have any questions regarding any of these niches, please go ahead and ask any questions in the chat and I will go through it. But this is just to show you guys like a few that I did research on that are growing. And these are the ones I found that are definitely niches that would work to tap into right now. So what I want you guys to do now is, before we move forward, so spend some time thinking about this. And before moving on to the next step, to become a creator and to work with brands, you have to pick your niche. So it's definitely okay to blend a few niches together. Like, I don't only talk about surfing, I also talk about diving and adventuring and all these things. So it's definitely okay to not have everything set in stone already. Test a few fields out, blend a few things together that you're interested in, see what is working well for you. And yeah, basically take it one step at a time. You don't have to be overwhelmed. I know it's a lot to kind of like take in and to understand and to figure out, but it is just so important that you do have this in your mind, that you are aware of how important it is. Because what we're going to do tomorrow when we do our profile optimization is basically, so after selecting our niche, we're going to put that niche and we're going to utilize keywords everywhere in your Instagram profile. And what's that going to do? It's going to tell the Instagram algorithm that, hey, this person is interested in this, posting about this, and this is them, this is who they are, this is what they're promoting on Instagram. And then Instagram will do the job of bringing people that are interested in the same thing to your profile. And it's going to show your content to that community of, let's say, freedivers, or that community of solo female travelers. And it's going to basically, if we learn how to communicate, I call it like communicating with the algorithm. If we learn how to do that in the right way possible, using keywords, using the right words basically, and photos and everything, then it'll be way easier for us to grow and to attract the right brands in the end of the day. So that's why it's so important that we understand this. Take some time today to write those things down, go through those questions. What are you passionate about? What topics interests you? And write, like, journal a little bit about that, brainstorm, and start thinking about where you would want to where you would want to place yourself in the market, because there's so many ways to go. And like I mentioned before, if you're a little bit all over the place, Instagram is not really going to understand what you're trying to do, or what kind of people to bring to your profile. And they're going to be like, wait, this person is commenting on car posts or food, but they're actually posting about travel. That's confusing. So like, even like when you go on your phone and you go, for example, here to, what is it called? The explore page. This should all look like the type of content that you're posting. So like for me, it's like all travel stuff, a lot of diving. I get a lot of surf, but like all similar content to like what I would be posting. That means that Instagram knows that that's my theme, and they're sending this content to me because they know that that's what I'm interested in and that's what I do. Also, when I'm scrolling on Reels, it's all like travel content, like similar to what I do, because Instagram has understood that that's what she's focusing on. And everything on my Instagram now is just going to be that. If you're scrolling on your Reels and you're getting stuff that like you're not really interested in, something's wrong. We got to fix the niche. Because it's a robot. It's an algorithm that you're trying to speak to, and they're trying to understand who you are. work with brands, any steps about optimizing your profile, creating content, brand work, reaching out, anything that you're wondering at all, leave it in the comments now. I'm gonna take some time to answer your guys' questions and go through. Yesterday we had some questions about people wondering about like how to find the right brands or how to know if they're getting messages from brand deals but it's a scam, or when do you know that it's real, when can you start charging, like all these things. What do you do if you don't have any followers and you want to start? So it doesn't have to be about picking your niche or anything niche related. It can be about anything. This is your time to get some answers. It's way easier for me to also answer now that we're here talking. But also, of course, if you remember something that you want to ask after, you can always message me on the community. That's where I'll be the most active. So that's the easiest way to get an answer. And if you would rather open up your mic and ask the question, feel free. You don't have to write it if it's hard to like explain or get your point across. Also, I love that everyone put their Instagrams in here. That's really cute.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, so I've been typing my question this whole time you were talking, but I'm glad you said that I can open the mic.
Amazing. It's easier.
Yeah, so as I told you, like I'm quite confused on the niche, like what way to go, because so ideally in my head, the aim would be to like build a community so that I can maybe eventually organize surf trips or make my own brand, and I have people who would buy from me because they like me, you know, what they see, like they just like my vibe. So then I'm thinking like kind of just posting. Well, first of all, I like funny content, like to recreate, you know, these trends or memes or whatever.
Like relatable content.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm reading now what I wrote. So like kind of like sharing progression videos, videos that like gives people the feels, you know.
Yeah.
And so the question is like about value, like what exactly is the value? Like, would you say that I know you said entertainment and like the feels content is already value, but like would this go together, or should it be more specific, like, oh, she's only posting funny things, or I'm also posting like nice videos of Sri Lanka?
Yeah. No, I think that you're definitely looking to post a little bit more entertaining content that relatable and entertaining, I think would be like where you would place that. And of course, if you want to post something one day that's like, let's say you skating in a beautiful sunset or some surfing or something that's just inspirational, that's totally fine. Then that piece of content would be considered inspirational. But and then the next day you want to post like a funny meme or something relatable, maybe about like how surfers like most of the time just eat shit and like don't even like catch a wave, or like, you know, something funny that like other surfers can relate to, like the progress, how hard it is, like stuff like that. Then that's funny and entertaining, and it's totally fine to be posting both. You don't have to pick one where it's like, oh, I only post inspirational content. Like no, not at all. I do a little bit of a mix too. I post most of my stuff is inspirational, but sometimes I do like vlogs, for example, where I'm just like filming my day in the life, and that's considered entertaining. And other days I post like some tips, for example, similar stuff to this, where I want to teach people something and provide some value in that way. But it's all value, you know, it's all providing value in one way or another,
as long as your niche is the same.
And I feel like you said that you're interested in like surf and skate, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like that's where you should focus. Like that's already something you're interested in. That's already your passion. So post exactly that. Post exactly what you like doing every day, which is surfing and skating, and show like you have surf, skate, and then a dream lifestyle in Sri Lanka. Surf, skate, and travel. There you go.
And if because also the other thing that I would be wanting to post is that, because I'm like, somebody has the microphone.
Wait, Mary, could you turn your mic off, please? Thank you. Sorry.
Like, so I'm like in my mid-30s and I'm starting over. But I feel like if I add this to the surf skate niche, that's like going two different ways, and I'm like cutting in half the people who can relate to me. Like, as in like, because
Absolutely not. Like it's never.
Huh?
Do you feel? Are you saying that you feel like it's too like late in a way?
It's too no. I'm saying like that. Like for example, if you check my profile, like you're 23, and then you see I'm 35, and I'm posting about starting over later in life. Like, would you be able to relate to me, or would you? Like, I don't want to cut the
Absolutely.
audience in half. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that if that's something that you want to promote a lot, like okay, like you don't, yeah, it's a great thing to actually put out there because think about how many people are in the same boat. And like when you think
Mm.
about it, you're still pretty young. Like I have a lot of friends who are over 30 and they're still surfing every day, living in the tropics, like not really worried about careers or anything.
Yeah.
Like, and it's amazing. And like sharing that mindset, I think a lot of people could benefit from that because think also about how many people are stuck in their 9 to 5 office job at 35,
Yeah.
miserable, not even enjoying their life. And then they see your content, they're like, wow, this girl is 35 and she's just going to Sri Lanka for 6 months. Like, I can do that
Yeah.
too. That can
Yeah.
inspire so many people. So I
Yeah.
think that's like a really great thing to focus on that actually
Yeah.
will inspire people to go out there and live their life, which goes hand in hand with like traveling, you know?
Yeah. So you would say like this can all go together. Like one video could be like showing Sri Lanka, like I'm skating in a nice place, and then the next video is like trend where I'm eating shit on the
Yeah,
wave, and then the next one is
100%.
like me explaining why I changed my life, stuff like that.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
because that way
Cool.
you're being personal by explaining your journey, your experience, what you stand for. So they're getting to know you and they're seeing you as like an inspiration already by hearing you talk, seeing your face, like hearing your story. That's like your make that's like credibility.
Yeah.
Building that credibility for your audience, connecting with your audience. Talk to your audience always like you're talking to a friend. That's what I
Mhm.
do. On Instagram, like I've never put on a fake face or tried to act different. I'm always talking to the camera like it's me talking to a friend. And that's why people feel like they can connect to me because they feel like they already know me from just seeing who I am. Like I'm very myself. So that's like very important to
Yeah.
keep in mind. Always just be yourself because the more you are, the more you'll connect with your audience and they will
Yeah.
see that you're very real and pure and raw. So that's great. And then also inspiring people to go out there, live your life, even in your 30s, doesn't matter. You can
Yeah.
still change everything and start over, which is very inspirational. And then you have the funny side as well. So like entertaining. So you're switching between like the personal, inspirational, and entertaining, which is like the perfect mix,
Yeah.
you know?
Okay,
Like,
that's amazing because I thought like I need to choose one of these, you know, like I've been
no,
going on and on.
no,
Okay,
no, no,
and
no.
very last question. So like,
Yeah.
would you recommend to start already recording like my journey from the airport? You know, like when I'm
Yes.
right? That's gonna be so hard because I'm not used to recording myself, and now like I'm gonna be
I
in the middle of
know. It's
everything I get
weird. It's
exposure to
so
everything.
weird because like we're so used to it now. It's crazy. Like my friend the other day was just posting a video where he's like, I don't know if you guys follow Colin Duthie. He's like an up and coming creator, one of our really good friends. He makes amazing content. And he's literally standing with a camera on a tripod in the airport. In the airport, set up his tripod with his full on like DSLR camera and is standing there saying like, "Hi, my name is Colin Duthie. I like to travel and film things." And like people are just walking past him like at the airport. I was like, okay, that's next level. I haven't even done that before.
I would check that.
I want to. So that looks amazing. That looks so fun. Like I want to see people's reaction.
Colin Duffy, you said.
Yeah, Colin, 2 L's and then Duthe. But like usually I'll be at the airport like filming myself like this, talking. For me, I don't know, it's super natural. I've talked to the camera since I'm like 14, so maybe that's why. But it's all about stepping outside your comfort zone sometimes. If you want to make great content, you have to just film yourself in weird places and people like who cares what a stranger at the airport thinks of you. You're never going to see that person again. And what they're thinking is probably, oh, that person is must be famous because they're filming themselves, right? So that's not the worst thing, right?
Sure. All right. Thank you so much.
Of course. Okay, so Elena, you said that you had a lot of issue when edit your photos because when you're posting, the colors changed on Instagram, right? You're talking about on Instagram. If you want, you can turn your mic off and I can explain to you. So it's actually a big problem from Instagram that they manipulate the colors a bit, and it's simply The reason is because if you're editing your photos on the computer, your computer screen has different colors than your phone screen is gonna have. So when the photo goes on your phone, it looks different. So what I usually do and what I recommend is when I'm editing on Lightroom on my computer, I'll just airdrop the photo during the process, sometimes to my phone, and see if it looks nice on the phone. And then I'll see, oh no, on the phone it looks too dark, or there's too much contrast or whatever. And then not working. She said I'm working right now. Just okay, no worries at all. Well, yeah, so I'll airdrop the photo to my phone and then check if the colors are right. And if there's something I want to change on the phone, like I'll look at it on the phone and be like, oh, okay, it looks like the green looks weird, or the blue tones, or it's too dark. Usually I find it be too dark because on the computer it has more like lights and more colors to show. So I'll make it darker, but then on the phone it just looks too dark. So I'll change it based on that. So that's the only way that that's the only way that I usually work with it. It is a bit annoying that it changes sometimes, but did that answer your question? Or is it when you're editing on your computer and then putting it on your phone? Because that's like the only time I've experienced that. So yeah, it's annoying. All photographers are going through this. You're not alone. And like Juan said, mid-30s and starting over as well. Same here, we're only young. That is very, very true. I love the attitude, guys. I think that now is the time to go for it. Like sometimes I would think, like, for example, right now I want to start YouTube again. I used to do YouTube when I was like 15, 16, and then I stopped. And now I'm like, oh, I want to make vlogs again because I love vlogging, just like talking to the camera, showing the whole trip, like my whole travels, like day to day. But then I'm like, is it too late now? Like I should have just kept going from the beginning. Like when I was 15, I should have never stopped, because then I probably would have had like, a bigger audience by now. But you can't think like that, because it's never too late. Because like if I think like this now, and then in 2 years I could have gone so far, right? And then in 2 years you think, oh well, now it's too late. But like no, because if you keep thinking like that, it's always going to be too late. But the people that started 5 years ago, they didn't think, oh, it's too late. They just started, right? So it's all about that. It's all about understanding that like there's no time like now. Like now is all we have. So like if you really want to get into this, like take that opportunity. You guys are all here for a reason. You're all here because you showed some kind of interest in this. It's something that you want to start for you. You don't want to do this for anyone else. You don't want to do this for your job. You don't want to do this for your boss or your parents. You want to do this for you. You're here for you. And that says so much. That's so important to actually listen to that voice inside of you and be like, okay, this matters because it's something that I want to do and it's something that makes me happy. If you at any time during this call today felt excited about something, or felt like, whoa, this is like a new journey, or I'm tapping into a new market or opening a new door, that's so valuable. Like you should really take that serious. Like I always say, like take your dreams seriously. They're very important. And yes, I hope everyone feel like they have a safe place to connect with other people that are in the same journey, that you feel like you can come to me and ask anything you want. That's why I'm here. I'm here to answer any of your questions and literally guide you through the process of getting to where you guys want to be. And yeah, I hope you guys learned something as well. And tomorrow we are going to keep going with profile optimization to get our profiles ready. I asked in the community for some profiles, Instagram profiles, and some of you guys replied. If you haven't already, you can reply there now. Go there, put your Instagram, and I will go through those Instagrams that replied and review them. Basically review them and be like, okay, I would change this. You should add that here. And like basically see where they're at on the journey to be perfectly optimized as a content creator. So tomorrow's going to be super exciting.
One more question, sorry.
Yes, of course.
I just wanted to ask, what do you think about posting in your native language or English? Because I feel like, for example, in my language, it's Czech Republic, and there is not a lot of content like this, but at the same time, it's much less companies and much less audience that you can target.
I think that it's a really good question, actually, because of course, like putting out your content in English is going to make like unlock a bigger audience or a bigger potential audience, but it could also make it a little bit less personal. If you would like to unlock kind of like your community within where you live now first, you can. And then once you see that you're growing there, maybe expand to English after. but it really depends like how big you're also looking at it. If you want everyone to be able to understand your content, and I would initially recommend that. I would initially recommend going English because look at us here in this chat. We're all from all over the world. Like we would all love to follow you in your journey. I would love to follow you in your journey. So it's like I wouldn't be able to understand. So I would recommend probably doing English. But if you want to start slow and if you feel more comfortable talking in your native language first and kind of like have creating an audience within your home first and then expanding, then you can do that. But I would definitely try and have the end vision be international, like English speaking, so that you can unlock an international audience, because that's going to open up
Because
so
like
many opportunities.
yeah, because sometimes I do Czech and sometimes I do English, and then I can't really decide. Because when I do Czech, I feel like my friends from here or people that are following me from Czech Republic, they're like very connected to it, and they reply me all the time. But at the same time, then I have so many messages because I have friends from all around the world, and they're always like, "Oh, what are you talking about? Explain." Send me in
Yeah.
English.
See?
And it's
That's
like,
exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. I feel like English is gonna be easier to unlock, because if you're gonna be traveling as well, imagine like every time you travel, you meet so many people, you random people or people that you actually really connect with, and they all want to follow you after. And you're also gonna tap into different markets while you're traveling. Let's say you're in Central America, you're gonna be like have a lot of people from Central America find your profile because you're there, and they will find you through, like tags or location tags or anything like that, and you might be missing out some opportunities, and people might like choose to not follow you because they don't understand your content. So what's the point, right? So I would actually recommend probably going English. Like I know some like big creators that are my friends stick with their language, like for example German, and it's so annoying. I'm like,
mm-hmm.
I cannot understand your content. Like what? That's annoying.
But at the
So
same time, when you're traveling, I speak Czech, and no one understands me around. I feel less awkward, you know.
yeah, yeah. But no, I think
But yeah, I get
of
what.
course you do what feels right, and you can always change. You can always also do both. I have some friends that do both actually. Sometimes if they're talking about something that's more relatable for Czech, speak Czech. But if you're talking about something that's more like travel and more international, then you could do English. I have some friends that actually do both German and English. So and they're doing pretty good doing that. So I think it's possible. And of course, like you want to, yeah, you can do both. Let's see. We have Pauline asked a question. Any insight on who to follow? I transferred my own private account into one about solo travel. So I still have, friends, etc. And even the people I meet in my travels, but then my account is not showing 100% niche content. Let's see. Uh-huh. The people I mean. So Pauline, let me ask you, what do you mean by your account is not showing 100% niche content?
Yeah, wait, let me put my camera. Hey.
Yeah. Yay.
Did that work?
Amazing.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically I still have like people, from like my childhood and like high
Right.
school and like people I met in my travels and all. But then like, it's kind of like just because I know them and like a small community, but then like might not be like interesting in like solo traveling or adventure or stuff like that. So yeah. Does it matter or
no, like if this used to be your private account where you were just posting about yourself, think about it. Now you're still just posting about yourself. You're posting about what you're interested in. And if they're interested in you, most likely they'll still follow. And if they're interested in the theme, they're going to follow you. If they're not interested in any of that, they're going to unfollow, but who cares? You're going to be attracting more people that actually come to your profile because of what you're sharing. They're going to be coming to you because you're posting about solo travel. And those are the people you want there because they are interested. So if your friends are still following you, like that's awesome. Like they're probably most likely going to stay, And if they don't want to see any more of that content, they'll unfollow, but it really doesn't matter.
Okay, right. Yeah, because I was wondering if it had like, you know, any impact like on reaching out to more people in your niche, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can try and like tap into the market, reach out to more people within your niche. And we're going to go through that as well in future courses. One thing that I really recommend, which is a big one, is doing something that we call community engagement. And basically what that is that you comment and engage on other people's profile that are posting similar content. So literally, I will do this every day, like 10 minutes before I make an Instagram post and 10 minutes after. It's really good to do it after and before you post yourself. I will like go on Reels and it'd be like, okay, point of view, you moved to Bali. Amazing. That's similar content to what I do. Like it, throw a comment, and I will make my comment very in the niche. Like I'll use keywords like, what an amazing travel experience. Then you have travel experience is a keyword that Instagram is like, oh, travel. She's in the travel thing, you know, like she's engaging with people that are posting about travel experiences. Boom. Then they understand that, okay, my piece of content is also the same. I'm going to push that out to people who are into travel experience. Or I'll be like, what a beautiful destination. Beautiful destination, another keyword. Instagram will understand what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like it's all about that. And I'll just roll, and like whenever I see content that I'm like, that's similar to what I would post, or that's like my niche, comment, like, share, follow, engage with other people. The more you engage with other people within your niche, the more people within the niche are going to engage with you. That's how it works.
Yeah, I already like do comments after posting, but I didn't know about like the keyword stuff. That's actually quite smart.
Yeah. Keywords are super important. So, yeah, the more keywords you use when you're posting on your Instagram, like in your captions, in your alt tags, in your bio, in your comments, everywhere, in your stories, everywhere where you can use keywords. It's basically like Instagram in the end of the day is the same as Google. It's a search engine. So you need to be taking that into consideration and doing what we call search engine optimization. So using keywords that you want to be related to yourself, putting those out there. For example, when you do a quick Google search, you search for, let's say best places to learn how to surf in 2021. That's like a blog post that I made for a company back in the 2021. And that was my first ever blog post. And that was when I learned about search engine optimization. And I had to use like keywords. And I was like, why do I have to use these keywords? Can't I just like write whatever I want in a blog post and that's good? And they're like, no, because the only reason why the company had a blog post was to rank high on Google, was to have as many words within the topic that they're talking about so that their blog post will show first on Google ranking. So when you search for places to go surf in 2021, that website is the first thing you see, so people will click that. So that happens because we're using a lot of keywords and because we're basically winning over the other articles that are talking about the same topic. So the same thing we have to do on Instagram. The more keywords you put, the easier it's going to be for people to search. For example, they search solo travel, and then your video comes up because you have good keywords. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. That makes sense. Thank you.
That's how it works basically. And then yeah, so I could literally make I feel like I have to make a whole course about that now. It's really interesting and it's also really important, but we can talk more about that later as well. Also, Juan was asking where we can put our Instagrams. If you guys want to put all your Instagrams in this chat, that would be great. Some people already did, Juan, so if you want to see, if you just scroll a little bit up, there are some Instagrams in there. We can follow each other, which is super, super nice. Also, Nikki asking, does hashtags in caption count as keywords? Yes. Hashtags are keywords. Absolutely. So the text you write in your Instagram caption, just like the general caption, like, oh, like a recap of this or whatever, that is keywords. So the more text you put there that explains what the video is about, the better. And also hashtags will work as keywords as well. So I recommend always keeping the caption relatable to the piece of content that you put up. So if I'm putting a video of diving with dolphins, swimming with dolphins, it would be great to put like, what an incredible encounter swimming with a pod of dolphins in beautiful Hawaii. That's like the perfect caption. Instagram knows exactly what type of content it is, because I'm literally telling them this is what that is about. And then it's easier for them to push it out. And if people search for it, it'll rank higher. So all of these tools are very, very important to use. And it's a whole process on how to communicate with the Instagram algorithm. Let me know if you guys would like to hear more about kind of like how to work with keywords, how to make sure that every post is done in the best way possible. And we can talk about it more. And I can make maybe a little mini course about it as well. There's a few questions that I have gotten a lot from people that are like common questions that I hear a lot. I think we even spoke about it yesterday or the day before. And one of those questions are, people are wondering if they want to get into content creation and they already have a personal profile, if they should start a new social media account, like a new Instagram or a new TikTok, and basically like start over. And I just wanted to say once and for all to everyone here that I actually don't recommend that. If you already have an Instagram account and you already have some people following you, doesn't matter if it's your friends, family, people from your high school, whatever, I would highly recommend starting with your existing account. Do not neglect it. Do not delete it. Do not start a new one from scratch, because it's actually just going to make things harder. Like, imagine, like, would you rather start from 0 followers, or would you rather start from 200 followers? Like, 200 followers is already, better than 0. And a lot of people might be thinking that they don't want their friends or relatives, family to know what they're doing and know that they're like putting themselves out there. A lot of people feel like shy to share more of themselves and be more personal, open to the public. But if you want to do this as a living, if you want to be a content creator, it's all about sharing and it's all about being personal and being yourself. So you basically just have to shift that mindset and just realize that you're doing this for you and your goal is to be successful. And the more you don't care about what other people think, the more you will be able to succeed in what we're doing. And your friends and family are going to find out anyway. If you go viral, if you get heaps of followers, or if you start doing this, like, there's a really good possibility that you will grow and that your friends and family will see what you're doing anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So basically, using your existing account increases the likelihood of getting early engagement from those people that are already following you, from your friends, from your high school buddies that you don't even talk to anymore. Like, like, they're still there and they're still going to engage with what you're doing. And chances are they might actually like what you are going to be posting even more after you start sharing more, right? So, yeah, I would recommend that. I wouldn't recommend starting your new profile. Just start changing the way you do things. And that's what we're going to go through today. We're going to go through what things you can change on your profile to optimize it using keywords and basically making sure everything is perfect. So what angle should you take to make 4 figures per month as fast as possible? So before we dive into more details, I want to make it very clear between the difference between inbound and outbound approaches. I've gone through this before in our first masterclass, but for those who weren't there, there's 2 different ways to get an approach from a brand or to approach a brand. Either it's inbound meaning that the brands are reaching out to you for partnership opportunities. Typically, this is something that we're not going to be getting in the beginning. It's something that comes down the road. It's something that is our goal to start attracting brands to reach out to us, but it's later down in the road. We're going to be focusing on outbound outreach, which is us as the creator reaching out to brands for partnership opportunities. So this is a proactive strategy where you reach out to brands directly, and it's a quicker path to be securing partnerships and generating income. And everything that we're doing is for us to be ready to reach out, to start outbound approach. It's to feel like we have everything set and that our profile is as attractive as it can be. It's as ready for it as it can be. It shows your niche and shows who you are and what you do in the best way possible. That's what we're starting to work on now. So while building your content on Instagram and TikTok, it's crucial for long-term success. It helps brands discover you over time. So over time, as we're working on this, the more we post and the more we share and the more keywords we use to get that target audience and to start attracting those brands, it will automatically through consistently creating valuable and engaging content, it's automatically going to increase your visibility and then resulting in attracting brands that are interested in collaborating with you. So my recommendation is starting with phase one, which is focus deeply on the outbound approach. So this strategy will enable you to secure brand deals and generate income faster, allowing you to leave your unfulfilling job sooner, if that's the goal. So rather than spending most of your time posting content on Instagram, TikTok, just hoping it goes viral, hoping you blow up, hoping something happens, that's not our goal. Our goal is to achieve financial freedom faster, and those financial goals that we have set faster. And with that as a goal, we're just going to optimize our profile, post valuable content to be attractive to brands, but also understanding the importance of not waiting for something to come to you. We're going to reach out to what we want, basically know exactly what you want and who you want to work with, and find a way to get there, instead of just sitting and waiting that one day, hopefully, your dream brand is going to reach out to you, because it doesn't really work like that. And that's not the most effective way to do it. So alongside your outbound efforts, we're also building a strong content presence on Instagram, TikTok to enhance your discoverability, leading to inbound opportunities in the long run, in the future, which automatically happens. It's not something you can kind of like guarantee, but it just comes as we go and as we're doing this more and more. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the difference between how we act on Instagram like an influencers and as a UGC creator, and the difference between that. And I want you guys to post content on Instagram like an influencer, but make content for brands like a UGC creator. And what do I mean by that? So basically, there's two different mindsets we can have. It's the influencer mindset, and then it's a UGC creator mindset. The influencer mindset is basically sharing content on your Instagram to engage and interact with your followers like they are your friends. This is something I mentioned yesterday. We want to talk to our audience like they are our friends. When I'm filming myself talk, I'm literally talking like I'm talking now. I'm just sharing whatever I want to share, like I'm on FaceTime with my best friend. The more you are, the better, and the more yourself you are, the more people are going to connect with you, and the stronger the bond is going to. The stronger bond you're going to create with your followers, which is what you want. You want to create a strong bond. You want people to trust you and feel like they are your friends, because that's how they're going to engage with you more and interact with your stuff more. So yeah, share a lot of your personal life. This is the influencer mindset. The more you share about yourself and your life, the better, because the more people feel like they're getting to know you, and they feel like they're a part of your life. They feel like they're a part of your journey and your travels. And if you're having a bad day, share that. If you're having a good day, share that. If something exciting is happening, whatever. The thing is, the great thing about Instagram is that we can share whatever we want. There's no limitations. It's all about you, and you can share anything. So it's a place to kind of like be able to like let yourself be like free and creative and do whatever you want, because it's your profile. Nobody can tell you how to do you know? So that's like the most, I think, freeing thing. And I think that's also why a lot of, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but a lot of like really famous influencers especially are like typically like kind of shy, or don't have like that many friends, or are like not the most like popular person who's like more out there in the real life. They feel like they are more safe, and want to share more of themselves and their personality on like social media. That's actually a really interesting thing that I've like thought about a lot, is that a lot of people that are kind of like, I don't know, like been bullied in the past in school, or wasn't always the most popular, when they share and put so much time into their social media and share so much there and feel safer there, it actually has a positive effect, because they're being vulnerable and being themselves on social media. And then they kind of create this like online network of people that are their friends, but through their audience, if that makes sense. And it's actually true. Like a lot of people that are really big are really big because they go there to kind of like express themselves, or to like let go a bit. So it's really interesting as well. But when we are creating content, we want to have the UGC creator mindset. And what is that? UGC creator stands for user generated content, and is what brands are looking for the most right now. It is really easy to do, and it's really natural content. Brands nowadays are not necessarily looking for $1 million production with professional cameras, lighting, freaking sound design, everything, like a full team of production. No, nowadays it can be as easy as filming with your iPhone, sharing, for example, a day in your life while traveling. Let's say you're waking up, going surfing, going to a cafe, having a coffee, going on some adventure, maybe going to a waterfall, whatever, while you are bringing a brand along. It could be a swimsuit that you're wearing for that day. It could be a sunscreen that you're putting on before you're going surfing. It could be a juice that you're like drinking after surf or at the waterfall, whatever. All of these brands literally just want you to show your day-to-day life and very easy, relatable, raw and real content. And that's what UGC creating is. So you want to develop content that we usually see brands use on their platform and that we know that brands are looking for. So the reason why brands are going more towards this UGC creator vibe is because it simply is what's working. I think people are a little bit like tired of the super polished content where everything looks perfect and it's clearly a commercial and you see it on Instagram and you're like, oh, this is an ad, scroll, or it's not natural, it's just not real. And people are starting to crave more of that real raw stuff that is like something you can look at and be like, oh, I could see myself being that person, or this is engaging, like this is entertaining for me to watch, and it just seems like a normal video, but it's kind of like a hidden promotion of a product or for a brand, right? And then we're also going to focus on creating high quality videos showing lifestyle, a day in the life, natural setting, product showcases, and anything that you think that brands can use to attract their customers. So these are the two mindsets I want you guys to have. We're going to post on Instagram like we're an influencer, sharing a lot, being personal, being vulnerable, being ourselves, and sharing the more we can, the better. But we are going to make content for brands like we're a UGC creator. That's like how I think you could succeed the most and connect with your audience the most and attract brands in the most efficient way possible. So exactly what we just say. On Instagram, act like an influencer. Before brands, work like a UGC creator. So by combining these approaches, you can maximize your visibility and income potential in the best and easiest way possible. And it literally doesn't require anything else but an iPhone or a phone to film with, which is amazing. You can do so much with this little device. Like you don't need a full-on camera setup.
I mean, my profile is definitely not optimized or set, but I think that's
Not yet.
a few more steps. Like now I'm just learning everything, and then once I'm in Sri Lanka, I will see how everything is, and then how which way I can go for.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not optimized yet, but that is exactly what we are going to be doing now, is basically go through what we are going to change and how you should change everything from your profile picture to your bio to when you're posting, when you're doing stories, highlights, reels, everything. I'm going to go through now how you guys should do that. And you can keep your Instagram open if you want to kind of like check like, oh, do I have that? Oh, I should change that. And like take some notes or pictures or whatever you want to remember. And then I'm going to go ahead and also compare some Instagrams that you guys have sent over and go through them and kind of like review them a bit. So let's get into it. First, we're talking about profile picture, guys. It is way more important than you guys think. Every little detail on your profile is so much more important than you think. For your profile picture, you have to use a high resolution, clean image that clearly shows your face. The more you can see your face in the best way possible, the better. Don't use like some photo that's like far away of you, like full body, or like somewhere where you're like hiding your face. Like, no. People want to see your profile and be like, oh, I know who that is. And they want to like recognize it fast. And it kind of becomes like your like icon. Like people, like you want to keep your profile picture for as long as possible as well. So really choose wisely, because when you change it, it's like a weird face where people can be like confused a bit. So make sure you pick something that's a good image that you really like of yourself, that is not too messy, not too many things happening, more clean, and that clearly shows you. And maybe you want to, if you want to get into like the travel niche, or let's say surf or whatever, diving, select a picture that highlights some of your niche. Maybe it's a travel related photo. Like that could be anything from just like, I don't know, mine, for example, is just like with a green jungly background and I have a flower in my hair. It shows that it's tropical. It shows that I'm in some tropical destination, travel related, right? Or if you want to get into like surf and skate like Nikki, maybe do a photo where you're holding a surfboard, or where you're clearly like by the ocean or skating, or something that's like relevant to your niche. So people already from just looking at the profile picture can somewhat understand what you're all about. And then your profile pictures should definitely match your personal brand's color scheme and overall aesthetic. So for example, if you're a full-on dive account, then maybe you should consider your profile picture being blue, or like some diving photo of you underwater. If like, for example, me, I love like my colors are like blues and greens, a lot of green, I must say. My friends make fun of me because I'm so green, and like I'm wearing green even. So my profile picture is like all green. Like there's like a jungle behind me, and like my like signature thing is having a red hibiscus flower in my hair. So like I have that on my profile picture, and people easily are like, oh, that's Sarah. Like that's so you know? So make sure it matches like your personal brand's vibe, and that it really shows like you in your natural setting, like what you love to do and where you love to be the most. When it comes to your bio, you need to clearly state what you do, and I'm not talking about even bio yet. Even before bio, you want to state what you clearly do. So like, you know how you have your username, let's say my username is Sarah Rosenborg, but then under your profile picture, it's your name as well. You could put like Sarah Rosenborg, and then you need to have what you do right there. So for example, UGC content creator, or solo traveler, adventure seeker, videographer. And I think like basically your niche should be there next to your name, because that's like the highest title of your page. That's like what Instagram sees the first. So the more keywords you can throw in your bio, the better. And when you're writing your bio, include as many keywords as you can that is related to your niche, like travel, adventure, photography, videography, whatever, to improve SEO, which is search engine optimization, which I talked about a little bit yesterday, but it's basically the search engine of Instagram. So Instagram, when people search for travel videographer, your profile will come up. Or if people search for solo traveler, your profile will come up. Or if they search for like extreme sports videographer, your account comes up. It's a search engine. It's like Google. The more you put your keywords, the more the search is going to work. When people search for those things they want to see, you will come up. So keep these things in mind. Don't like your bio. A lot of people just like have something like artistic in their bio, like I don't know, like ocean child, or I don't know, something like simple that looks like cool. But when you really see like those profiles that do really well within their niche, their bio is usually really related to what they're doing. For example, like I have this first thing in my bio be travel and surf videographer and photographer. And that's like 4 keywords right there that I want people to know me as. You could also add a call to action. If you have any link or anything you want to gather some leads towards. For example, follow for travel tips and inspo, follow to see the world, follow for solo travel tips, or click the link below for a free guide if you want to collect some emails, collect some leads, see what people are interested in, what you have to offer. If you want to start making like travel guides and offer those to people to like to have more credibility, to make sure that your audience is like trusting you and what you're putting out there, to that's also gonna like make people follow your stuff more, engage with your stuff more. If you have some free stuff to give away to show them that people will follow you for that reason, to learn and to get free travel guides or travel tips or inspo or anything like that. So like a little reason for why they should follow you and what you offer is always really good to include. Also, provide a way for brands to contact you directly. Put your email address or a link to your professional website or anywhere where it's easy for brands to find you and to see your contact information. So that's some of the things that I recommend you guys focusing on, and how you should optimize your bio in the best way possible. And then when we talk about posts, when we talk about photo posts, we want to think about a few things and take in consideration a few things. First of all, always post and use high resolution images that are well composed and aesthetically pleasing. So what do we mean by that? Basically, we want to obviously show that we're professional. only show our best work on our Instagram. We want to make sure that we are well composing our images and making it aesthetically pleasing. What even is aesthetically pleasing? What does that mean? We want to make sure that when a brand finds your profile, or if any potential follower finds your profile, that they can look at your page and be like, wow, this is such a vibe, or like, this looks beautiful, or like, it feels like you're entering like a dream state, right? Like everything looks so colorful and nice, and you want to maintain a consistent editing style or a consistent color scheme to make your feed visually pleasing, right? So that when people look at it, it's like, wow, okay, this is like all about ocean and diving. I love this. Follow. It literally makes people follow you so much more if you have like a very visually, aesthetically pleasing feed. Like the feed is so important. And it's something that I thought was more important before, because I was like planning my feed, like every post I would make sure there was matching, and if one post didn't match, the next one I would wait to post that image till it looked good. Like all these things, like there's ways to plan your feed before you post so you can see that everything like matches. But it's still very, very important. It's also like something that brands have commented for me a lot, and also my friends say the same thing, that like brands will be like, hey, like I love like the vibe like on your feed, like the feeling I get from looking at your stuff. You can like easily see what you're all about. You can easily see that this would be a great match to our brand, because everything on your profile is like surf, adventure, travel. Like it's so easy to just like boom, like you look at the page 1 second and you already know what that person is about, and you already see the value that they can provide, or the quality of content that that person can provide. If you can't see that from the first 3 seconds of looking at the profile, you might lose some opportunities. It's really important that they can see all of that in the first look. Like the first glance should be like perfect. So yeah, maintain a consistent editing style. Choose what style you think is like fits you and your style. Like if do you want it to look like more retro, vintage looking, then everything should be looking vintage and retro. If you want it to be very like dark and moody, kind of with like black and whites maybe, and like less colors, then everything should be like that. Or if you want your feed to be like pop of colors, lots of colors, vibrant, then you should have everything like that. So it's really important to choose your style and to keep that style consistent. And then when you do make posts, especially when you're making photos, because photos offer a little bit less value now than videos do, make sure that you're writing captions that engage your audience, prompt them to comment, and adding value by sharing a story, sharing some tips. Nowadays, the more value you provide on Instagram, the better. Before, it didn't matter that much. I remember putting captions that were like 3 words, 4 words, and it wouldn't even have anything to do with the piece of content. I would post myself, like, let's say, like, I don't know, by the beach or something, and be like, daydreaming. That's it. Just daydreaming. That's like not even like explaining what the photo is about. No keywords, nothing. Providing zero value to the person watching. Like, what value did they get from that? Daydreaming. Like, nothing, right? Now you want to provide value. The more value you're providing, the better. So that's why they say the longer the caption, the better, because you're able to provide more value. So if you can write, for example, I post my friends are waving to me. If I post a photo next to the beach, like, and you can go 2 directions. Either you can write daydreaming, or you can write a full-on like guide of, for example, your top 3 favorite beaches in Santa Teresa, or some kind of story of an adventure, or any type of tips or prompts to get people to engage, to comment, to share, save this for later, all that stuff. Like literally the more value you can provide in the caption, the better, and the more keywords you can provide. So the more you write, for example, a few keywords that I mentioned yesterday as examples: beautiful destination, like for example, the Maldives has been on the top of my bucket list for so long. Bucket list keyword. It's such a beautiful destination keyword. Like all of these things, like being a solo female traveler and coming here, I felt so safe. Solo female traveler keyword, long-term keyword. Like all of these things, the more you can put keywords in your captions, the better. And the best thing about it, you can use ChatGPT. It's so easy nowadays. You can literally ask ChatGPT, like, write a caption with good keywords for the travel niche, about a photo of me laying on the beach, for example. And Also, I'm going to show you guys another trick that I don't think a lot of people know. Okay? We're revealing secrets right now. So, for example, let's say I'm making an Instagram post. Not because, okay, the words are super important, right? That's what I've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. But it's important. So let's say I'm making a post, I'm selecting my photos, and I click next, and then next again, and here I can write my caption and everything, right? So everything I've talked about so far is caption. So write caption, use keywords, but you don't have to explain what's going on in the photo that much. You can just say like, this is one of my favorite travel destinations in the world. Welcome to the Maldives, la la la, crystal clear water. Of course, the more you put, the better, of course. But to be able to use as many keywords as possible without putting it in your caption, you scroll all the way down. Look, I'm here. I scroll all the way down, click advanced settings. Right? Here we are in advanced settings. Scroll all the way down to accessibility, and there you will see write alt text. So what is alt text? Look, and then my photos come up and another like caption looking field. So here you can write as many keywords as you want and describing the photo as descriptively as you can. I don't even know if that's the word. I just used it. But describe the image in the best way that you can for Instagram to understand exactly what you're posting, because Instagram as an algorithm cannot see. It's a robot. They don't have eyes. So they cannot see that, oh, this is a photo of Sarah surfing in the Maldives. No, you have to actually give them that information. So here, I usually go on ChatGPT and I'll put in, write a good alt text using a lot of good keywords in the travel niche for a photo of a girl surfing in the Maldives. And then what happens? ChatGPT will literally provide to me like an amazing, super cheesy, usually caption that I would never want to post publicly, but that I can put in here. And it's hidden. So it doesn't show on your profile. It's just for Instagram algorithm to understand what the photo is about. So it'll be like super cheesy, like a tropical island girl surfing in crystal clear blue waters in pristine Maldives. Oh, they'll just like put a bunch of shit in there that I just copy and paste right in here. And it helps algorithms so much. It shows Instagram exactly what your photo is about. And then that way Instagram knows exactly what people to push out your content to and where to place your content within all the content that's on Instagram. Because imagine, Instagram is just trying to sort out the content and put it in the right places, basically. So this is going to help Instagram a lot. I don't know if you guys...
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Of course.
Does it have to be like a story caption, or can it be like just keywords?
It could be just keywords. You can I used to put like just like keywords like tropical island girl, surfer girl, beautiful
Like a
destination.
hashtag without it being a hashtag.
You don't, yeah, exactly. Like you don't have to put the hashtags. It just like kind of works similar to hashtag. But I've actually noticed that when I started putting it into ChatGPT and ChatGPT would write like a whole like kind of like connected story, it worked better. The first time I did that, the first time I changed from just putting keywords to doing a full on story, my photo for the first time in my life, my photo went viral. It was literally like a photo carousel. And it got like 40,000 likes because I don't know, it like just clicked. Something just clicked. Instagram algorithm really understood what type of photo it is. It became on the explore page, and a lot of people within that niche found the photo. So I would recommend the more like you put in there to describe what the photo is about, the better. So like, yeah, like explain what it is actually, I would recommend that more. Like tropical island girl adventuring or hiking beautiful Hawaiian mountain with a lush greenery in the background. Like it was something like that for the post that went viral. I can see if I can find it after the class and post it in the community if you guys want. If that's write yes in the chat if you want me to do that. I can go back to that photo that went viral and go to alt text and screenshot the alt text and show you guys so you get a little bit of a more visual idea of how we do this. Okay, we already got 2 yeses. I will definitely do that after the class. So that's a little secret that everyone should be on. Do that on every photo. It's really important. And then we got stories. So Stories are also super important, probably more important than most people think. You need to be posting stories regularly to keep your audience engaged and to show the behind the scenes of your life, your travels, to talk, to create stronger connections, to be personal, to do all of that. The more stories, the better, actually. Instagram still recommends you to post every day stories. Regarding posts and reels, it used to be posting every day. It even used to be like where if you posted 3 times a day, it was like better. It was literally like the more you post, the better. Now Instagram has shifted to more quality over quantity. So the more value you're providing, the better. The more people are watching your whole video, the better. And it's more like save it for later, because you would rather post a quality post that has more value than to just post something just because. So now I would recommend posting stories, no, not stories, posts and reels like 3 times a week, and stories every day. So stories, you still want to post every day. Like I would say probably like 5 to 10 stories a day is good, or like, I don't know, some days 3 to 5, but keep people updated, right? Because that's like a way to like kind of remind them that like, hey, I'm here, or like, hey, I'm still doing things, like here's my profile, check it out, you know. And every time you make a post, or every time you make a reel, post that on your story. And if like, obviously stories are short term, they only are up there for 24 hours, but it's really important to create story highlights for different categories so you can save your stories so people can actually engage with them and watch them later on. For example, like your travels, if you have some tips that you've shared, or just daily life, behind the scenes. Maybe you want to share, like, make a highlight for like your collabs or work, like behind the scenes of your working. So organize your stories and content so it makes it easy for new visitors to watch your previous stories, to like get a little bit of an idea of like how your life looks, or like what you've been sharing in the past. When you're posting stories, guys, I know it doesn't look great when you use all of these like tools and polls and questions and all that Instagram is providing, but the more of the features that Instagram have put out there you use, the better. So like when I post a story and you go on here to select, like, for example, location, mention someone, questions, add a GIF, music, anything. The more of these things you use, the better. Instagram loves that. Obviously, Instagram wants you to use the features that they put out. So if you show them that like you're actually using this, like I always use like this one, so people can like, you know, slide whatever emoji. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, it doesn't really give any value, but it's just a way for people to interact and engage. And the more you get people to click buttons or slide or answer something or put something, that's engagement. That's people interacting with you. So the more interacting or interactive you can make your post, the better. So like, let's say that you are just thinking of posting like a photo. Maybe instead of just posting the photo, add one of those emoji things, or ask a question, or make a poll where people can like click their answer. For example, have you ever been to, this photo is taken to the Philippines? It could be like, have you ever been to the Philippines? Yes, no. Just like to make people be able to do something. Like the more you can make them engage and interact, the better. And then for reels, guys, we want to be creating a bunch of reels. Reels nowadays are super important, and it's been for a while, thanks to TikTok, because TikTok came and then everyone moved away from Instagram to TikTok, and then Instagram had to compete with TikTok and they created reels. So now that is the best chance of going viral. It's the best way to find, for new people to find you. It's creating reels. So you want to be creating reels then based on trending audio, to increase your chances of going viral, or for new people to notice you. And a lot of people have asked me, how do I find trending audios? How do I find the songs that I use in my reels? I literally just scroll on reels. I'll just scroll, and then if I find an audio that I really like, I'll click on the audio and I'll save it for later to remember. And then guys, look, this is the perfect example. Literally the first thing I click is this. It's the first thing I click is a really, really perfect example. So this here, you can see if the audio is trending or not. So this one specifically says trending, which is a good sign. It's going up. People are using it more and more and more. and it's under 10,000. It's under 10,000 reels, which means that this one specifically has 4,000 reels already made using this audio, which means it's still pretty new. And that's good, because if you use an audio that is, for example, already 200,000 people used it, it's kind of, it can still be going viral, it can still grow, but it's kind of dying out a bit, and you're going to be competing with 200,000 reels to be viral. And all of those reels are using the same audio, so it's less chances for yours to be seen. But if you find one that's like still early days, I would say anything from like 1,000 to 5,000, or under 10,000, then I would use it. And then chances are that audio is still going to grow and grow and grow, and people are going to use it more and more and more. And that way people are going to find your piece of content that you used with that audio. And it's higher chances to kind of like be one of the top creators of the audio. Another thing that we need to think about when we're picking our audio is like check the videos that are already created with that audio. So for example, this one, do I see a lot of like travel stuff? Like, yeah, there's some, but it's also a little bit of everything. It's like hair stuff, food stuff. I don't know, like it doesn't really look like my niche, right? But if you find an audio that everything is like travel related, that's better, because I'm trying to find one right now. Because you have to check here and see if like a lot of other travel creators are using that audio, because that's gonna help you and like attract more of those people, and it's gonna be within the same niche as you. So for example, like it's not like if I see this audio and I see like, oh, there's one food video or one video that's not really travel related, I can't use it. No, it doesn't really matter that much. But the more videos you see, like the more travel videos you see that create with the same audio, the more it fits your niche. And you want to use audios that are in your niche. So if you see a lot of travel, you know, like how audios go viral and then every travel creator is using the same audio, that means it's a good audio for you because you're in that niche. But if you select an audio that's like people that make food content are mostly using it, and most of the content is like food or other things, then maybe it won't work as well. Okay, I'm literally taking forever. But hold on, I got a few. I'm gonna go through all the questions and things you guys have written in the chat after. So basically, guys, that's a little bit of what we want to be thinking about when we're posting Instagram posts, when we're doing stories, making story highlights and reels. So by optimizing these key aspects of your Instagram profile, you'll not only enhance your visibility, but also create a professional and attractive profile that appeals to both your audience and to potential brand deals. So then we have a few do's and don'ts. Do's, like I said earlier, post at least 3 times a week to ensure that the algorithm promotes your content to the right audience. Always actively engage with your followers by responding to your comments, asking questions through your audience, through stories, or whenever you can. You can now also add polls in your posts. So when you're posting on a photo or a video, you can ask questions and add polls. Start conversations with your audience through stories, on DMs, everywhere. The more you engage with your followers and with travel people in general, the better. I also mentioned something yesterday that I would like to repeat, and that is community engagement. The more you like other people's travel reels, let's say we're in the travel niche now, right? If you see any other travel reels, travel videos, content, the more you like them, comment on them, send them to your friends, save them, the more you engage with other people's content within your niche, the more that effect will return to yourself. So the more you give, the more you receive, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to think about that. That's like the more you give to other creators, the more you're going to get back, because Instagram is going to see that like, oh, this person is like engaging and interacting with all these travel creators. She must be a travel creator herself. And you can also put keywords when you're commenting, like, oh my God, what a beautiful destination. This is on my bucket list. Boom. Keywords. Instagram, you're speaking to the algorithm again. They'll be like, oh, this person is like talking about beautiful destinations or travel. Must be in the travel niche. Obviously, if you have the opportunity to work with other travel content creators or brands to expand your reach and audience base through shout outs or collaborative content, like for example, if you're traveling with another creator or just want to make a content in collaboration with another creator. I've done it before where I wasn't even traveling with my friend, but we still made a collab reel where I just sent him some clips and he just edited a video with both of our clips. And then he did the same to me. He sent me some clips. I edited another reel with both of our clips, and we posted that those two reels in collaboration to like help each other grow, basically. So leverage all features. That's what I said earlier on the platform. For example, tags, hashtags, location, all text. This is what we spoke about earlier that I showed you, the little secret. Use music, captions, everything that Instagram has as a feature, they want you to use. Use them because they love it. And they're more likely to push out your content if you're using their features. Post content when your followers are the most active. Let's see. How do we check if when our followers are the most active? That's a really important one, actually. You want to go on your professional dashboard right here where you can see all your insight. You want to go on total followers right here, and you want to scroll down to most active times. Super easy. Just click on your insight professional dashboard, click on your followers, scroll all the way down, and right here you see that on Tuesdays, for example, for me, around 12 p.m. is the most active time. You can then scroll Wednesday, Thursday, whatever, and see what time you should be posting. Super important. I've noticed a change. I've noticed a difference when I don't post based on that and when I do. It actually matters. Let's see. I'm getting distracted by these like questions. I want to answer them, but I'm going to answer them soon at the end. Also pay attention to your analytics to understand what type of content performs best and when your audience is the most active, and then adjust your strategy based on that. So same thing, you want to be going on your professional dashboard to see what's going on with your followers, with your engagement, everything. Also on your posts, you want to be like checking this like insight stuff. Every post you do, I recommend always checking your insights, see how many people viewed it, how many people commented, sent it, saved it, and everything like that. You can look how many people played it, how many replays, how much watch time, average watch time. Super important. Like for example, this video, average watch time was 6 seconds. You want to be able to increase that. You want your the amount of watch time to be as long as possible, because Instagram will actually know this. Like the longer people watch your content and the longer they stay and the more time they play your content over and over again, this is like something Instagram sees and they favor that. So when they see that someone's like watching your stuff, like your reel again and again, or a lot of people, most of your views watch the whole video, that's really, really, really good. So it's all about keeping the person engaged with your video, right? Not letting them get bored. And then some don'ts. Do not post educational content as an educator unless you actually have comprehensive skill set and knowledge to be sharing that. So focus on creating content that is savable and shareable. Value-driven content should be given more priorities than personal posts like daily vlogs or get ready with me, unless you have a well-established following. So what we mean with that is focus on creating content that is actually providing value, instead of just posting like a vlog or a get ready with me, unless you actually have people that are already following you for you and want to see that stuff. So when you're starting and when you're growing, you want to actually provide value and provide content that any person who sees it might stop and be like, oh, what is this? Is it interesting? Instead of just being like, get ready with me. And then people are like, wait, who is this? I don't really care about this person. And that's like something you can post later down in the road when you actually have an audience that is following you for those things, or that are just following you for anything you post, and you can post anything and they'll be interested. Avoid obsessing over going viral. Measure your success by your consistency and the quality that you're posting, and the quality of your engagement rather than just the numbers. It's not about going viral. It's about the process of posting success constantly, posting valuable content, actually getting like quality engagement, and being able to reach out to brands and get paid partnerships, which you don't even need to go viral for that. You don't need the followers. You don't need to obsess about going viral. That's not what it's about. Don't get distracted by what other creators are posting, and don't feel like you need to compare yourself to any other creators. This is the number one thing that I think most creators struggle with. Even I struggle with in the past a lot, of like worrying too much about what everyone else was posting, feeling like I was like not doing enough, or I wasn't posting good enough content because everyone else was posting this or whatever. The second I started just posting whatever I wanted to post for me, and I started creating for me, and because I really enjoyed it and kind of tapped into that passion again, the more people enjoyed watching my content and the more people I was attracting. So concentrate on creating content in your niche that you want to create to attract related brand deals and potentially move into influencer marketing. Create content because it's genuinely stuff that you love to make and you make it with real passion. That's going to shine right through. I promise you guys. The most important thing, do it because you love it. Don't do it for going viral, for the followers, for anything. Post and create because you love. And that's going to really, really reflect. Yeah, avoid publicity discussing yourself as a beginner. Present yourself as knowledgeable and confident. Oh my God. So loud. Don't ever tell yourself or tell anyone else for that matter that you're a beginner. I've said this before and I'll say it again. The more you say that like you already are a professional, whatever you want to be, the better. Like if you're telling everyone that you're a professional videographer and photographer, you're already manifesting then that, and you're already one step closer to become that. And the same goes for social media. When you're posting, present yourself as a person who knows what you're talking about, you know what you're doing, you're confident, and you know that you can attract serious brand deals, because that's the way you're going to get there. And that's the only way. You have to believe in yourself. That's number one. If you don't believe in yourself and you're telling yourself that you can't do it, how are you going to be able to do it if you don't even believe it yourself? Pro tip, don't worry so much about going viral with content in the beginning. Instead, focus on providing value and reaching out to brands. Create at least 9 posts or reels, and then start spending your time contacting brands. This way, you're going to avoid a burnout and start getting paid sooner. So once you're good at reaching out, you can focus on starting to get brands to get attracted to you and to reach out to you. All right, guys, we have some action steps. Write these down as a to-do list or take a photo to remember. What do we want to do next? We want to upload a clean, high-resolution profile image that shows your face. We want to craft a bio that clearly communicates your niche, your personality, and what sets you apart as a travel content creator. We need to do all these things to be able to even start reaching out to brands. The next time we're going to talk, the next time I'm going to do one of these classes, we're going to talk about building portfolio. We're going to start talking about reaching out to brands, finding brands. Like we're already getting there. So these are steps that are really important to do before. Post at least 9 photos or reels on your Instagram before you even start reaching out to any brands. So that would be like 3, 3, and 3, so that you already have a nice looking feed before we reach out to brands. Before we reach out to brands, we want them to look at your profile and be like, oh my God, what a beautiful feed, right? What a beautiful aesthetic. I definitely want to work with this person. Looks amazing. Don't care about the numbers. Just care about what your content looks like. Numbers doesn't matter. Care about being able to show them the value that you're able to create and the skills that you have. Now we can move over to a Q&A. That was a lot.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
Because I saw a question. Like I know we should be posting consistently. So I do. Well, this is maybe something that might help you. But I do social media marketing, and one of the things that I do to be able to really not miss a post is that I plan ahead. So basically, if the day has 30 days, I diversify my content, like this and this and that, like a week, like you said, 3 times a week. So I try to program those ahead, so I don't have to be reminding myself that to do this and this and that. Like sometimes I miss like a lot, but I know because I'm extremely disorganized. I have a lot of content. Sometimes I get frustrated because I don't know what to do. But for people that are more organized, I feel like a map is very helpful. So for me, it's not very useful because I don't follow it. But for some of you might help. Like
I agree.
Write it down.
Dude, I totally agree. It's something that is really smart. When I was managing the Instagram of La Pointe Surf Camps as well, I was having to post every day on their profile and then every day on my own. And without having a content plan or a strategy on what to post what days, and actually like also scheduling my posts in advance. Like when I'm traveling, when I don't have service for a few days, I still got to be posting. Or when I'm going on vacation, what do you do? Or if you're just going on a trip and you have a week where you don't really want to be thinking about that, you don't want to be stressed about that, you want to just focus purely on creating, then make a content plan, like Juan is saying, a content calendar and a strategy. And I'm going to be providing you guys with some templates and strategies that are proven to work, that I've used in the past and that have helped me a lot. And I'm also going to show you guys how you can schedule your content ahead, so that, let's say, like on Sundays, you can sit there and plan all the content that you're going to be posting for the next week. So every day you don't even have to do anything. You just have to, either you can save them as drafts and you just have to press the post button, or you can fully schedule them to automatically post at the time that is the best, when your followers are the most active. So you literally don't have to do much. All you have to do is posting stories. People asking, okay, so the first question I think is from Pauline, asking saying, I try to use engagement stickers on stories, but I don't get that much answers most of the time. Is that just me, or I mean, polls are all right, but questions often are a fail. And then Christina said, same for me. So yeah, this is something that you might have to build up a little bit over time and get people used to. But the more you start using these things, the more people are going to start engaging. And it's also something that you have to build a little bit of an audience for. Like, I don't get like hundreds of answers on mine either. I get like a solid, like maybe 40 or 50 people answering sometimes, or even less sometimes. It also depends how engaging you're making the content, what time you're posting it, who's watching it, and if you're really like, if people are used to seeing that type of content from you. So I would say just focus on like providing a bunch of value, and just start slowly, but use more and more of the polls, the questions. And after a while, when people get used to that and they see that like, okay, these are actually fun, like I want to start engaging with these, then you can test it out again and see if it might work better. But I think the most important thing is that when people already are listening to you because of the content you're posting, and they're actually on your profile for the right reasons, that's when they're going to start engaging with your stories more. And then,
okay, thank you.
of course, and let me know how it goes as well if you try it more in the future. I think that before we even start trying these things, we have to optimize our profile. So we have to start posting the way we want to post. We want to start putting our niche onto our profile and like optimizing the profile and starting slowly with that. And then once you build up your profile and people, like I said before, people are there for that, then they'll start engaging more. Then we have a question. I've been having a hard time deciding whether I can post the same content in my stories that will end up in my highlights and use them later in posts and reels. Is that something I should try and separate, or it doesn't really make a difference on engagement later on? It doesn't really make a difference. You can definitely post a photo or a video on a story and post it as a reel later. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't worry about that at all. You can post even several times on your story and post it as a reel. Like, it really doesn't matter. I just posted photos from my brand new bikini collection that I'm gonna be posting as photo posts later. So it's fine for sure. Sarah, do you have any tips on finding audio for stories? Honestly, for stories, I don't really care what audio. It doesn't really matter if it's trending or going viral or not. You can just put anything. And my only tips is that I actually don't I mean, in a way, I recommend adding the song here, right, with the music, because Instagram is gonna like that you're using their feature, but it actually lowers the quality of your story a little bit. So usually I will edit my stories in CapCut, and I will put the song on CapCut, and I'll just post the story with the song, and I won't use it from here, because using it from here lowers the quality of the stories. No bueno. I don't like. You can choose if you want to do it the Instagram way, which Instagram is probably going to favor that, or if you want to keep your quality and post the video with the song already. Christina is saying, I know we should be posting consistently 3 times a week, but do I have to post the same days and same time every week? For example, Monday, Friday, Sunday at 3 p.m. every week, or can I switch it up a bit as long as it's still when my followers are the most active? Yes. You can definitely switch it up. Switch it up as long as it is when your followers are active. I wouldn't actually recommend you posting the same time. I would actually recommend you experimenting with different times to see what works the best. So definitely experiment, post different days, different times. And as long as it is when your followers are the most active, or when, for example, if most of your followers are from Europe, it should be during the day in Europe and not in the middle of the night in Europe. Like I try and match it for a time that Europe is awake, like Norway, Scandinavia, mainly all of Europe is going to be awake around the same time. And when the states are awake, like I have a lot of followers from Florida, Hawaii, like states, and then Costa Rica, of course, because I'm here. So then I try and like match all of those time zones, which can be a bit tricky, but I found like the sweet spot. I always post around like 11, 12, like 10, 11 a.m. So that's what I found works for me most of the days. So, but yeah, definitely try out different times. It doesn't have to be the same. Okay. We got a lot of questions today. I'm so excited. That's so fun. We're gonna be a little bit over time, but I hope that's okay. I also have exciting news, guys, for the end of this call. So if you can, please stay, because after the question, I'm gonna announce something really exciting. Okay, so question number 1 from Nikki. I understand about the early engagement, but having an old account where I wasn't posting much doesn't mean that it will be harder to push my content out, or since the recent changes, it doesn't matter. I've recently seen old account going viral, actually. Yes, exactly. If you have an old account that you haven't really paid much attention to, given much love, you haven't been posting much, it doesn't matter. It's still a valuable account that already has some kind of engagement, already has some type of followers, likes, comments, everything. So keep it. Keep your old account. Don't throw it in the trash. It's still valuable. Should I switch the personal account to a creator account? Yes, absolutely. Everyone should switch their personal account to a professional account, or a creator account, actually, specifically is the name, because that way you're going to be able to access your professional dashboard. If you only have a personal or private account, if your account is locked private and not public, you cannot have this. So this is really important. You need to have a creator account or a public professional account to be able to access your insights. Posting 3 times a week means I can mix and match. So example, 1 week I post 2 reels and 1 carousel post, and the next week I didn't have time to edit a reel, so I just post a photo 3 days. Does that still count as being consistent? Yes, it does. I would recommend mixing up reels and carousel posts. So when you're posting a photo, instead of just posting 1 photo, post like a few that people can scroll, and maybe include like a little video, stuff like that in your carousel. I can show you an example. I recently did like a little carousel, and there's like a photo, and then like a little video, and then photo, and then video, photo, video, right? So those are really good. Those usually do really well. So the more value you can provide as well in your carousel post, the better. And you can definitely mix it up some reels, more, maybe 1 week where you only post reels, 1 week where you only post 1 reel, but 2 photos, and mix it up and see kind of like what your followers like. And guys, if you see that something is going really well, like when you look at your reels and you see that like, oh, my 1 reel got like more views than usual or more comments than usual, that is golden. When you see that, this is like analyzing your content, right? Looking at your insights, understanding the insights and what people are liking. And if one of your reels did better than usual, do more of those kind of videos. If you shared something unique, or like some tips, travel tips, for example, and people really liked it, do more of that, because it means that your followers like it. And then if you do it again and people like it again and they get more views again, then it's like, okay, keep doing that, because that's what your audience likes. So you kind of have to like listen to your audience. Like your audience will tell you, hey, I like this. I don't like this. I like this. Do more of this. So do more of that. Listen to them and actually give them what they want. So in one of the Q&A videos, you said that original sounds are also appreciated by Instagram. So when I'm starting to post, should I first use trending audios or mix it? Or it doesn't matter because keywords matter more? Okay, so guys, original audios are a very good way to like be able to blow up. Some creators only do original audios because what it does is it's creating like a unique audio for a sound that isn't already on Instagram. But I only recommend doing this if the audio isn't already on Instagram, because that's how it's going to blow up. If there's already a song that is blowing up, for example, like Oysters in My Pocket, which is one that I've been using quite a few times, that's already a sound that's going viral on Instagram. So I'm not going to take that sound and make it an original audio because it's already there. People are going to prefer to use the original. Like, it doesn't make sense for their engagement to use mine. But if you, for example, go on TikTok and you see an audio that's like blowing up on TikTok, but nobody is using it on Instagram, screen record that audio, post it as an original audio on your Instagram reel, and it has the potential to actually go viral just because of the audio, just because of people finding your audio and using your audio. So then you created an original audio that went viral, and that way your post is going viral. So I only recommend doing original if you are if you are starting a new trend, let's say. If not, the safest way is just to use an audio that's already trending, whether that's an original or if it's an actual song. The only other way you could make an original audio is, for example, like when I'm doing these like vlogs, because then I'm talking and have music in the background. And when I'm editing, I'm like lowering the volume, rising the volume, lowering the volume, rising the volume based on when I'm talking. So then it's just going to be an original audio. But I wish it wasn't, but oh well, it is. Let's see. Creator or business account is different or the same? No, creator and business is different. Business is like for a business, like if I had a bikini brand account, or like an actual business. Creator is what we are, creators. So I would recommend using creator account. Okay, you're one step ahead of me, real. Also, for safety reasons, do you recommend post stories delayed? I post stories delayed all the time. Like, I'm guessing that you mean that, like, for example, if I'm on an adventure and I don't post during the day, I'll post it like the next week or like after, which I definitely recommend still posting it delayed if you can't post it in the time that you're actually there. I do that all the time because I'll be traveling and then I won't have time to post, and then the next week I'm posting everything. Can we have an example of planning content? Yes, I will definitely provide to you guys in the community on School. I will put a content planning example. I will put some platforms that you guys can use to plan your content, to make a content calendar, and to schedule your content ahead. Okay, I've been posting travel content before, starting to reach out to brands. Any feedback is appreciated. Feel free to DM after class too. Amazing. So we have an Instagram here that we can check out and give some feedback. I will definitely check you out and give you some feedback as well. If any of you guys want to share your Instagram with me and you want me to give you like a few tips on how you can optimize your profile, please go ahead and message me in the community. I will definitely be like mostly active there for this kind of stuff. Like, if you guys want any tips or any help or me to give you feedback on your Instagram, message me in the community. That's where I'm like the most active when it comes to all of that. And I will definitely go over your Instagram and give you some tips. So last year I was creating the content I liked between lifestyle and surf, adventure, living in Costa Rica and traveling to Indonesia. This year I'm back in Miami and the jobs I'm getting are more events, food, etc. Yes, that makes total sense. Like, of course, when you are traveling, you're going to be able to post more of that lifestyle, surf, travel stuff that you want to be posting. But when you're in Miami, there might be more events, more different type of content. So that is totally understandable. I mean, if you do really want to be in the travel niche, I would say try and make some travel content within Miami, within Florida. Maybe travel somewhere to Florida where it's like beautiful beaches or more tropical, or where you can kind of get the content that you want to get. As long as your paid jobs might be more food, more events, more different, then you can still try and create some content that is more travel related on your free time, and then once you do travel again, you will focus on that more. But I would recommend trying to post and create as much travel content as you can within where you are, because that's going to attract the right kind of client that you want as well. Yeah, you should, okay, so you feel like you're falling behind your niche. You can share the work that you're doing, the professional work that you're doing right now but you should definitely try and like I said, go like travel within your own country, go to some beaches, create with some models, and like be creative in the way that you want to be and like in your niche, and try and share more of that, because that way you're going to attract the clients that you want, or you're going to attract the followers that you want, and the audience, and the brand deals that you actually want to get. And then obviously the more you travel, the better, because then you're already like in your niche. Is it possible that you can do a how to edit in Lightroom course? Yes, of course. I would love to do that. Yeah, absolutely. If you have any of these like questions as well, like I would love for you to put that in the community so that more people can see it and see how many people would be interested in a course like that. So maybe if you just make a post in the community asking for a Lightroom course, and then we can get a little bit of a feeler on how many people would be interested in something like that. Okay, how about talking to reels? I sometimes feel like if it's too long, people prefer quick photos or reels over listening to someone talking, especially when you're starting. But at the same time, I think that's the best way that people can get to know you and being personal. Yes, talking on your reels is actually great. Hearing your own voice, being personal is super good. But usually I I talk very little on my reels. Like if I do a vlog, I won't like be talking for a minute about something. That's like more for YouTube. But I'll be like, all right, guys, now we're going on a hike, la la la. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. We're gonna be watching the sunrise. Let's go. Boom. And then I show like visual things. Like I make it fast, like maximum 1 minute. I wouldn't be talking for more than a few seconds at a time, but maximum my video would be like 1 minute. I don't really post longer than that. If you want to do a full-on talking video where you're talking the whole time, I recommend putting that on your stories or TikTok. TikTok is way more suitable for you can literally just press record, talk, tell a story. Have you guys seen how many freaking random story times people do on TikTok, or they just like talk about something random and then it goes viral? And I'm like, this is like insane, but it works. So if you want to go more towards that, just use the right platform. It's all about choosing what content to put on the right platform. So for that content, I think TikTok would be better. But you can also like Royale is saying, talking to reels like is a very good way to create a hook. So for example, being like, all right, guys, we're about to bungee jump from this crazy place in Utah. Boom, that's a hook. People are gonna like, they hear that in like 2 seconds and they're gonna be like hooked to the story already. So it's a great way to like, if you have like something short to say. Okay, this might be a bit off the topic, but I'm thinking about doing my work and holiday visa in Australia. Specifically, I'd love to go and stay in Byron Bay. That's amazing. Oh my God, that's amazing. I want to go to Byron Bay so much. Anyone has done a work and holiday already or have any tips for Australia? I personally have not. I've been to Australia when I was 19. It was actually my first solo trip that I ever did alone, traveling all the way across the world. But I did not do a stay and work visa there. So I don't know, but post it in the community, guys. Use the community. There's like almost 400 people in there now that are travelers and creators and have the same interests as us. So post it in there. We have a little like meetups section where you can post about any traveling. If you want to go somewhere cool and meet up with other creators, you can be like, hey guys, I'm planning a trip to Africa. Does anyone want to come with me? Or like, hey, I'm in Miami. Is there any other creators in Miami? Stuff like that. So use our meetups tab. I'm going to show you guys. If you go here and you click on meetups, look, there's no posts yet in this category, guys. We need to be using this category. It's one of my favorite categories. It's literally how we can like all meet up and connect. So just put in here like, hey, anyone has any experience with Australia visa, blah, blah, or like anyone wants to create with me in Florida, or anyone want to go on a road trip. Is reusing content from Insta to TikTok all right, or should it have really its own content, more face talking? No. You can absolutely reuse your content on Instagram to TikTok. That's what I do. I don't have time to make separate content, so I just post everything that I post on Instagram on my TikTok. So I definitely say that reusing is okay. But of course, if you have the time to make more suitable content for TikTok, then do that. And if you can separate it and make like Instagram content on Instagram and TikTok content on TikTok, definitely do that. And guys, if you want me to do a little course, like a mini course on like the difference between Instagram and TikTok and what content works better on Instagram and what content works better on TikTok, then please write it in the community and I will we can do the similar thing to see how many people would be interested in that, and I can make it. Last question. Any tips on finding people to create content with at your location? Yes, post it in my community. Hello. No. Well, yeah, that is a great way as well. But other things is honestly Instagram. Pauline said she would love to learn about YouTube Shorts. Just open an account. So, and it feels a bit confusing. So if there's any tips on that, that would be great. Oh, and then, well, okay, let me one step at a time. Yes, I can definitely give you a few tips on YouTube Shorts. It's literally works very similar to Reels and TikTok. Most of the content that you're posting on your Instagram, I would recommend posting on Shorts as well. Also, a good tips here from Marcel that the Travel Squad group on Facebook is a great way to meet other creators and other travelers. Yes, there's a million groups on Facebook that are great to meet other creators. I would literally just go on Facebook and be like content creators or travel groups and stuff, and you can find millions of groups that way.
Let's get started on today's topic, which is how to build our portfolio. We do have a little video about it that you can watch here by clicking on this link, but today I'm going to go even more in detail. So if you just stay along for the whole hour, we will go in detail into everything. So first of all, what platforms are we going to make our website on and our portfolio website on? I always recommend Canva, first of all, just because it is the easiest way to create a free beginner portfolio. That is through Canva, because it is free, it is super easy to use, user-friendly, and it already has templates made for you. You can literally just look up portfolio or like travel content creator portfolio, and it'll give you templates to use that you can just, like make a little changes to and make it your own design, change the colors, you can basically customize and change everything, but it already has some templates, which is really, really awesome. And we're going to also make sure that we update our portfolio every 1 to 2 months. This involves changing the copywriting on your website, reflecting on maybe new experiences, maybe replacing some of your older examples, older photos, videos to newer ones to keep your content always fresh and engaging and like up to date on what you've been working on your most previous project. And for a more professional appearance, you can consider purchasing your own domain through Canva. They offer that. Either you can have, so this is going to act like a website. It's going to be a website. But if you don't purchase your own domain, it will just be like a Canva website, which might look a little bit like, like the person sees or the brand sees that you created through Canva. Nothing wrong with that, especially in the beginning. But if you want to look a little extra professional, you can purchase your own domain and have your domain be like your name, for example, or your Instagram handle. For example, for me, I would choose either Sarah Rosenborg or my business, which is Rosenborg Media. So I would rather have that as the domain, right? So they can look up rosenmedia.com and there is my portfolio and everything. And you can purchase that for around $18.99 per year. So it's pretty cheap. And this investment helps avoid the generic appearance of a free URL, right? So the quality of your work and the variety you show is really what counts the most. So make sure that you show your portfolio in a unique way, something that speaks to you, and that you really show that like your best work, the quality of your work. That's what it's for. Portfolio is literally a highlight reel of your best work. And so Canva is a very easy tool to use, and I recommend it. I still use it. I would say that like I use it. I love Canva. I literally like do everything on this app. But there are many other places you could create portfolios, and they can end up looking similar, or even, even more like the professional, or might stand out more. So you might consider using Squarespace or Wix.com or Webflow, all of these typical website builders that we hear about. They also offer many other ways, unique ways to make your portfolio. So maybe do a little bit of research to find out which one's for you. But I will say, I think that Canva wins when it comes to being the most easy and user-friendly place to create your portfolio. So we're going to be talking about everything step by step. So everything you need to include. So take any notes that you feel like you need to remember, or some photos, or also you guys will have access to this whole thing. So it's super easy for you guys to go back and look at all this because you want to start with a hero section. So like, what is a hero section, right? That is like the beginning page. The first thing they see, it's the first impression the visitors get of your site. So it should be eye-catching. So make sure to include big letters of your name, and that doesn't have to be your full name. It could be, for example, meet Haley, or meet Sarah, or hi, I'm Haley. Or for example, for example, my good friend, I always use her as an example, but my really good friend Tara, her Instagram username is Gypsy Girl, which is awesome because it's such a catchy name. So she has like, I'm Gypsy Girl, like, hi, I'm Gypsy Girl, or something like that, which is like really cute. If you have like a playful username on Instagram, use that as it's your personal brand name, right? And I will show you an example. This is mine. Why is this so eye-catching? Because I have a photo of myself, which is super important. You need to put a photo of yourself here in the hero section that clearly shows who you are, and that gives some type of, I don't know, like for me, it's really important to give off that positive energy of like who I am as a person, like my personality, and like what reflects in my content. So I'm including a photo of me like hysterically laughing at something, like it gives off like good vibes, and that's what I want to show the brands, that like my content is like fun and playful and happy, and I want to radiate that. So what's important? So you have your name, you have a photo of yourself, and you have a little description of, not even description, but like what you are or what you do. So for me, I put photographer, videographer, and expert Unity creator with experience of working with over 50 brands. So like a little bit of like what I do, who I am, and like my experience. After that, I have two links so they can click on view my work and email me. So this is really important to have something that they can get right into business. And where do you want to take them? You want to take them to the two important things, looking at your previous work and actually just like contacting you right away. So I have email me, where this will take them directly to like email, so they can like, and my email will be there in the thing already. They can just like start crafting an email to me. But I also have my business email here and my Instagram. So it's just like super, super clear right from the start. You want to have the contacting option in your hero. And every link should be clickable. So make sure that these links that they can click it, which is really easy to do on Canva. You basically just double tap. So on MacBook, you would use two fingers, double tap, or right click, or whatever you call it, and then link. So here I can link to view my work, right? And that's going to be this is the home page, the hero page, number 1. Page number 2 shows my video portfolio. Page number 3 is my photo portfolio. That's video, there's photo. So then I would, for example, click here on the video portfolio, click done. So now that this has a link, when I publish my website here, then they will be able to click this, and it's going to take them to page number 2, right? So super easy and really effective. And yeah, use a clear and concise tagline that captures your needs and expertise. So that's what I have here that we talked about earlier. Really nice to include. Then the next thing you want to show is your video portfolio. If you are a creator that focuses on creating reels, which is like super, super important nowadays, and something I really consider. If you're more of a photographer and you have mostly photos, for sure, show more of your photo work, blah, blah, blah. But I would really recommend everyone to have at least some video work to show. Even if that's just a reel where you show your photos. You know how you can make a little reel and like boom, 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 put a piece of your photo work on there? Like that's a video, right? And that's awesome. Like show something that shows that you can create some reels. So you should have different concept types in order to show variety to the brand. So different types of video that you've made, not only like the same stuff over and over again, because they want to see that like you're able to create different types of videos, right? I'm going to again show you guys my example here. I just put all my videos in lines like this after each other, and then I have a little title basically under every video just to show like kind of what it is, so they know what they're looking at. So for example, here is a travel recap, so like a recap of a trip. Oh, it's really loud. So I don't know if that was very loud for you guys. It was really loud for me. So I'm sorry if that was like blowing your headphones. Sorry for those who are wearing headphones. So I'll show you guys a little bit of different types of the videos that I've chosen. So for example, that's great for like a travel recap. You can include a brand and that's super easy. Let's say we're working with a juice company. We could be like drinking a juice or in some of the clips, or we're working with like the skateboard company, like when we're skating, that's perfect for that, right? It could be even the Jeep, even this Jeep that was a collab right there, this little Jeep that we were shooting with in Hawaii. So it works for so many different brands, but it doesn't look like a brand video. That's the secret behind these. It's like it's not obvious that this is for a brand, but it was actually in collaboration with the Jeep. And then we have a very different type of video, product lifestyle. So including a product within a lifestyle video. So something that just shows like, oh, we're two girls having fun on the beach, having a fun beach day in Costa Rica, but we're actually showcasing the bikinis. It's a little bit more obvious. It's better to use for like more ad stuff, but I'll show you guys now. So it's super simple. This literally took us like 30 minutes. We were just having fun, playing around, filming a bit. Another product showcase. This is more like showing the product and having the product be like the main focus. And guys, this is so easy. Like, do you understand like how a paid reel that you can get paid real money from can literally be as easy as this? I put my camera up, my phone, actually, not even camera. Oh, literally like this on my stupid little tripod. That's not even a tripod. So first of all, I had to like find somewhere to place it. I really need to buy a tripod. But anyway, I try to like place it on something and just clicked record, went in front of the camera, took a few steps, like fixed my bikini a little bit, and boom, there we have something that like a brand will absolutely love, like a bikini brand. Because honestly, sometimes the more simple, the better. Anyway, there's heaps of different examples. I will link to my portfolio as well, so you guys can look through all these videos if you're interested. But the main thing is that it's important to show variety, show different types of videos. That if you've done a hotel collab or if you've done like more like travel lifestyle video, day in the life, a super good one that's like perfect UGC content that people really want to see, like more like vlog, daily life concepts. So all kinds of different videos that you have, make sure to include them. Here are also some more examples that you guys can look at that we've actually already attached the examples here. So for example, day in the life, we have 3 examples here that we can look at. Little recap of our day. This is really, really, really good for UGC content. Brands love this. If you can include a brand, let's say this is not a sponsored video, this is just for fun. But let's say the bikinis were sponsored here, or the necklace, or whatever, like something that was related to surfing or whatever, then that would be something a brand would love, right? Like a really short recap of like our fun little day in Hawaii. Went surfing in the morning, and then I went to cliff dive on a beach and like just watched the sunset and had like a cute little day, and just like showing that is super effective right now. It works really well both on Instagram and TikTok. So that's something I really recommend considering making if you want to show a little bit more of that type of content. And yeah, so here you guys can go through all of this if you want, go through all the different examples that we put here. To every single concept, we've put a few examples. So it's really effective for you guys to go through each single one, watch the video to get a better understanding of like what type of different video concepts there are, to get some inspiration for what you guys might want to create this summer, and also to just like understand what the different videos look like. and yeah, why they work. Basically, you can like write down a lot of ideas and get a lot of inspiration from this. Obviously, we don't have time to go through every single one now, but I really recommend to you guys to go through this document and go through this on your own time. So yeah, after you've made the video on different concept types, label them by the concept types. So like you guys can see here, I have everything labeled. Makes it easier for the brand to know which one to watch. So that's really nice to do. Next is photo portfolio. Obviously, this is optional, depends on if you are like if you do photos or not. I would recommend honestly, I think we might remove the optional. I think if you can include both, like for sure. If you do photos and videos, include both. If you only do photos, try and get some videos in there. If you only do videos, try and get some photos in there, which shouldn't be that hard, right? So for photos, you want to also showcase a variety of high quality images. So make sure you only use high quality photos that you've gotten that demonstrate your capability to meet various brand specific photographic needs. That's a very mouthful, isn't it? But so yeah, basically you want to show variety. Again, you want to show quality and basically your best works. The best photos you've ever gotten of yourself or the best photos you've ever taken. You can still, of course, be with your iPhone. Just make sure that it provides some kind of value. So I will go ahead and show you mine as an example. And in the same way that we're labeling our videos, we want to label our photos. What is the photo? So if the product is just in some kind of scenery, I call it product lifestyle. So I'm wearing this weight belt from Cressy and a Cressy mask as a brand deal, but it doesn't look like a brand deal. It's just a photo that I'm in nature diving with animals, one with stingray, manta ray, and one with a dolphin. This one I would consider it would be more travel lifestyle because it's a little bit further away. You can't see the product that much. So I wouldn't call it product styling or product lifestyle. It's more like travel lifestyle, but also really good for the brand. They use all of the photos. Here this is like the definition of this like travel lifestyle. You can't really see the product or anything that we're wearing or anything that well, but it's just to get the lifestyle. Product styling is basically when you're wearing a product. In this case, I'm wearing a sponsored hat and my own bikini collection. So yeah, it's product styling. I'm basically just wearing the product, same as here and here. All of these three, you see product styling. So these are, super beneficial for any clothing brand, bikini brands, yoga apparel, anything that you can style on yourself, hats, accessories, anything like that. But of course, we want to make it look natural. So sometimes you can consider doing product styling in a natural environment, like for example, while you're surfing or diving, like here, something that seems like you're not trying to sell something, you're just out there on your adventure, hiking, whatever, surfing, diving, just doing your natural thing. You're in a natural setting, but at the same time, you're actually styling the product. I would recommend doing even more of that if you can, because it's a bit harder, but it just is so much better, and the brands freaking love it. Like it's very easy for me to just stand on a beach and wear a bikini, but it's harder to get a good shot while surfing, right? So it's fun to experiment with that. We also have some travel aerials, drone shots that I included just to show some variety, show that I also do the drone. Yeah, as you can see, you guys can go through this more on your own as well, see the different photos, but basically showing like a lot of different stuff. Here we have another diving one with the same brand. This one is more like in your face with the name of the brand right there. What a great photo for them to use as well. So that's basically what we want to do, right? So we have to also understand what the brands are going to use these photos for, to understand like what photos are we going to include in our portfolio. Think about it as photos that they might want to include for their Instagram feed. First of all, of course, they want to post it in their Instagram. They want to also use it as their Reels covers. So when you're posting a Reel, you can choose like a customized cover, and it's actually better than just choosing like one of the frames of the video, because that way you can use like a super stunning, professional, high quality image as your cover instead of just like a little bit blurry, like shaky, like frame of your video. Of course, if you have a video that's super beautiful and like the frame actually looks really good, you can use that as well. But I always recommend having photos as your Reels covers. The brand might want to use your photos for their email marketing as well. They might want to use it for their website. So with that, it's really important to think about maybe you should take some photos vertical and some photos horizontal, for example, and include both in your portfolio. So like this one, for example, I made it horizontal, this one as well, the drone photo horizontal, but to include, and same with this one, to include a little bit of both vertical and horizontal so the brand can imagine, this photo for their website and like this photo for their Instagram, stuff like that, because on the website, obviously they're going to want the photos horizontal. Um, and they also might want to use your photos as like ads and advertising campaigns. So some can be like a little bit more adsy, but the more natural, the better always. And after that, do a little bit of brainstorming, guys, before we start putting in our photos. Have some kind of idea and clarity in your mind of what type of photos the brands can use and what type of photos you want to be taking. Even before getting a paid brand deal, even before working with brands, I would recommend you guys to start taking photos like you are working for brands already. So like pretend that you're like working for a brand. Like if you have like anything from a water bottle to a bag, or like any bikini that you have, any clothes, like go out and practice shooting for brands just with whatever you have. I honestly did this. That was like when I first started, when I was very young, I would it's fake it till you make it. I was literally posting like stuff as it was brand new. So when I was like 15, and in a way I was like manifesting making that a reality, and it really works. And it also just gives you practice. So it's a win-win. We also have some examples here that are great examples for other brand photos that have worked really well. These are all from my friends, and have all worked really well for brands that they've worked with. We have this girl, Tara, with her bikini from Alma Ola. Super cute photos. These are really nice, professional, high quality, good editing, and they look really natural. Here's like a little, even like product showcase and product styling. We have another one where she's actually wearing the same bikini, but this ad is specifically for Corona. Super nice as well. Like fits perfect. It's like a product in environment. So she's taking the product, which here is Corona, with her like after surfing. So basically the setting is like having a beer after surf, which is like super iconic moment. Every surfer loves a cold one after a good session, right? So it's like a really nice vibe. Everyone can relate to this. All surfers can relate to it. And it's, Corona is all about that like vacation vibe. So works really well. I'm sure they were super stoked for that one. Let's look at this one. This is our friend Zia with her suitcase brand. I'm pretty sure. Oh, she didn't tell you. That's weird. But this is a great photo. Actually, she's just using this photo. I know it's from a brand collab, but she's using it here just for like a travel post that she made about traveling. But amazing photo for a suitcase brand. It's more like that posing, adsy style. It's not maybe so natural, but at the same time, it's fun, playful, cute, high quality, and really nice colors and editing. And it makes you want to just go on a tropical trip. And it really makes me want to freaking have this suitcase while I'm traveling to the tropics. So really, really good as well. This is just to show you guys, like different examples. Let's see what we have. Oh yeah, this is great because here we have a good example of how you can just use iPhone photos and it gives the same effect. For example, this huge brand, Suspicious Antwerp, which is a clothing brand, that is all about like travel influencers, content creators. That's how they grew, just using travelers, travel status. And now they have changed their marketing from like all these like high-end professional travel photography to just iPhone fit. All of their content, guys, is iPhone. Everything. They don't use professional camera stuff anymore. They don't want it. And which is awesome. It's super like unique. And it also shows that like you can do so much with just your phone. Like for example, look at this image. It's super epic. And for this brand that has that style, they love this, right? So that's why it's so important to also look at the brand before you create for them to see what style they actually like and what style they have. This brand, if you were working with them, they would not like you to go take like a professional photo. Like for example, the previous ones that we've been looking at, Like they won't like this. They want this more raw, real, capture the moment content. So you see the different types of styles, right? It's important to realize that there are a lot of different ways to go about this. Yeah, another one, this iPhone content. Let's see if we have. Here is one of my bikini shots that I got for Guadalupe, the bikini brand that I work with. And yeah, another way of product styling, basically having the product in a natural environment, but more like posing, styling it. And this is a bit of a different one. It's more like it's for a outdoors adventure brand. They do everything from backpacks to apparel, you know, shorts, shoes, all of that. And now this is like a little bit more tricky, I feel like, to shoot for, because shooting shoes is actually really hard. Like getting that to look natural, and like their style and look is more like dark and moody and a little bit more dramatic, but also like adventurous and wild. So these photos, I think, are like a perfect example of what that brand would really appreciate. Like, look at this one. I don't know. I just love how they did that and was able to capture like such a dramatic, also like contrast, same with color contrast, super fun in photography. The orange with the green and the darkness. I don't know. I love, especially this photo. Amazing. The brand was stoked with this content. Yeah, different types of examples from different types of brands, but just browse through Instagram, get heaps of inspiration. There's so much out there, but have a little bit of that mindset when you look at stuff. Like, think about it like if it was for a brand and what works for a brand. You know, have that mindset when you look at photos and when you look at brand collabs. Like, oh, do I think the brand likes this stuff? Why does this influencer do that this in that way, or this content creator? Why did she make that video like that? Like, have that mindset when you guys look at it, because it really gets you to reflect a bit and understand a lot of things. And when it comes to stats and analytics, guys, I want you to be very clear about the two types of stats analytics. So basically your own stat as an influencer, that is the number of your followers, your impressions, engagement rates, the percentage of men and women that are following you, the locations of your audience, what countries they're based in, what cities they're based in, the age range of your audience. Super important to know exactly what ages they are, and all of this you can access in Instagram and Insights, right? Like I showed you guys previously. I'll show you again, but it's really important to know this because this is basically telling you what your audience is right now. And if you have, which you should have, a target audience, what people do you want to reach out to? What people are you trying to get at? So knowing all of this is key to understand your audience and to also be able to know how to change your content to reach your target audience. So basically, I've showed you guys before, but super easy when you have a creator profile or a business profile, which you need to access this. You just go on your profile and click here on professional dashboards, and you can access everything from your reach, your engagement, your followers, everything is there. So that's what we're talking about with like influencer statistics. But then it's the statistics. Oh my God, I can't talk. from the brands and their advertising campaigns as a UGC creator. So basically you need to know the difference between organic and paid, and the difference between your own stats and their stats. So basically organic for the brand means the likes, reach, comments, saves, shares, everything that has happened organically. When they use your content, they post it, and the organic stuff that they get from that, which is like how many people did that piece of content reach, how many comments did it get, how many people saved it, how many people sent that piece of content. This is all organic statistics. But then there's paid. And so if you're creating content for a brand and it is a paid ad on their profile or on both, if you're doing a collaboration post, then you have to take in consideration their return on ad spend, which is basically how much they're getting versus how much they spent. So how much return they're getting on how much money they put into that ad. Here we actually have descriptions too. Perfect description, better than what I just said. It's a metric used in marketing to measure how much money you earn so how much you get back, for every dollar you spend on your advertising. So for example, this is perfect. For example, if you spend $1 on your ad and then you get $4 back in sales, your return on ad spend is 4. Does that make sense? It's a bit mathematics, but if you can show to the brand that you actually know these things and you are interested and engaged in these statistics after a brand deal, that's like golden star in the book. Like they will freaking love you, because not a lot of creators know this. A lot of creators just like think that their job, or they just choose that their job is just like creating the content, sending it over, and then the job is done. But if you're able to still be invested in what's going on after, and being interested in these things and showing them like, okay, like I saw you guys put an ad behind my content, or it was already planned or whatever. How was your return on ad spend? They're gonna be like, whoa, what the heck? This person knows about that. And yeah, basically the goal is you want your return to be at least 2 or higher, because it means that the company basically made profit on top of the initial money that they spent on the ad. Then we have conversion rate. Conversion rate is the percentage of website visitors who take a desired action to make a purchase, filling out a form, or subscribing to a newsletter, or taking any type of action. So basically, if you're including a website link on your post, or the brand is providing a website link to the content that you created, to basically track how many people clicked on that link, which is easily, you can do that on Instagram. Instagram tells you how many people click on your link, on your stories and stuff like that. So you can also then track how many visitors went to the website and actually made a desired action. So like bought something, bought like the clothes, the bikinis, the product, whatever it is, or bought a service or anything. Even if they just filled out a form, they put their name and email, you still gave that brand a lead, someone that's interested in their brand for the future. Also, if they subscribe to the newsletter, that's awesome. They're interested, yeah, you gave the brand something, right? So it's all about following up with that. So while an average conversion rate is about 2%, anything above 4% is considered excellent. So it's important to compare this rate with the brand average, like compare it to what their average conversion rate is. Then we have something called click-through rate. This is the number of clicks that an ad receives divided by the number of times it's shown. So basically all the clicks divided by the impressions gives you the click-through rate. So a click-through rate above 4% is generally considered excellent. So basically, the reason why I'm going through this is because if you've already established an audience on your Instagram, go ahead and put all of your statistics from your account and from the brand and advertising campaign that you've worked in the past. And I will show you an example of this. So basically, if you, obviously, like we all have some followers, some impressions, some engagement rate, percentage of men and women following us, the location of our audience, and the age range, I would recommend putting in that. But also when it's talking about your brand's statistics, I put it in like this. I will show you that. So basically, first of all, I just show a little bit of some brands that I've worked with. And then after that, I included something called case studies. So basically, I put the logo of the brand so they know which brand we're talking about, and some of the reels that I made for them. And these were all paid ads. So, or some of them were paid ads that they put money behind. So here I've put like the reach, the views that they got from it, the reach, the likes, and the saves to show future brands some of the statistics that my content was able to achieve for this brand, right? And then I also included a testimonial from the marketing director. So basically her giving some feedback about how I was working with me, right? So that's what that's what we're going to talk about here as well. But that's what I want you guys to do. If you have any established audience, put your statistics from there. And any statistics that you can show through is really, really good. But if you don't have, you don't feel like you have an established audience yet, and you don't feel comfortable sharing your statistics and all of that, you can also only share statistics with brands that you've worked with. Personally, I'm going to share both. But of course, if you have anything at all, it's better to show something than to show nothing. But if you are just starting out and you don't have any credibility to show, then you can also just skip this section. It is okay, because you will gain that after working with brands. Like after building your portfolio, after you know how to reach out and pitching to brands and craft your proposal and everything, you will start getting brand deals and you will then start to get all of this. So this is just for you to know what's basically coming. If you don't have anything yet, don't worry about it. It will come, and then you can always change your portfolio. Like we're always upgrading it, updating it with a new words and new statistics, new everything. So as you go, just keep that in mind that you want to include that in the future. And yeah, what I was showing you guys, it's really nice to show some past brand deals that you've had, past brands that you've worked with, include some little testimonials like what I did here. I also have a case study for the bikini brand, where I have a little, their logo, little description of what I've delivered to them, what I've done with them. So basically, in this case, it delivers engaging content for Instagram that gained high engagement and drove sales for the brand. Yeah, I have a few videos, different types of videos that I made for them. The title of the video, like what topic is the video, and then some statistics of the best performing videos that they post. It's my content that they posted, and this is like how it did on their profile. And then I also have the owner of the brand gave a little testimonial, like a little feedback of how her experience was working with me. I did the same thing for La Pointe, which is a worldwide surf camp company that I was working with consistently full time for 2 years. So I did a lot for them. I actually managed their whole Instagram. And in this case, yeah, I could also show way more, but just like to give you guys a little example of the same thing, basically. So these case studies are really nice to start putting in once you start getting some brands. Then we want to talk about services and your rates. So basically, we recommend listing some services that you offer or all the services that you offer. I personally don't include my specific rates on my portfolio, and that is because I am allowing some room for negotiation, and I suggest you to do the same, because if you have your specific like what's called rates on your portfolio, like, oh, I charge 1,000 for this or 2,000 for this, then you might miss out actually on some opportunities, because the brand might have way more budget than what you're putting out there. But you've already saying that these are my rates, so just pay me this and I'll be fine. But then what if the brands are like, oh, well, that's really cheap. Like we were thinking of spending $5,000 on this, but great. Now I guess we can get it for 1,000. You never want to put that out there in the beginning. You want to leave room for negotiation. You want to get a little bit of a feeler out of what kind of budget they have. Always ask like what type of marketing budget they have, what they're thinking of spending, la la la. Try and at least get some information before you put out your rate. I definitely recommend that. And in terms of all the services that you offer, think about, it's different if you are more on the influencer side or if you're more on the UGC creator side, but you can do both. You can have influencer services and UGC services. It's just important to understand the difference. So basically, as an influencer, you can create reels, you can create posts, you can do 7 days linking your bio, reposting rights, so they are able to repost the content that you're creating. 30 days of boosting rights, which means like they can put ad spend on your content to boost your content and basically pay for Instagram to boost it out to more people. You can provide stories, but as an influencer, when you're providing all these services, you're more providing that on your own profile because you already have an established audience. So you're more providing that I can post this reel, and I can make it and post it on my profile, which I recommend you should charge a little bit more for a reel that you created and you post on your profile, because you're doing two things. You're basically acting like a UGC creator. You can allow them to post it on their profile and use it for their own marketing, but you're also posting it on your own, which means you're also promoting them. So charge a little bit more if you are doing both, let's say. And the same with everything else, the posts, the stories, you are creating it, editing it, and posting it. So basically like promoting it. But as a UGC creator, you can offer, reels, photos for them to use for their own marketing if you don't really have a following yet, and you want to start as a UGC creator without a following. You can still provide the same services, reels, photos, and you can include even what's included in that. Make sure to provide as much value as you can to the brand. You want to show the brand how much work you're actually going to put in this. So like explain what goes into that. concept, what is it called? How do you even say this word? Agitation. Like basically brainstorming concept ideas, making mood boards, finding inspiration, location scouting, making like scripting, filming everything, making even where you have all the different scenes, like scene one, scene two, like different scripts. So I forget what it's called. It's a long time since I've been in like the film industry, but like kind of like a mood board and a script combined. All of these things you can like tell the brand that you're going to be doing all this. Like you're going to start finding inspiration. You can provide them with location scouting before even finding the right locations to shoot. Like brainstorming with like the concepts, the different ideas, making the scripts, and then of course then it's the real deal, the filming and the editing, done for you content, right? It's like everything's done for you. They don't have to lift a finger. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to talk to the models. They don't have to talk to anyone because you are doing everything for them. So like the more you can kind of like feed them with like everything that you're going to be doing, like the more you can like sparkle it and make it sound like, whoa, this is so much, the better. Because it's all about for the brand to understand that like it actually is a very big process and it's actually a big production, and like a lot of things goes into it. If you really want to do it well and you want to do it professional, then there's a lot of steps that goes into it. And we put a lot of passion and energy into it. So it's all about doing that. And then here we talk about post-performance analysis to optimize strategy for future content. So you can also tell the brand that you're wanting to analyze the performance of the post to optimize a strategy for your future content, right? So basically telling them that I also will look at the analytics and the statistics, what we talked about before, and see how this piece of content performs on your profile and analyze why didn't it perform well or why did it perform well, for basically to make an optimized strategy for future content, because you want to be working with them again, right? You always want to be working with them again, creating these monthly retainers. You want them to be a like client for several months. Like that is our goal, right? So the more we show engaged in them as a brand, how it performed, everything pre-production, during production, and post-production, the more they're going to be willing to work with in the future. So guys, here is my example, what I put as my services and packages. So I basically have the same exact thing that I just showed you guys. And here I don't actually have this on my portfolio. I'm not going to include the prices. Like I told you, I don't recommend including the prices, but it's just as an example to explain to you guys some packages that you can have. And I just included the prices now to show you guys something called the decoy effect, basically how we work with our packages. So let's say you want to have a few packages maybe on your portfolio to show like examples, right? Like I can example, make you 1 reel, 10 photos, 2 stories, or I can do 2 reels, 15 photos, 4 stories, 5 reels, 30 photos, and 10 stories, and all have different prices. But then of course you want to communicate the prices with them before you show it. But the reason why I have this here is because when you put your pricing, it's really important to, even though you're not putting your prices on your portfolio, you need to have an idea of what your prices are so that you have some kind of place to base yourself. So if the brand says that, okay, our budget is around like, 4,000, then you can be like, oh, maybe I should like give them this package, or like, where to place yourself. So always have this in your head, always have this written down somewhere, or you can even make a rate card. And a rates card would basically just be this page. It would just include your services and packages, and this would include your prices. And then you would only provide your rates card, basically your services and packages, if you feel comfortable sharing that with the brand, or if they've already told you their budget and you can customize it based on their budget, right? But anyways, it's the decoy effect that we're talking about. It means that you want the cheapest option to be a little bit too little for where the brand is almost like, it's not even worth it. Like you can even make it less than this. Let's say like just 10 photos and 2 stories. And then we're like, that's not really anything. Like we're definitely not going to choose that. And then the second package has more value, and they get the more value for a better price, right? Only $500 more, and you get, double of everything. This should even be like, like 20. I'm always changing these. Like it's always a work in progress. So that's okay. Like, oh, I get double amount of stuff for only $500 more. This is like psychology that literally every like grocery store uses. Everyone when they sell to you, they are using this. But then the last package is the most content for the best price. So they're getting the most value for their money. This is the exact same effect that they use, for example, with popcorn at the movie theater. When you go to the movie theater and like little popcorn is so small that you're like, this is like 2 bites and I'm gonna be done. Like there's no point in buying the small popcorn. Nobody buys the small popcorn. Have you ever freaking bought the small popcorn? Like you must think that the movie is only 10 minutes because that shit will be gone after 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Like the middle one is like, okay, fair. Like sometimes you choose the middle one because it's like, we don't need that much and it's a good price. But the third one, the biggest popcorn, is always the one that you get for the best price for the amount of pop. So that's a good example to understand why we're using the decoy effect and that it actually works, because it's a lot about psychology and a lot of people don't realize that they're being sold to when they're actually being sold to. So use that. Then we also have some add-ons that you can make. Like I told you before, you just want to like add so much that you can offer to the brand. So as much as services and things you can put on there that you offer, the better. You can offer them raw footage, so unedited stuff, like the original footage, for them to maybe edit themselves or whatever. You can offer them a real cover photo. To every reel that you create, you will also have a specialized cover photo that they can use as a cover. They don't have to worry about that. You already organize that and be like, this cover is good for this video, this is good for this. You can offer them good captions and hashtags to use for the post. So you already crafted a caption that you recommend them to use based on your research, which is what we've also talked about a lot in the past, like how to use keywords with you like search engine optimization, all of that. I've talked about it so much in the past. So if you are not aware already, you can ask us in the community. We can explain it there again, or just watch the previous videos and you'll see what I mean when I say keywords and search engine optimization. Basically, Instagram works as a search engine, so we want to use keywords. And this is something you can offer to the brand as well. Be like, I'm really good at copywriting. I can write you guys captions and I know the best hashtags and all that. UGC photos, of course, like more photos, just like iPhone photos from like daily life, using their t-shirt, using their hat, whatever it is. Products photography, more like products specifically, like in maybe a studio. Maybe you can even say that you can rent out a studio for this place, for this price, and you can take like professional product photography, which you can literally even do with your app. Like now iPhone has that like cinematic stuff and like you can make the background blurry and everything. So yeah, just the more you can tell them that you can give, the better. Like for example, rush free, like you get the stuff within 1 to 3 days. They're gonna be like, oh my God, this is so fast. Like if you have the possibility to deliver the stuff really fast and you don't have that much work right now and you have the time, tell them that you can like do like a really like a express delivery basically. Yeah, all of these add-ons are fun to include. For paid ads, also there's a lot. You can create multiple hooks, which is basically like different captions for different videos. Let's say you're making a reel that says like point of view traveling to Costa Rica. It could be point of view traveling to Costa Rica with a brand, of course, like the brand or whatever. And then a day in the life in Costa Rica. And then life in Costa Rica during the summer season or whatever. Like you can multiple hooks for the same video. And paid ad usage rights, you're basically selling the usage rights for your content for them to use that as paid ads. Exclusivity, basically they own the content. You have full usage of rights, multiple aspect ratios, so that like you can create horizontal, vertical content for them to use in like websites, newsletters, Instagram, TikTok, everything. Again, we can go through all of these. There's a million ways to do it. If you have any questions, just make sure, guys, if you do have any questions, actually, put it in the chat while I'm talking, because I'll be answering everything at the end. So just so you don't forget, just put it in the chat. You can just like go ahead and write it out and send it, and I'll go through everything at the end. I know it's a lot to take in, but there's so much that goes into this and so many details. I'm trying to not make it too overwhelming, but I definitely want to mention like everything. And then you can include also like about me page is really, really nice to have. So now we went through all of the services and packages. This is where you would put everything, by the way, that we just talked about. Everything for like the add-ons, for the UGC, for paid ads, everything. Like here's like the paid ad stuff that we just went through, all of that. I will also be posting my portfolio in the community. So you guys should all go back to this video. All of this is recorded. You can go back to this. You have access to this and access to my portfolio. And then the About Me page, I honestly really recommend having a little bit of an About Me page. It's really nice for the brand to get to know you a little bit more, tell a little bit of your story, who you are, what you do, how you even got into it. So I have mine here, super simple. Not, they don't want to hear your whole life story, so just keep it short and sweet. I picked up my first camera when I was 9 years old. Ever since then, my life has been about capturing moments and telling stories through my lens. This hobby turned into my full-time job when I graduated high school at 18. Ever since then, I've been traveling around the world working as a full-time videographer, photographer, and UGC content creator. Super short and sweet, a little bit about like how I started my journey, the how when I started working full-time, how long I've been doing it, and what I'm doing now. And then here I have my, let's call them like influencer statistics, which we talked about before. Just how many followers, how many percentage of men, women, and then my reach. So this is like the most important sometimes for them to see. But you can also put like the location, what countries your followers are from, all of that. Also super valuable. So this you can customize. And then you want to have your contact section. So adding your contact information, including your email and social media links, with a clear call to action. And what's a call to action? Basically like email me or contact me, or like call to action, like tell them what to do next. What's the next step? Let's kick off a great partnership, something positive, motivating. Email me here, and I'm providing a button that we can just click directly. Again, we're going to be adding the link. And before I showed you guys how to add a link to another page of your portfolio, so you can also add any link. So for example, let's say I want to add my Instagram. I would just go here, go on my profile, copy my profile, and this I would want to put here. Oh, it's already there, but this is how you edit the link, same button, and you just paste in whatever link you want. Boom, done. So now that I publish my website, and then they can click on this and it'll take them straight to my Instagram. So every link on your portfolio has to be clickable. It has to take them somewhere else. It's gonna look a bit weird. So guys, our action plan. What is our next steps? What are we going to be working on from now on? I want you guys to create at least 8 example videos for your portfolio. And guys, it doesn't have to be a real brand deal. I'm serious. Like I'm serious. You're going to feel like maybe you feel a little bit stupid. Maybe you feel silly doing this, but do it. Go out and create content like you're already an influencer or already a UGC content creator, because it is a way of manifesting your reality. It's a way of telling to yourself, believing in yourself, and telling to freaking the universe or whatever that like I'm already doing this. I am this. Like the more you think of yourself as what you want to be, the more you're going to start to become. Because step number 1 to achieving anything is believing in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, there's no way. Like if I'm telling myself like, oh, I'm never going to be able to make money online. I'm never going to be able to keep on the theater. It's so hard. It's so this. It's so like, how am I going to be able to do it if I have that mindset? But if I have the mindset of like, you know what, I already am. Because I've decided that I'm going to be a UGC content creator and make money full-time online. So I'm already a UGC content creator. Start telling everyone I'm a videographer, I'm a photographer, I do this, because you are creating your reality by doing that. So go out there, even if you don't have a brand deal, create videos like you are pretending, like whatever you're wearing or your accessories, anything, backpack, suitcase, anything, like pretend that it's a brand deal. And even like do research on the brand, scan the brand's profile, their Instagram, their website, look at like their style and try and recreate something. Do it this summer. This is their goal for this summer. And put this in your portfolio and just be like, this is product styling, this is freaking product lifestyle right here. If you have any trips that are going on this summer, perfect. Do this. Have it as like a fun little, hobby. Like you could be product styling. Doesn't have to actually be like a brand deal item. I'm not saying here what brand it is for. I'm just showing my work. So literally everyone can be doing this. And I promise you guys, I did this in the beginning and it was freaking embarrassing, but at the same time, freaking awesome because it literally led me to where I am today. So, and then after that, after we have some content gathered up, we want to create our own portfolio on Canva using this free template that we will give you. We will provide to you guys a free template. We'll post it in the community and everything. All of you guys will have access to it. So basically, you can just take our template, which is exactly the one that I've used. So if you want your portfolio to look similar to this one, the one that I've just created, I just updated everything. My portfolio didn't used to look like this literally a week ago. So this is like the new proven template that we've started to use that I think is like the most effective one. So if you want to use this exact one, we're giving it to you guys for free. You can go ahead and create your own portfolio. Make sure autoplay is on videos is turned off because we don't want basically so when you go on the video page, you have to have like the autoplay off. Otherwise, all of the videos are gonna start playing at the same time. And it's gonna be like chaos for the person watching and it's not gonna be a great user experience and they're gonna have to like pause every single video one by one. So make sure that. Also, we can show you guys how to turn that off and check if all links, social media, and emails are clickable. I already mentioned this twice. Just make sure all of those are clickable and make sure your website is also optimized for mobile. So let's see here. Basically, when you're publishing your website, you can click this button, which is like resize on mobile. So you make sure that it looks good on the mobile. Yeah, here it shows you on a tablet. This is how it would look like on like mobile or tablet. And you can even like scroll down. So that's how it shows you basically how it would look on a computer. It's taking forever to load. So basically, and also how it would look on phone. So here it looks a bit weird actually on the phone. So I'm gonna have to see, look, this is no bueno. You don't want it to be looking like this. So it's important that we optimize it for mobile. And if you guys want help doing that as well, we can make a little video on how to optimize it for mobile as well. Or just show you guys quickly and record that. So yeah, that's our action plan. That's our next steps. That's what we're going to be working on from now on, guys. Basically, take these actions to start creating your own portfolio. And it's a super important step. So take your time, sharpen that knife before you cut down the tree. You know, we need to be preparing all of this for a while. It's going to take some time probably, but you know what? It is really, really worth it. And it's such a great tool that we're going to be using all the time while reaching out to brands. So it's super important that we have all these. Sophie is asking, who is taking all your photos? Do you hire photographers or do you screenshot photos out of videos? So actually I don't ever screenshot photos out of my videos. All my photos are actual photos. So basically all my friends now are photographers. So nowadays it's really easy for me to just have them take my photos and we always take photos of each other and help each other. But before I had a lot of creators around me, I would literally just ask like honestly anyone, like my mom, my friends, like that's why it stuck so much for me, like being in Norway, being stuck at home because so many of my friends were like not really into that. They didn't like to go out and shoot and take photos. Luckily, I did have a few that were. A few girlfriends that were like super keen to also, you know, like become an influencer and be all like on social media and like all out there. So luckily I did have a few good girlfriends that would help me out and we would go shoot a lot together. So I think that made it very easy. And then one thing that I really, really recommend to you guys is I reached out to a lot of photographers and videographers in my hometown. I wasn't scared to just like send an Instagram message. And this is something I highly, highly recommend. Don't ever be shy to reach out. Like all videographers and photographers usually are super keen to like work together, even like have you as a model or some help, you know, help with shooting any of their products or anything. Like I would literally reach out to anyone in my hometown that was like a photographer and videographer. Either I heard about them from friends or I saw their stuff on Instagram where I would literally just like search on Instagram, search for like videographer. It's like, yeah, I was doing that a lot. So I was trying really hard, you know, to be around those people and be surrounded by the people that I wanted to be. And that really like helped me a lot. Like definitely try and surround yourself with as many like-minded people as possible and people that do the same thing as you guys want to do. This is also why I now started my wild retreats. Like a year back, I started hosting my own group trips where my goal was to connect like-minded people because I realized how many people wanted to get into this field, wanted to do all the things that we're doing, but they didn't feel like they had the community to do that. They didn't feel like they had just friends around them that want to go travel and do all this fun stuff. Like they're like, oh, I want to go travel with some people and create content, but none of my friends want to go with me. And I was like, no. This is the problem. This we're gonna fix because there's so many people out there that actually want to do that. And it's all about connecting those people. So if you guys ever feel like you want to go on a trip, you want to travel with like-minded creators that also create, let me know because we are doing a lot of these trips. And that's the purpose of that. We also have a question. Is there a way to find the return on ad spend or conversion rate from content you made for a brand without asking them? Or is it info you need to ask for? Yeah, you would have to ask the brand for that info. But it's honestly really good to ask because that means that you're showing interest in those things. It means that you have the knowledge to know that that's important. And it's gonna be like the brand is gonna love that. So definitely like after a few months after the content is posted on their profile, just be like, hey, love to see like your guys' my content on your guys' profile. Like, I hope it did well. It looks like, you know, the engagement, views, reach, likes, comments, whatever, looks like it did good. But I would like to like know a little bit more like in the deeper details how the content performed. If they did a paid ad, obviously be like, okay, so how was you guys' return on ad spend? Like, I would love to, I'm just curious to know to also see how we can work together better in the future, how I can tailor the next content I'm gonna make for you guys to make it in the best way possible and basically tailor everything to have it perform in the best way. So like showing that, they're gonna be like blown away. They're gonna be like, wow, this is amazing. Like this creator is taking it to the next level. 'Cause not, trust me, not a lot of people do that. Almost no one. Okay, and then we have what would be the right way to rate everything, the right way to rate every singular add-on. Okay, so how to basically, you're asking like how to charge for the add-ons. Is that what you're asking? If not, specify one, my friend.
Yeah. So basically, I know that there's like a lot of add-on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that it differs one from the other because paid ad is different from, you know, photography, let's say. So whatever you do as an add-on, it depends on what you're going to use it for. But how do you get to that? Like, how do you get to rate specifically each one of those? Like, because I know it differs, like me and you, for example, because also you have to add the fact that you have 25,000 followers. So
Everything matters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So starting up, you cannot charge the same amount as here as when you here. How do you start doing the math?
It's a lot. It's a really good question because it's really hard to answer. And the reason for that, it's the same as like finding out your rates for your services. It's so hard because everyone is different and it really depends on your experience. It depends on your followers, your equipment, everything that you like, all your experience in your past. Like all of us in this chat, we have different experience. Like, how are we going to price ourselves? It's the biggest question. It's so hard. But honestly, I have compared to a lot of other content creators, a lot of my friends, to see like find people that are in the similar path as me, similar place, with similar amount of experience and followers and everything, and kind of like came to an agreement of like, hey, like what's the middle ground? I've also like done simple Google search, and I've literally searched like, I am an influencer with 25,000 followers. How much should I be charging for a reel? And like Google now has like, this is how much you can charge. Like they have like resources. I can also provide you guys some of those resources in the community if you want. It's a really interesting question. I would like to answer in more detail. But if you want to just pop that question into our community, I will post some website links for like places you can go to like put in your statistics, like put in your followers or your experience, and it'll like calculate like a price for you. But also it's something that you have to you like start learning how to charge based on yourself and without comparing to other creators. You're just comparing to yourself and your own experience. And after gaining a lot of experience, you realize that, okay, well, I started charging $200 for a reel. Now I've been creating reels for a year. I'm not going to be charging $200 anymore. I'm going to be charging, $500, $600, or even $1,000, based on how much you've been doing with it. So you change that a lot all the time. It rises. It also depends on the brand and what they're asking for and how much budget they have. And sometimes I honestly just take the budget and calculate how much I want to like include the add-ons and stuff like that within the budget that they have. If they give me $4,000 for 5 videos, and how many add-ons can I afford to put onto that? It's almost like you know the price that you're getting for the budget. You can offer them the add-ons. For example, like be like, okay, for $200 extra, or for $100 extra each add-on, you guys can get full usage rights, or that's usually I charge a little bit more for full usage rights, but like stuff like that. Like you can get, for example, 1 to 3 day delivery for $500 extra. I'd say that's a good one. Like if you have a $4,000 deal, and oh no, that's maybe it's a bit too big. Let's say $2,000 deal. $2,000 deal for 2 reels, 15 photos. Then they can get it for uh like within three business days for $500 extra, something like that. That sounds reasonable, right? It's like it's almost the thing that you have to also like feel a lot, like based on the budget that they're giving you, based on the deliverables and the deal that you guys have made. You have to like feel it out a bit because every add-on as well is very specific and very different. So yeah, feel a little bit like what feels right. Also, when you're actually doing this, like in action, like you're actually making the deal, you're actually proposing this to a brand, text me. You can always message me and be like, hey, Sarah, what do you think of this? Like, I'm thinking of charging $200 extra for this add-on. What do you think? Is that too little? Is that too much? Like, I'm always here to answer that. Like, it's easier to see it when you actually have it visual and you see the brand, you see the budget, you see the add-ons, you see everything. So for sure, like, and then after a while of doing it, it kind of like becomes natural. You just kind of like get the hang of it, and you just start to do it so much that you're like, okay, I know now how to do this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Of course. So yeah, also as well as Varel said, we will be discussing these topics more in the future video, which is making the proposal, right? So we will be discussing this more. This is not the last time we're going to be talking about this. And as I said, pop the question in the community, and I will add some links and resources for you guys to be able to get a little bit of a better idea of how you can price yourself. Okay, so we have another question for us and Sarah. I'll write my question here before I forget them. So for brands that I worked with, do you think I can use some of the brands that I modeled for? Same goes for the portfolio and analytics. If I shoot reels for a brand as a model, would I include it? So yes, first, yes and yes. If you've been modeling for a brand, you have worked for the brand. Like it's the same thing as I'm doing. Like all the photos that you guys saw of me wearing, for example, a bikini or a hat in a photo, that's me modeling and someone else taking the photo. So it's the same thing as what you're doing when you're doing more professional modeling for brands, right? So definitely include the brand names in your brands that I've worked with. Include all the brand names. Include the photos of you modeling for the brand. It's golden, golden, golden. So yes, absolutely. And if you shoot reels for brands as a model, absolutely include it. It's perfect. It's your work, I think for you specifically, like your what you are, like your job title, let's say, is creator and model, right? So like that's a big thing. Like you should definitely push that out to get more model gigs with brands and more that they use you for more like reels and stuff like that as well. And like maybe your modeling will shift a bit to more like commercial and stuff like that. But also it's golden to have that as your job title, let's call it. And that's what we do. And it's a big part of what we do as well. And third question is, from how many followers would you start adding the analytics from your profile and influencer offer? Oh, that's a very, very good question as well. Very interesting to talk about. Because the thing is, guys, one thing you have to realize is that brands are actually like caring less about the big numbers. I know that a lot of you guys might be like, wait, what? It's the opposite. It's the complete opposite. They always care about the numbers, and the higher the better, and la 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 la. Yeah, some brands might still be in that mindset, but it's an old school mindset because the brands are more like following the trends and realizing like what's happening in the world right now. They're realizing that like a lot of the biggest brands are becoming sellouts. So basically they're promoting too much. They're promoting too many products, too many services, too much like pushing out. If you're a big influencer and all you're doing is like ads after ads, it's going to become boring. Like your audience is going to stop listening to you and they're going to stop trusting what you say because it's like, bro, you're promoting freaking everything. Like, I'm not going to buy this thing now because you're becoming a sellout. So a lot of brands are actually starting to appreciate more what we call a micro influencer. So people with smaller followers, because if you have a big following, but nobody listens to you anymore and nobody trusts what you're saying and they're not going to buy the product you're promoting. But then you have another creator with a smaller following that actually all their audience is super connected to them. and listen to them, and they haven't like they're not becoming a sellout. They haven't become a sellout, and that's going to actually generate more sales, right? Because they actually have more audience that listens. You could be a creator with 40,000 followers, but not really drive any sale or not really be a good promoter, and you can have 2,000 followers, but like literally almost all 2,000 are dedicated and actually interested in what you have to say. So that's more valuable. So a lot of brands are starting to realize that. So I would say start adding your analytics from literally like 2,000, 3,000 followers. And that we realize our value and that we just work towards that. And we only want to work with clients that are able to pay the price that we have, because we have our price for a reason. It's because we're providing so much. And it sounds like you're going to be doing surf videos. Like that's hard. It's hard getting surfing videos. Everyone, like that's a lot of value for him.
I think he's gonna have the camera. We will have a person who is doing the videos. I'm gonna surf basically and take the girls and
Yeah.
make use of the tour like before and memoir after and
That's a
then
lot.
yeah, and then
That's a
we will
lot.
stay in his place. So we will
Yeah.
have to film also like the organic farm that he has and the place,
Wow.
everything.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a
So
lot.
I'm not sure how to handle it, but I don't know.
I mean, of course, if you feel like you want the experience and you really want to go and show to him what you can do, maybe go for now and then pitch for the next time, or try and ask him now already if you can go for free. At least, come on, at least that you go for free. Come on, that's the last thing he can do. You're creating so much. Just show him again or tell him again how much you're actually going to be doing.
Oh
Be like, I'm
well.
going to be doing this and this and that. So please, like, if I can go for free, it would feel better. It would feel like more worth it for me. Yep.
I think he's not charging us the house though.
Okay. Well, that's good.
To do the content anyways.
Yeah. We can also talk about that more. You can send me a message on Instagram or in the community and we can chat more about that. Like to figure out
Thank you so
ultimately.
much. Anyways, he helped me what he said.
Of course. Anytime. Um yeah, so Rajal, you are the technical king here. About making the website. Basically, Rajal, has a lot of experience on website building. He's a website builder from before also. So basically, how can we make our Canva portfolio look the best on both mobile and on computer? What's your advice here? I know you answered a little
On
bit in the chat,
Canva,
but
it is
just
not possible. So whatever you make on desktop, once you click on resize on mobile, it is like just like that. So if you want to make it responsive, then you have to use different platform. But I think I mean we are using Canva for everything, so it just works. So they don't need to watch your portfolio on mobile, because obviously they will like open their laptop and look at your email and your portfolio on laptop. So I don't think you need to have it responsive on mobile anyway. But if you want to, but then you can use Squarespace, Wix. It is super
right.
easy for that from there.
If you really want to have it look good on mobile, then yeah, like he said, recommending using Wix or Squarespace. But look, so now I basically undid this resize on mobile. Instead of clicking that button, you can choose, it's up to you. But instead of doing that, I just unhooked it, and this is how it looks now. So it'll look like a website, but on mobile, which I think this looks better in case someone's going to open it on mobile.
Yeah. So just leave it like that. If it looks better, yeah.
Yeah, this definitely looks better. So for Canva, this is what we recommend. Do it.
Yeah, because you cannot like make it responsive for both desktop and mobile at the same time, because you have to make it either separate for mobile or separate for desktop.
So here we go, guys. Today we're talking about how to find brands that we can work with. So how do we even like go about that? Like technique of finding brands. I feel like a lot of people kind of struggle with that. They don't understand like the different that there's techniques that you can involve when it comes to finding brands and effective ways to do that. So we're gonna show you 3 different methods to find brands that can actually pay you, and also give you a free gift and show you how to use it. So super exciting. class today, and let's just go into it. Yeah, we will do a Q&A session as well, like we usually do at the end. I will answer as many questions as I have time for. But yeah, so during the call, just as usual, if you have any questions during any part of the call, just pop them into the chat in Zoom and I'll answer them all at the end. So how do we find brands? Obviously, brands are everywhere nowadays. It is overflowing, like overwhelming amount of brands out there. So the key for us is to find the right brands to reach out to. When you're basically, when you're looking to team up with brands, it's very important to choose the ones that actually have money set aside for marketing, which basically means that they are ready to invest in what you have to offer, right? So why do we choose brands with a marketing budget? We have to first understand the why to know the how, right? That's always what we say. If you know the why, it's easier to find the how. So why do we choose brands with a marketing budget? Targeting brands that don't have a budget for marketing obviously is going to waste your time, because most likely they're going to say no to your proposal, because what we are offering is marketing, content creation, promotion, all in that field. You need to make sure that they're ready to spend money on your content before you even reach out. So that's a step that a lot of content creators miss, and they don't actually reach out to brands that have the budget, and then they end up wasting their time with communicating and negotiating with a brand that already from the beginning actually don't have the budget that they're looking for. So then how can we tell? How do we know if a brand has that marketing budget? We have no idea, no clue of any other insights in their marketing, right? But there's actually a way to find out. So a good way, and this is the tool that we use to find out, is to check if they are paying for any ads. So if they're doing paid advertising at the moment. So if the brand is running ads, they probably have a budget that could pay for your content too, because that basically means that they are putting money to push out their content or their ads, right? Which is also something that we can provide, is content for those ads, but also it gives you a little bit of a hint that they're probably looking for more organic marketing, because the only reason why they're paying for ads is usually because they don't have enough organic marketing, or their organic content and marketing is not working as well, because the goal for any brand is to only be sustained by organic marketing, right? So if they're not successful in just that, they're going to be paying ads to push out their stuff. That's, so how do we check that if a brand is running ads, right? We want to see if they're running ads, how many ads they're running. We want to analyze that. So we use a tool called Meta Ads Library. So Meta is just a new word for Facebook and Instagram, which is all together now. Meta Ads Library. So you can go to this link right here, facebook.com/ads/library, and then you will get to a page that looks like this. And here we search for the brand name. So let's say we want to work with this company here, which they are a retail company that provides like all kinds of outdoor clothing, gear, anything you need for like outdoor activities, basically. So this brand is called Cotopaxi. So we search for Cotopaxi here, and then we look for any active campaigns. And here we see that this is giving us 68 results, and they're actually running a lot of ads at the moment. So this means then success. We see that they have a lot of running ads. They definitely have a marketing budget. They're putting money on this, and we can help them probably make that more effective, create new content for their ads, or just help them also with organic marketing, which is a big thing that we're offering, right? You can also go to TikTok Creative Center. So that would be this link. And guys, you will all have access to this in the school community. And you could just click on the link right from this. And then it will come on a page that looks like this. And then here we search for the brand name in the exact same way as we did before. So you search in here, and then you'll see the ads in the same way. And if the brand is running ads on TikTok, then that's also a nice way to see where the brand is focusing. If you see they're running ad on TikToks, maybe you should use that in your pitch, right? To say that you can help them with more organic TikTok content. Or you see that they're running ads on Facebook, Instagram, then maybe that's where they're focused. Or maybe the opposite. If they're only running ads on Facebook and Instagram, you can be like, hey, we should be running ads on TikTok as well. I can help with that. See? So it's very important. The more analyzing we do, the more we sharp that knife before we cut down the tree, the better. Again. So, okay, now we know what type of brands have a marketing budget to pay for your service. We found the brands, we saw they were running ads, we know we want to reach out to them. So it's time to, well, we know the type of brands that we know how to find what brands have marketing budget to pay for your service, but we have to find the brands, right? Sorry, I like completely said the opposite, that we're reaching out. We're not reaching out quite yet, guys. I know I'm getting too excited. We are finding the brands. So the process is fairly simple, actually. Almost every brand nowadays have Instagram, so it's really easy to actually find them. We can start just from there, start from Instagram. So how do we go about finding brands on Instagram? So there's, of course, a million methods. We can, for example, search just the product name on Instagram. So let's say there's a product we want to work with. We're looking for some new skincare or some new outdoors gear or bikinis, whatever it is, could be absolutely anything. Search for actually the product that you're looking for, that you feel like you need, or something that you feel could be useful to utilize on your next travels. If you needed a new suitcase or you want new headphones, it could be absolutely anything. I actually really like searching for the product name and then finding the brands through that. So let's say, for example, hiking boots. It's actually really funny that we're using this example with hiking boots, because I have been barefoot for the last like 5 years. So I actually don't wear shoes, but let's say in a very, and I also hike barefoot everywhere. So I never wear hiking boots, but just as an example, we're using hiking boots. Very ironic, but yeah, you said me too. So, Sophie, you know what's up? Barefoot live forever. But yeah, so let's say we're looking for that. We're going on a hike. Let's say we're going to the Himalayas. We're gonna hike in Nepal. Fun fact, that's where Rajal is from. So guys, we're going to Rajal's home country in beautiful Nepal. We're gonna be hiking. And there it's also very cold. So maybe I actually would need hiking boots. So then you can literally simply just put in the product name like this into Instagram. And that way you will find so many brands related to hiking boots, which is like a technique of looking for brands that a lot of people actually don't use. People will usually just like scroll on reels or just find brands through like suggested, which we also do a lot, but this is such a good way. And then you just click on different images and you'll find a million brands that way. And if you are finding it hard to search for the products that you want to create content for, then you can also just use ChatGPT prompt, for example, like the one we have talked about before. What are the brand deals opportunities that I can have if my niche is, for example, solo female travel? Provide me with product and benefits. You ask ChatGPT this, and they'll literally give you a list with so many brand deal opportunities, so many brands, products, benefits of that, everything. So we're going to use this example again, solo female travel. And here, as the list we showed in a previous course, here are ChatGPT's suggestions of some different brands and products that you can reach out to if you are in this niche, right? So they're giving you, for example, travel insurance company. That was a bit boring. Let's go to women's travel apparel, for example. So products like comfortable clothing, right? Like clothing that makes sense to go like travel in for the plane, for the hikes, for anything, or travel accessories, packing cubes, so necessary. Toiletry kits, travel pillows, here are the benefits. They'll literally give you all of this. It's like it's so smart to utilize AI and also ChatGPT as much as you can. Because they literally will just give you all this for free. It's crazy nowadays. It's still blowing my mind. Travel photography gear. You could be reaching out to different cameras, tripod companies, smartphone lenses, all of these. And it doesn't even have to be like, for example, cameras. You might be thinking like, oh, I'm gonna reach out to Sony. Like, wow, like good luck. I'm never gonna like, that's so big. Like you can't go there. But you don't have to necessarily think that like big right away. Like, yeah, that could be a goal for the future. It's totally possible. All of us can work with Canon, Sony. Like we shouldn't limit ourselves at all, right? But there's also like super small, like little new companies that work with like little like film cameras, like the little, which is such a trend now as well, to go more like vintage, old school, work with film cameras. I love taking photos with film cameras. And I mean, if you can get a film camera from like your family or grandparents, anything like that, I would highly recommend asking them if they have that. If you're ever interested in that, I have a film camera from my grandpa, which is like so unique and like a cool way to kind of like pass that down in generations. But also there's like newer ways of doing the film cameras, which is like the little analog, like plastic looking ones. But a lot of brands that do that and market it within like surf, travel lifestyle. For example, a brand called Surf Folk AU. It's an Australian brand. I'll show you guys on Instagram. They're actually like pretty new. So I'm gonna just give you guys this as also a little extra gift. Look, they're really new. They only have 8,800 followers. They reach out to me about collaboration. And they do exactly that. So like this is a camera company, you know, it's not Sony, but it's still you're working with a camera company. And they have exactly like that tropical surf, van life kind of vibe, right? And that's the content that they want. So this is a really great up and coming brand to, for example, work with. Just one example out of many, many. But that shows you also like how easy it is. And then, so that's one way, right, of looking for, searching for brands, using the product that you're looking for. But you can also look for a suggested account in a brand's page. So let's say we found this brand, Surf Folk, right here, and we want to see more. We want to see more similar brands to that. You literally just click right here and it'll open up suggested accounts that are similar. You click on see all right here, and you can see heaps of brands that are similar to the brand that you're looking at. So yeah, also a great way to find more within the same niche. So after you found some brands and you made a list of brands, go through Meta Ad Library again and TikTok Creative Center and go through the brands one by one to make sure that they're running ads or not. This is obviously not like always necessary. It is optional. It's just an extra way to like make sure that you're not reaching out to a brand that doesn't have the budget. But if you also feel like you just want to, you know, kind of copy paste the message on Instagram and also like do it more in a faster way, and you don't really mind this extra step, it's not 100% necessary. It's just we want to teach you guys like a way to actually know if they have the budget, a way to see, a way to check that. But yeah, so let's say we're double checking. We don't want to waste our time at all talking to a brand that doesn't have the budget. So then if they are running the ads, you've checked, congrats, you found then a potential brand deal. And then the next challenge would be finding the right contact information to reach out to, right? Now we need to get their contact. Who do we even talk to? There's no point of reaching out to 30 to 50 brands every day if you're reaching out to the wrong person. So there's only some specific people who's going to be able to provide you with a collaboration opportunity within the brand. And some of those titles are, for example, the partnerships coordinator manager, influencer coordinator manager, collaboration coordinator manager, head of digital marketing, or social media marketing manager. So there's different titles. These are the people that we're looking for with these titles. And it's really important that we know these titles because you will see we're going to be searching for those in different ways. So yeah, how do we find those people? We will share with you 3 methods that I personally use. So this is how I find those exact people that I'm looking for. Method number 1 is from the brand's website. So search for the brand's name on Google or click the link in bio from their Instagram page to visit their website. Then look if they have any partnerships tab on their website. If yes, then voila, you found the right email or contact to reach out to. That's like the best case scenario, like the easiest way. It's like, okay, easy. They literally just gave you like the partnerships, collaborations email. Some websites have that, but a lot don't. So if they don't have that, then look for their just contact page. Usually every business, every website will have a contact page. So then either they'll have a submission form or a general contact information, like for example, contact@surffolk.com or support@surffolk.com or help@ brandsname.com. So this you can definitely use, right? You can use that to pitch to that email and to get the right email after that, basically. So basically, you can either ask for the right contact info through this or pitch to that brand and they will resend your email, hopefully, to the right person. But of course, if there's any way we can find the exact email that we're looking for, it's better. We'll get to that in a second. But here's, for example, a little simple pitch template email you can send out to any of like these general contact emails. So, hey, brand name team. My name is Sarah Rosenborg, and I'm a photographer, videographer specialized in creating engaging user-generated content. I've been closely following your brand, and I'm really impressed by your commitment to whatever. Mention something specific about the brand, for example, something that relates to them and their niche and their brand values. So here, let's break this message down a bit. First, you just want to introduce yourself very, very fast. Say something quickly about yourself, basically get right to the point, what your name is and what you do. Like, what are you doing? So I would say that I'm a travel photographer, videographer, and like, what am I specialized in? Okay, right now it's like user-generated content, because that's what we're focusing on. And then give the brand a compliment. Guys, brands love compliments. The more you like literally like shower them with like positive things, they love hearing that. It really helps. So say that you're impressed about something, their commitment to, you know, sustainability or their style, or you just really like, you just love the concept of their product or service or anything like that. Then number 3, you want to say that you have something more to offer. You want to give them something. You have a proposal you would love to share with them, with unique content creation ideas that aligns perfectly with your brand ethos and appeals to your core demographics and then insert the demographics. So basically you want to show them that you want to share something with them. You have a proposal, you have a pitch that you've made for them, like with more details. You want to offer them something, a unique content creation opportunity. Make it sound exciting, right? That's what we want. We want to make it sound like we have something more exciting to give them. So then we, after that, ask for if they can direct us to the right person. Can you please direct me to the right contact to discuss these ideas further? That's probably what I would recommend the most for when you reach out to these emails, right? So the supports, help, contact info, any of those. You want to say exactly what you're looking for. Like, hey, I'm a videographer. I want to give you a proposal. I have a pitch I want to share with you. Just give me the person I didn't talk to. That's simple, basically. You can even make it shorter, to be honest. But yeah, that's what I would do there. And then hopefully we get to the person we actually want to talk to. Another method number 2 is from Instagram reach out. So you can also just send a DM to the brand's Instagram page, but then make sure that you actually follow the brand's page, maybe like a few of their photos, comment on like 1 or 2 photos, just to show like that you're actually engaging with the brand and that you're interested in them before you reach out. So then we have 2 DM scripts. DM script 1, hi, Surf Walk team, personalized by complimenting them. I really love your guys' product, or I love your guys' style and vibe. Your content fits perfectly with my content, something like that. My name is Sarah. I'm a photographer, surf and travel. I would say surf and travel. Here, insert your niche, whatever it is. I'm a surf photographer and videographer specializing in creating user-generated content. And I have a lot of experience working with X, Y, and Z, for example, or just working with brands. You could literally just put working with brands from all over the world. This is actually something that I used to use a lot a few years back, because like I have a lot of experience working with brands all over the world. Like I travel the world and work with brands all over the world. Really attractive for the brand, right? And I have a proposal I would love to share with you guys with unique content creation ideas I have that aligns perfectly with your brand ethos, or you can say brand values or anything like that. And it appeals to your core demographic of, again, insert the demographic. Could you please direct me to the right contact to discuss these ideas further? Thank you. Your name. I always say like, much love, Sarah Rosenborg. It's nice to have like your own little touch for like the ending of your emails and messages. And like when you keep that consistent, it becomes like your signature. Mine is just much love. Whatever you feel that you want to add, like stay salty or be wild or something like that. I think those are really cute and it adds like personality. So I really recommend doing that. We have DM script number 2. Hey brand, give them a compliment. My name is Sarah, blah, blah, blah. Pretty much same start, same beginning. I have some exciting trips coming up. So now we're attracting them by saying that we have some exciting travels. And this is of course only if you have like some really exciting trips coming up that you want to work with the brand on those trips and you're looking for brand deals for a specific travel, then I would definitely say that, because it's a really nice way to attract the brand to be like, oh, like for example, I'm going to Italy in the summer, or I'm going to Hawaii, you know, like they're going to be super interested in getting content from those places, especially if it's a travel related brand, which is our niche, is what we're in. That's why we're all here. So it is really, really works well, because think about it. Like for the brand to just send some products to you, and you will take the products to freaking Hawaii or Italy or whatever you're going, and then create for them there, like that saves them so much money, and we're providing them with so much value. Because if they wanted content from Hawaii any other way, they would have to either, like, of course, do a lot of work, like either reach out to people there or send some of their photographers or whatever to Hawaii, pay for their flights, pay for their hotel, food, everything. Like that's so expensive. That's like the old school way of doing things. But now that we have all these travel content creators, we're doing all the traveling for them. We're paying all the expenses for them, literally, and we're just saying, this is our idea. We can give you the content. Here's our price for that, and like the rest is basically done for you. So it's also important to really understand the value of that and explain to the brand how valuable it is. So instead of them having to pay all this extra money for getting Hawaii content, no, here I am already going to Hawaii. I'm willing to pay for all the expenses, and I'll create content specifically for you in Hawaii, and you can get unique Hawaii content for your brand that will look, absolutely stunning on your guys' profile. It fits your brand perfectly. It's such a unique opportunity for you guys to have photos of your, for example, bikinis in Hawaii, right? What bikini brand wouldn't love that? Like, come on, let's be real. So this is a very effective way that I love to use when I have some travels coming up. Then we have method number 3 from LinkedIn, guys. We can actually use LinkedIn to find brands. How do we do that? I don't use this method as much, but I have definitely found some people implementing this method successfully. It really, really works, and it's really fun to do as well. So what you do is step number 1, you basically just search for the brand's name in LinkedIn. So I'm actually going to show you guys this in real life. It's really funny because it always takes me here now, which is like the perfect example as well. Is like I'm looking up a name who is the sales and marketing director for Visla in Central America, Costa Rica. So obviously you see that I'm doing this. But anyway, let's start from here. And this is obviously only for those people who are on LinkedIn. And if you are not already, I would highly recommend going on that. But don't feel overwhelmed. It's something that we can do further down the road. Of course, first we're going to focus on Instagram, focus on TikTok. But for those who are already on LinkedIn, this is really helpful. And for those who are not, that can be the third social media. But it is a really nice way to connect with a lot of professionals and get work and opportunities through here. So basically, I would just look up, for example, La Pointe Travels, which is the surf camp company that I worked with for 2 years. So perfect example here. Literally just look up any brand, hotel, surf camp, whatever it is on here. And then you can find the people that work there actually through LinkedIn, right? So this is all in Norwegian. I'm so sorry, guys. I know there's like a few Swedish here, so you guys will understand. But look, this says people, basically. So this right here, people, you click on that. It looks the same in English. So right there and here, you can find all the staff, all the people. So basically just through this, you can find like anyone that says like marketing. But in this case, it's actually really funny because this is my previous boss, everyone, the marketing manager of La Pointe Surf Camps. So it says country manager, but she's actually the marketing manager. But so that's how we find it this way, right? So smart. You just go through all of them. And there's many people here that you could reach out to as well. It doesn't have to always be the direct collaborations influencer person. You could also be redirected from like, I don't know, the owner or something, someone that has anything to do with marketing or anything like that, And another really great thing is that through being on the LinkedIn, they will also recommend to you similar sites. So for example, here on the side, we see, Dream Sea Surf Camps, Surf Akademien, another Swedish surf camp company, Sunshine Stories, Surf and Yoga Retreats. They're giving you so many recommendations. So what I just did here the other day is like follow, just to like have as a reminder for future opportunities. We could be going on all of them and doing the same thing. So basically just giving you like more and more and more. And it's like an endless thing, right? You just find more and more and more brands this way. So it's absolutely amazing. So basically, yeah, we want to look for the employees with the titles, like anything that has to do with partnership, coordinator, manager, influencer manager, marketing, anything. And then we're going to be using these tools like Clearbit, Rocket Reach, Hunter to find their email addresses. Because the thing about LinkedIn is that they won't provide with you, I'm going to go on people, and they won't provide with you the email. You can message them on LinkedIn, but you have to have like, sometimes you're blocked from messaging them. It's like super annoying. You have like over 500 connections to like be able to message certain people, and there's all these like restrictions for like safety as well, so that like not everyone just spams the freaking CEO of La Pointe. Like, I get it, but then also it can be annoying. You can't just like find the email directly through here. So we actually have some tools that we use to find email addresses. So definitely use those. Of course, these tools are not always 100% accurate. Sometimes they can give you email addresses that don't even exist, so just be aware of that. But they are great tools to find email addresses without even having them or seeing them. So yeah, super effective. We can also provide you guys with some YouTube videos. We're going to add a link to a YouTube video that will explain to you guys how you can use them. I'm not going to go through that right now. We simply don't have the time, but you could just easily look that up on YouTube, or we can also provide with a good YouTube tutorial on how to use these tools basically to find emails. But super, super easy. Highly recommend. So you can also search for the employee's name with their title on like Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook to also find them there and try and reach out to them through there. There's many, many ways. Our goal is just to show you guys how many ways there are, different methods, and you can use all of these three. And it's just, there's so many ways to reach out. So it's definitely not hard. But guys, one super important thing I want to really address how important this is you have to have a good strategy when you're reaching out to all these brands. If you're just spamming like 20 to 30 brands a day, that's great. But if you don't have any like system or have it organized in any way and you're not following up, then what's really the point? Because you're just gonna, this is how what I used to do. I used to be so stuck in like, I would reach out to all these brands like Instagram, email, everywhere, but I would have no idea like who I even reached out to, or if they answered, or if they didn't answer, and I had no system on that. So I wasn't even aware. I didn't even remember who I reached out to. And that was actually making me miss out on so many opportunities because I didn't follow up. Following up is key. It is so important. We cannot be shy in this field. Like, I'm sorry, but we cannot be shy. We cannot think that like, oh, I don't want to be annoying. I don't want to be too much. No, this is our passion. This is our like thing. We're trying to get work. You have to be like, you have to be on, right? So we have to follow up. Sometimes you're just gonna have to reach out to them multiple times before you even get the right contact or before they answer you or anything. And if you're using Instagram to reach out, we got a hack for you. So nowadays it's super annoying because Instagram is only allowing you to send a message one time, and then you can only send them another message after they reply to you. Like if you're reaching out to a brand or someone that doesn't follow you or whatever. So there's a way to keep sending messages to them and following up with them multiple times. And it is from their stories and their highlights. So most brands will be posting stories or have some kind of highlights. So what you do is you simply just see if they have any new stories, and you can just follow up through there. So basically what we mean is that after you sent the message, after like 2 or 3 days, and they haven't replied yet, I would send them a little follow-up message, right? So just go on their stories or go on their highlights and be like, hey, just following up on my previous message, or what do you guys think about my ideas, or anything like that. It's really, really important that we follow up and have a system around that. And I know that can be hard, it can be a little bit overwhelming. Like, how do we even create a system for this? This is like so much. I feel like I need a manager. I need like help, right? It is a lot to do. So we have made a special system to keep track of all that. And today I'm very happy to share that system with you guys for free. It is exactly what we use to keep track of all of my outreach. So this is my brand deal outbound tracker. We're going to open up this, and guys, as you can see here, we have everything: leads, first, following up, second, we call them touch points. So first touch point, second, third, fourth, and pitched, and then follow up 1, follow up 2 after the pitch, and then pitch again, reach out again. Like, everything is right here for you guys, made for you guys to just basically go on here, and you can duplicate it, which is right here, and put in whatever wording you want to use and just make it your own, basically. So everything is made here for you. Here you put the list of the brand names that you reach out to, and then you just move them over, like just drag. I can't do it right now because I have to be on like the edit section, but just drag and drop to like, okay, first touch point, second, third, fourth.
It's not sharing your screen.
It's not?
No.
Oh my
I was
God.
like,
No, it is. I can see that.
What the heck
Yeah,
is going
it's sharing me.
oh, maybe
I'm
it's
so
for
Yeah.
my
Yeah, it is screen. It's your screen. Mhm.
Okay.
So maybe you have to go to, like, do you see there's like two tabs
I
on the
got it.
top?
Yes, thank you. Yep. I
Okay,
just
perfect.
joined, so I'm a little behind on things. Thank
No
you.
worries. How long have you been not seeing it?
The whole time, because I just simply didn't click on your screen.
All good. Well, at least I hope that I've explained it very in detail. Also, you can also go back on the recording. We're recording all of this, so you can see everything there as well, just to like freshen up to where we are right now. But basically, yeah, this is the brand deal outbound tracker. It looks like this, super easy to use, and we can also go through how to use it more. Yeah, here you go. Rojal already updated it, of course. Thank you, legend. Watch this video right here to learn how to use it. So you guys can just go on this document, click on the link, and then you can learn how to use this tracker. And yeah, that's the way we go about it. It's really important to have systems and have a strategy on how to do all of this, because otherwise it's just going to become a mess and it's going to be really hard. And I've been through that for way too many years. So I'm finally so happy that I'm like getting organized, and I want you guys to just from the start be organized, because just learn from my mistakes. That's basically why I'm doing this. I should just call it learn from my mistakes course, basically. So that's awesome. But all right, so what is our action plan? What's our to-do list? What do we do next from now? Basically, what I want you guys to do to keep moving forward, to take another step closer to your dreams, is duplicate this brand deal outbound tracker that I just showed you guys. And then every evening or morning or whenever fits for you best in your schedule, find around 30 potential brands and add them just on the leads column. So basically, I'm going to show you guys again. Just add them all here. That's like the first step. Just find heaps of brands, use all the methods that we talked about today to find brands, and put all the brands you find here under the leads, right? So simply, that's all I want you guys to do for now. And then start reaching out when you feel ready for that, right? And tomorrow, perfect timing, because we're actually going to be talking about pitching to brands. So make sure to be there on the call tomorrow, because we're going to be talking about the next step, which is pitching. Super, super, super important, of course. Yeah, guys, I hope you learned something new today, and I'm going to take some time now to answer some of your questions. Christina has a question here. I think that's the first one. She's asking, can we reach out to brands whose products we don't already have? Products we don't already have. What exactly do you mean? Can you explain a little bit more? Just put your audio on.
Basically just like if I don't already own the product of that brand or any of the products of that brand.
Oh yeah, totally. That's perfect. I mean, if you don't own any products, of course you would, if you want the product or you feel like you need the product for any travel or trips or anything you're doing, then that's the perfect reason to reach out to them, right? Because you're actually interested in the product and you actually want to try it out. You don't have to have any experience with the brand or the products to know that you want to work with them. Like it's all about like, yeah, reaching out to everyone that you feel like you share the same values with. So I would say that's the most important. If you feel like that brand like speaks to you and you feel like you can connect with that brand because like within the same niche, they're talking about the same topics that you're interested in. Like, yeah, like those things is what really matters. Like their brand values, let's say you care about sustainability, stuff like that. If they, for example, Patagonia, right? A great example when it comes to like sustainability, then those brands are the ones you want to be more focused on, the ones that also care about sustainability, right? So it's more about finding the brands that like you share the same values with, and it doesn't matter if you've ever bought anything from them in the past or anything like that. You can definitely still reach out to them for sure, and I would suggest you to. Juan is asking, should we add our portfolio directly to that pitch? So yeah, I see Rajal already answered you. If you're reaching out to lots of brands, any link you send them from cold DMs will be in their hidden message as spam. So yeah, like the first message, I don't usually add my portfolio. Like when I'm trying to get the right contact. First, you want to get the right contact, and you want to share your pitch or your proposal or your portfolio to the collaborations email or the like the marketing manager or whatever. Like when you found that right person to talk to, that's where you want to like share your pitch and then hop on a call. Hopping on a call as soon as you can, super important. Of course, there's many ways to go about that. We're going to teach you guys tomorrow we're going to teach you the way that we find the most effective and the way that after years of trying different methods and talking to all my creative friends and everything, we found the way that like is proven to work most times, right? So that's the one that the strategy and the method that we want to provide with you guys. So yeah. Kendra said, this is super valuable. I have a tool that helps find verified emails of LinkedIn profiles. Free tool. That's amazing. Did you share the tool? Do you want to put your audio on?
Yeah, no, I can link the tool. It's a bit limited right now because they're working on a like a paid version.
Right.
So the free version, of course, is limited on like the emails per week, but it's valuable to me because they're pre-verified. I have definitely played around with Clearbit, and Rocket Reach, all the other ones, and sometimes they infer emails. So
Right.
this one, if you really want to get like that email, you've spent a lot of time researching, is super valuable. And then another question I had for you when you mentioned hopping on a call as the call to action with your pitch, I've
Yeah.
taken that route before when reaching out to hotels, and sometimes it's like they don't really bite at that.
Right.
But if they do, and I still believe in that being a great method for the next step because you can really get face to face
Yeah.
and come to an agreement that's more custom than just like on
Right.
paper. But
Right.
when you're on that call, what is typically your like optimal outcome? Like what is agreed upon after that call?
Like what, like when I'm on the call, you're asking?
Yeah,
like
my
what's my-
issue is like if I get on a call, I need to make sure that it actually goes somewhere and like we set next steps after that call. How do you
Yeah.
like make sure that you're keeping that like reeling in and keeping it like
Right.
driving towards that outcome?
Exactly. So for me, it's really important to like first of all show them in like a lot of interest in like their brand and how their marketing is doing. So I actually usually start about asking them some questions about them. So
Right.
how like what's going on in their marketing right now? What are they struggling with? What do they feel like they need? And like based on what they say, like I'll literally just like calculate all this like in my head while during the call. And this comes with like years of practice. I feel like you just start automating the process of like kind of like understanding and analyzing while you're on the call to them, because then they're going to share more of their insights and what they need and what they feel like they need to work on. For example, an example was when I was talking to Nomadic, like this backpack company that I've been working with. They was telling me how they like are very like male dominated and they wanted more like female audience, and they were also wanting to expand more in like Europe. And I was like, oh my god, this is perfect. I'm literally a female from Europe, right? I'm a girl from Europe, like, and most of my audience are girls, and I connect like a lot with my girls on my Instagram. So I was like, all right, well now I know like boom, 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 I'm gonna use this to like sell in that. So basically I start talking about that, how like, okay, like basically you're telling me that what you need to work on is exactly what I can provide with. And like it's also like a little bit like fake it till you make it. You have to just like whatever they need, you can offer. And if they ask you, if they ever ask you like, oh, so can you do this? For example, here's another example. When I was on the meeting with getting the La Pointe job and they were interviewing me to see if I was the right fit to be their full-time videographer, photographer, and social media manager, they asked me if I could do copywriting, if I was a good writer. And guys, to be honest, I was a terrible writer. I was a terrible writer. I did not like writing in school. I hated it. I was like, no, I'm terrible at it. But do you think I said, no, I actually don't like it. I don't do writing? No, of course I didn't say that. I said, yes, like, of course, like I love writing. It's like one of my passions, writing about travel. Like, yeah, you know, you have to fake it till you make it sometimes. And I literally asked my friends who are super good writers to write like the thing for me or like help me out with writing this thing that I had to send to them as a part of like the interview. Please don't share this information. I don't even know why I'm saying this is crazy. But this is like gonna be recorded and posted, but who cares? It's just funny now at this point. And I could literally share with the boss and he would just laugh. So it's all good. But yeah, that's like an example of like you just have to say yes. If they ever ask you like, can you do this? Or you're able to do that? We need this, and just be like, yep, I know exactly how to do that. Or like, oh, I'm like freaking pro at analyzing the TikTok algorithm. Like, what do you mean? That's my specialty. You know, it's all about like being really like confident and knowing that you can provide what they need, and then you learn after, right? You say yes, you can do it, and then find out what they need, and then you can provide that because you can always learn it, right?
Yeah. A lot
It's
of these
not-
skills are just a few YouTube videos away. Like you can teach yourself, or you can maybe utilize ChatGPT or hire a VA for copywriting.
Even
So
utilize this community. Like look at all us in here. Like we all have different skills and knowledge, you know, like freaking Juan is a designer all of a sudden. I just found out, like, you know, we can all utilize each other, all your friends, like your own community, people on Instagram, all, like, that's why community is so important. And we can use each other for also learning a lot of like knowledge, and just post a simple thing in our Wilds community. For example, like, does anyone know how to write copywriting? I suck at writing, but this company wants it. Like, please help me out. You know what I mean? Like, it's so smart to know that and to have those tools and to really utilize those tools and each other, utilize the community that we have. And yeah, to talk a little bit more about like what I do on the actual call, I usually will, like, you have to be really fast. Like when you have them on the call, you have them on your hook, like they're hooked, and that's like your golden moment. And you don't want to be too slow after that to like send them an email with like everything that you can do, like provide. So like I usually be like, try and make an agreement while on the call. Agree on like the content that you're going to deliver, exactly what they need, find out what they need, and then find out what you can deliver. Start talking about what you can deliver, start talking about budget, everything, and then be like, okay, awesome. It sounds like we're like, you know, going on the right like path. We're agreeing on all these things. We're starting to figure out what we're going to be delivering, what we're going to be doing, the budget, everything. Okay, so I'm gonna, right after this call, I'm going to send you an email with just specify or like give you like an example, like my first package like draft, let's say like a draft of a package, and you can just review that and let me know what you think. So then right after the call, you want to send them like, okay, so deliverables, I'm gonna do this and this and that, short description of what you're gonna do, and then the deliverables, I'm gonna deliver X, Y, and Z. The budget, here's an example of the budget. Of course, free to negotiate more if needed, la la la. Be open to negotiate. Everything can be customized based on your needs. That's something I always say. Everything can be customized based on your needs. Just get back to me on this, basically. So how does that sound? And usually after that, you've had the call, it went successful. You guys got to know each other more. You had also like, you know, some fun conversations, laughed a bit, take it chill, not too serious. Then you got down to business. You started talking about like ideas, inspiration, you're motivated, you're inspired, la, la, la. Then you found out a little bit what they need. You said that you can provide everything that they need, basically. Then you start talking about a little bit more specific into like the what you're gonna deliver, what you're gonna do, like la la la, what's the budget looking like? Okay, cool. And then send the email, and then it's gonna be really hard for them to say no to that. Like usually when I do it that way, and when every step goes well, it's like a no-brainer. You know, they're just gonna be like, they're not even gonna have like the almost like, it's almost like I feel like they don't have the energy to even like renegotiate that, because you're just like, oh, this girl like really knows what she's talking about. You know, this person like has everything planned, and she's providing like very specifically everything that she's gonna do, like everything from like, I will be with you guys from the whole process, right? That's another thing that's super important, like the whole process from like idea building to brainstorming, location scouting, creating mood boards, like blah 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 blah, all the steps that you're gonna do, like show them how much you're doing. We talked about this earlier, the last class that I did on portfolio building, we talked about this as well. Like the more you can kind of like feed them with like all the things that they can add on as well, all the add-ons, everything like that, the more the better. It's like the more that you show them how much time you're actually putting into this. So yeah, and then it's like I said, it's gonna be like, they're gonna be like, oh wow, this looks fucking epic. She knows everything that she's gonna do. She's basically organizing everything. We don't even have to lift a finger. All we have to say is say yes to this, and like we're gonna just like lean back in our chairs, and everything's just gonna be handed to us. That's what we want to make them feel. We want to make them feel like, be like, oh, so nice and easy. We can just like, fuck, should we go do some yoga? Like this girl's just gonna take care of everything. Like, wow, how amazing. You
I
know,
like, especially since you're asking those discovery questions, you're pretty much getting the playbook to how you build out the proposal. And then they really can't say no because it's crafted with exactly what they told you. I guess for me, like I'm a yes gal, and I'm gonna be the one that's like, yeah, heck yeah, I love copywriting. But how do you combat like taking on way too much in that first call, and then you tally it up and you're like, oh wow, like this is gonna cost them more than I thought.
right.
I would hate to say, yeah, like let's do a package for 600, and then all of a sudden tally it up and it's twice that.
Right. So yeah, that's the thing. You have to like find that balance and not make sure that you don't promise too much. So that's why it's important that before you go on this call, you scope the work that you can even offer. Like you like scope out like how much time do you actually have right now? How much are you willing to take on? How busy are you going to be the next month? And have that in your mind before hopping on the call so you know how far you can take that.
You have like an itemized rate sheet that you reference that's like, okay, each deliverable is X amount of like hours and the whatever you would bill them for, so that you're kind of being able to tally that and build out the proposal.
Yeah, we have that. We have like sheets, like Excel sheets and everything where I put in everything, like all my brand deals, how much time I like spent on it, how much time I spent like the negotiation, how much time I spent planning, making mood boards. I work in something called Milano. That's another tool that I really recommend for like planning. I'll share that with you guys right now. So yeah, I use Milano to plan all my projects and how much time I spent like on there planning everything, shooting, editing, everything I put in, like, so I know how much time it takes, and that way it's way easier for me to know what I can actually offer for the next brand deals, because especially when I'm like traveling so much and when you guys are traveling, it's going to be hard in the beginning at least to know the balance, know how to balance all the work and the travels, because of course you want to also enjoy your time. Right. That this is literally exactly why we are also doing like our one-on-one mentorship now. It's literally, if you feel like it's a lot and you feel a little bit overwhelmed, like we want to be there to help you guys throughout this whole process and to like take off a lot of that workload for you guys and provide everything that you need and like help you guys pitch your brands with you, help you build your portfolio with you, like next to you. We'll be next to you during the whole process. Like that's why we're now, obviously all of this that I'm giving out, this free masterclass, it's all for free, but like if you want us to work like next to you, hold your hand throughout the whole process and pitch out to these brands together with you, build your portfolio together with you, do all the steps needed like together with you. That's why we have our mentorship program right now that we just launched. So yeah, because there is a lot. There's a lot. We could be talking about this for hours and hours and go on forever. Like it's really fun as well. It's so interesting. So yeah, that is a little bit about how we go about the calls and like the call to action and stuff like that. Kendra is asking Christina, what's the name of the brand? What brand was that you were asking about?
You don't.
I don't think there was a specific brand. It was just in general.
And you don't have to share. I guess the reason I ask is you may also, and maybe you've done this already, but do a quick Google search to see if they already have an affiliate or influencer program you can apply to. Because oftentimes they do, it's just hidden in their website. And then once you apply, it kind of gets your foot in the door. You can even maybe reach out and follow up and say, hey, really excited to work with you. I applied to your program because of XYZ. Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll look into that for sure.
Yeah, you could get contacts through that way as well, for sure. Like you'll get a little bit more insight from that. So Ella is also saying, sorry, this is not totally related. So no worries if you don't know how to, if you don't know, but do you have any tips for assessing whether a brand is truly sustainable and not greenwashing? Honestly, guys, this is such a sensitive topic. I think that even Patagonia are even like greenwashing a little bit, which is so sad because I want to believe that they're like perfect, but no brand is perfect today. So it's like, it's really hard to know, but I will definitely have to look into a little bit more onto how you can assess that. Today, we are going to talk about something super, super important and interesting. And yeah, it's a lot we have on our agenda today, because we are going to be talking about how to pitch to brands, which is probably one of the most important phases, right, of all of this. It's what we've all been waiting for, right? So before we even start pitching to a brand, we have to go through some things, some steps before we even start creating the pitch and sending out the pitch. So first of all, I just wanted to like say congratulations to all of us for reaching out to brands. The fact that we're on this journey all together, we're heading towards our dreams and our goals to reach out to brands. So congratulations wherever you are on your journey. If you feel like you're not even here yet and you're not already reaching out to brands, that's totally okay.
but we're right now just learning, gathering all the information, everything. So even no matter where you are in your journey, congratulations on everything and on that. We are really heading in the right direction here, guys. So, but yeah, before we're starting to send the pitches, we need to make sure we go through these essential steps. So those steps are: number one, we need to create our email signature. An email signature can prevent your messages from being filtered as spam, actually. And it's also a very smart way to include your social media profiles and your portfolio as well, without having to mention them explicitly. And I will be posting a video tutorial as well on this soon. And I have some examples here for us to look through. Two examples from two of my friends. One is from Philip 3S, my best friend Philip. This is his little email signature. So basically he's using his logo right here. And then he has travel, lifestyle photographer, content creator, a little bit about what he does. He's linking to his Instagram, his media kit, so portfolio, and his website. So that's super awesome. That's one way of doing it. My other friend Daniel has a little bit of a different approach. He's a designer as well. So he designed his email signature like this. Basically his name, his signature, and a photo of him as well. Super nice way to do it. Photographer, designer, adventurer. He has his website and his Instagram and his phone number. So yeah, this is super important. We need to have that. It also looks very professional, looks very nice, and brands will definitely appreciate this. Step number two is using an email warm-up tool. You might be thinking, what is that? And so we're going to explain this really effective tool called Instantly AI. This is what we use, and it's a way to basically warming up your emails so that you will not be in their spam, as you will be sending out lots of emails. And especially if you just bought a new professional domain and it's a new email that Google has never seen before, and then all of a sudden you're like spamming, sending out all these emails. That's going to look weird for Google, and they might just put all of your emails in spam. And we don't want that. That's like the worst case scenario in this step of our journey, right? So, Rajal, would you like to go through quickly just like how this works, what it does?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So you guys can all see my screen, right? Because obviously, like you guys know now, Rajal is the software, all these tools masters, and he knows everything about all of this. And yeah, so would you like to explain just really short how we use Instantly AI?
Yeah, I
How
can
it works?
share this screen. Do you want me to share this screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be
You can
great.
see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Do you
so
guys see it?
basically this is a tool that we use to warm up emails, right? So the investment for this, if you do monthly, is $37 per month. And if you are sending a lot of emails, and if you just bought a professional domain, basically, we use this tool called Instantly. I have used many other warm-up tools, and I find this Instantly really good. So yeah, so what I mean by warm-up email is basically, I'll show you something. Yeah, so this is one of our account that we just bought. So sarah@wildcommunity.com, right? So here, it automatically sends email and it automatically receives email. So what I mean by that is it basically, like, how do I say it? It basically uses bots to send email, like do back and forth to like basically trick Google that this is some kind of active email, right? So when Google think that this is some kind of active email, there are a lot of conversation going on back and forth. Then when you reach out to the brand and that is potentially
Wait.
new email, then it will not risk your email to land on their spam. So this is like very helpful tool.
Yeah.
And
Pauline
we
said
also
that she's
use
not
this
seeing the
for
screen.
we also use this for Sarah account, and we also use this for Wild community account. And we also have other domain, and we use this software for everything.
Right. Pauline is saying that she's not seeing the screen, but I think, Pauline, did you understand like a little bit of the process and how it works, even though you didn't see the screen? Basically, like we said, just set like a tool that we use and it sends automatic emails back and forth to trick Google to think that it's an active email and it's not just like spam.
Yeah. I do know about the process. It's just like I'm just seeing the landing page of Instantly. I think it's your screen, Sarah. So
Right. So on the top, you can see like my screen, and then you can like switch which screen you want to see. There's like different tabs, almost like Google, like have you have like different tabs. That's how you can switch, but it's not really that necessary. It's just showing like my email name and like that it's been sending like 60 emails back and forth basically to trick Google. So it's a really good tool to use. I definitely recommend it. So yeah, it's extremely helpful for exactly that if you are creating a new email, right? And then step number 3 is also to use an email tracking tool. So here we use a tool called Mail Tracker. And basically what this tool will do is notify you when your email that you've sent out is opened, and also the frequency of the mail being opened, like how many times it's been opened, how many, like basically all the statistics, all the insights on what's going on with the email. It shows you when your email has been forwarded to someone else and the most recent time that your email was opened, and all of this that we cannot usually see, right, on email. So it's absolutely genius. This is how it looks like. Super easy to use. It's like an extension you can add to Chrome. So it's really, really effective and really important. You can also watch this video here that we've linked to. So you just go on this document that you have access to in the classroom of our community and find this document, and then click this link and you can watch a video that Rajal made that shows you everything on how to use everything as well. So you guys have this right here for you guys to watch and learn more. So yeah, basically understanding how the receiver of the emails interact with your emails can guide your next steps, right? Whether to know if you're going to follow up or if you want to wait longer or just move on. So it's really important to know what the receiver is doing, if they're opening it, reading it, forwarding it, or just like when it was opened. All of these things is really, really valuable to know to be able to guide your next step, basically. And so we can know if we want to follow up or wait a little bit longer or just move on. And then we're going to go through two common mistakes. So basically common mistakes you don't want to make. Number 1 is paying to partner with brands, basically. So putting any kind of money down to be able to partner with brands. This is something we absolutely do not want to do. You should never have to pay to collaborate with a brand. So if the brand asks you to pay for example, shipping or purchasing their products at a discount or promises reimbursement after your purchase, be wary because these are likely scams. Authentic brands partnerships do not require you to spend any money on this. Sometimes if you have to pay for toll or something like that when receiving the package, you can invoice them for that either before or if you trust the brand after, but I would recommend doing that before. But that's something that you might stumble upon, having to pay for toll or something like that. But if the brand does say that it's a gift to like family or friends, you shouldn't have toll. So maybe it could be a good idea to also mention that to the brand if they're not aware. Sometimes they forget to do that. So just make sure that they're just putting on the package that it's a gift and to friends and family, and it shouldn't be told. And it shouldn't happen.
Do you mind if I
Yes.
ask a question on the
Of
the
course.
last part we talked about?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
So yeah, I've used Mail Tracker, and I am still using it, but I think that next level I want to get to is a software or platform that has the capability to run like multi-step campaigns. So I've been looking at a few. I'm considering Apollo, but I'm curious, like, what if you found a good like CRM or like prospecting tool
Right.
for that.
I
Good
think
job.
it is for cold email campaign.
Yeah,
Use instantly. It is so great. You
they
can
have
your email.
multi-step.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can also do A/B split test on your cold email campaign. Like it does everything.
Cool. I'll definitely check that out and kind of compare
Yeah.
it to Apollo.
And if you want to do it on a more high level, then I will also recommend you to use Go High Level. It will basically
Yeah.
manage everything.
Right. And
Yeah.
I saw with Go High Level, it's a little more customizable.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, so common mistake number 2 would be providing content for free, right, guys? We do not want to do this at any point of time. We want to avoid this regardless of your follower count or the fame of the brand or your experience level. Never give away your content for free. Even if a well-known brand asks you to use your photo with credit, you can say no. It is vital to say no. Like, obviously, it's up to you guys at the end of the day, but I would definitely recommend to just know the worth of your content. This is something that you've created, you've spent time of, and people charge for this. So why wouldn't you, right? So even in the early stages, trading posts for products can be acceptable, of course. It's like how a lot of us got started, but never surrender your content without any compensation. Like, getting products is a different thing because you're getting something in return, right? Or an experience or like a service, like a tour or hotel or something like that is definitely more acceptable. You get an exchange, and it's like they're offering their service, you're offering your service, right? So it's a mutual exchange. You're both getting something. But if a brand just want to repost your photo for free and give you credit, of course, yeah, you might get like a little bit of visibility, but most of the time, not really that much. So is it really worth it? Just let a big brand use your stuff for free. Like, for example, one of my biggest examples is when TripAdvisor actually just stole my content and posted one of my videos on their Instagram, and they didn't even give me credit. And it was from a surf documentary that I had made with a professional surfer, and the professional surfer had given it away to them for free, saying that they can just like use it and without asking for my permission, basically. So that ended up with me, like, obviously I was super annoyed that was going on. I was posting it all over my social media and stuff. And I basically invoiced TripAdvisor for that. So they have to pay if they want to repost my content. So you just don't want to end up in this situation. So just make sure like you're aware and that you actually know the worth and the value of your content, and nobody can steal that. It's your work. And yeah, you should be compensated for that and paid for that. So it
I do
goes
have a
back to that.
question. Another question off. Sorry, I'm really engaging.
No, I love it.
So I've also had that happen to me where like it's very embarrassing when you get a targeted ad of yourself where you are not compensated. So if anyone has that issue, I actually was able to get some money out of that with the right negotiation and just like letting them know.
Yeah.
But I do have a question going off of like, of course, yeah, never provide free content. What would you suggest for people? Like in my case, I have a lot of hotel content that I've just taken because I enjoy it. Is there a way to leverage that and like show it to hotels in a way that's like, hey, this is what I could do, or like,
yeah, definitely.
How do you leverage that and without giving?
I mean, you can share in your portfolio and show them what you can do. You could also share it to them through Dropbox, because on Dropbox, I'm gonna recommend this later on in today's class. On Dropbox, you can basically like give the brand a preview of your content without them being able to download it. So they can't download it, they can't use it. It's like specifically made to be a preview, right? So that's another way. And yeah, just like obviously like the work, if it's on your Instagram, stuff like that, you can share it to the brand through your Instagram, be like, this is what I've done in the past.
Have you used
this is what I can do for you. Sorry?
Have you used Pixie before for portfolios?
I have not, no.
I don't know if anyone's used them, but I've noticed with them, it's like the brands I think can download the content, but I wish there was a way for it to be if they pay for it. I don't know.
And nowadays it's really hard because it's so easy to download content from anywhere. Like TikTok, Instagram, you can literally download content from Instagram without having the watermarks. It's way too easy nowadays. It's really scary, but yeah, we just have to be aware. So if you do see your content pop up somewhere, someone using it for free, or if anyone sends it to you, like usually the community is strong and it'll end up with you at some point, and then just like be aware of that and reach out and just be like, hey, this is not okay. You cannot just use my content for free, like blah blah blah,
Right.
So that's something that, yeah, it's just definitely just be aware of it, and Dropbox and just sharing your content through your portfolio and showing from your Instagram and stuff like that. That's what I usually do. And then, guys, something really, really fun is researching the brand before you pitch, right? So before we even pitch out the brands, before we make the pitch and send it out, we need to research the brand before and get to know the brand. So we have to understand them deeply, right? Personalized pitches are key. It's the best way of pitching, of course. So because brands can easily spot generic ones, their generic emails, and they will likely just disregard them because they get a million of these emails, especially bigger brands. So think about how you can be unique, right? How we can stand out from others. If we do a lot of research before we pitch, we'll get to know the brand more. it's easier for us to make our pitch more unique, right? So how do we do that? How do we research the brands? Here are some different methods we do that. First of all, explore their social media channels. Check their TikTok, their Instagram, and their about page on their website. Get to know them a little bit more, like what's their style, what's their vibe, what's their story, those kind of things. Check if they feature user-generated content already on their Reels and TikTok, and that's a positive sign because they value content like content creators like you and content that we make. But if they don't use UGC already, then maybe highlight in your pitch how introducing it could enhance their sales and engage their audience more effectively and also increase their brand visibility. So this is a great tool. It's good if they are using it and it's good if they're not using it. You just have to know like how you can use those different things, right? So like if they are using it, awesome. They value that. If they're not, cool. We can suggest that to them. And that's also great. Identify their competitors. So search for example, the brand name, and you can just literally search for a brand name and competitors online, on Google, wherever. You could also just search for the brand name. And for example, let's say the bikini brand that I work with, Guadalupe Sid, they're in South America based. So I searched when I was doing the research, I was like, biggest South American bikini brands, or like bikini brand South America, or like anything like that. Like, anything like around America, like bikini brands. Like I wanted to do research, see which ones the biggest ones, which were like as high as them, like in terms of followers, everything. Like who could I compare to? And then I did that. And yeah, review what pops up, especially in like the sponsored sections. These will be likely competitors. Like when you're on Google, when you do a search, you see like the first are sponsored. That means that they're paying to be there. They're paying Google Ads to be featured first on the search engine. Like they want to be first. So these are likely high competitors. So analyze what advertising strategies that these competitors are using that your brand that you want to work with isn't, or the brand that you want to work with aren't using already. See what they're using, their strategies, everything. Where are they putting their ads? Do they have Google ads? Do they have Facebook ads, Instagram ads? Like what are they doing? And then note any effective strategies and demographic targets, which means basically target audience, right? That these competitors are focusing on, that the brand that we want to work with isn't. And suggest how these strategies and target audiences can be integrated into their strategy, right? So how can we see that the competitor is doing this, is targeting their audience more towards these types of travelers, or this type of backpacker, or this type of girl bikini user, whatever you want to say. And then, or like even like countries or regions around the world. Like I've noticed that the bikini brand that I was working with was very centered around like South Central America. So I was like, okay, how can I expand that and compare it to more brands that have more visibility in like Europe? And they were very focused on South America, Central America. So I was like, okay, but how can we open up the market for the US and Europe, right? Which are two really big markets. And I also knew that my target audience, my audience, are mostly Europe and the US. So I used the fact that most of my followers are from the US and Europe to my advantage, to tell them that, hey, like these are where my followers are from. This is this market that I'm specialized in. I'm from Europe myself. So I can help you guys open up your market in Europe and the US, which is of course something they really want because it's huge markets for them. So yeah, that's what we did. And that's what we talk about here as well. Understanding the target demographic. So determine the specific demographic that the brand targets and think about demographics they might be overlooking. Exactly what I just said. So for instance, if the brand sells suitcases, then consider demographics like frequent business travelers or solo travelers or any other traveler niche, whatever you want to call it, that they aren't already focusing on. So if they're already like super onto like the business, male dominated, like they're always like men in suits with the suitcases, that's their marketing, that's their content that they have on their profile. And you see like, okay, like all of this is like male dominated, men in suits basically with these backpacks and suitcases, then maybe you can consider opening up the female audience a bit more, or like a different target within the travel industry, right? Stuff like that. And then also look for customer reviews. What do we mean by that? Like, what kind of social proofs do they have? Do they have any awards that they maybe recently won, or that they're featured on any major publications recently? And this we're going to use later on to like show that we are aware of this, that we actually know a little bit more about them, that we, for example, congratulate them on something that they featured on or won or did recently, like some whatever kind of win that they have, like show that we're actually like genuinely interested and we root for them. We care about them. They love that stuff. Also, identify unique selling points. So understand what makes the brand stand out and how these aspects could be leveraged to outperform competitors. So basically, what does the brand have that's unique to them, and what are their what makes them stand out? And definitely, we're going to take those aspects and leverage that to outperform competitors and see maybe how they're not using those unique features as much. Maybe they're not pushing out that much. They're not using that in the best way, because sometimes it's hard for the brand to see what makes them unique and what makes them stand out. But it's easier for us. We can like analyze that better and see that more from an outside perspective and be like, hey, like guys, you guys are doing this. This is super unique. I've never seen that before in any other suitcase brand. And we should talk about that more in social media. We should push that out more and like create a story around that. Maybe I can create a video about that, stuff like that. Check their current ads. That's really, really effective as well. Something that we talked about yesterday, using the resources like Meta Ad Library again and the TikTok Creative Center to see what ads they are currently running and on which platforms. So that way you can see what platforms they're mostly focused on and maybe other platforms that they might want to open up, right? So I'm going to show you guys a little sneak peek on what goes on in the process from a high level view, so like an overview, right? Many pay a lot of money to understand this, as it is literally what sets our industry insiders apart. Like it's literally what sets industry insiders apart from, like, it's the whole inside information of how we reach out to brands and the high level view of that, the overview of the whole process on how we pitch to brands. So guys, right now, pay full attention, because this is literally gold that I'm going to give you guys for free. So here's our high level view of outbound workflow. Guys, when we are reaching out, when we're pitching to the brands, here are step by step what we're doing. Step number 1, initiate contact. Send your initial pitch. And basically, after sending that pitch, which is, we're going to give you guys examples, we're going to give you guys templates and all that. So just hold on 1 second. We need to go over this first. Step number 1, initiate contact. Send your initial pitch. Step number 2, follow up strategies. So 1 to 3 days after pitching, you need to start following up. If your email is open but you got no reply, then follow up with a revised pitch or a different offer after 3 days. Okay? If the email is not opened, this is all what we're going to track with the email tracker, right? Then send a follow-up and consider reaching out to another contact within the brand in case that the original contact was incorrect or inactive. Step number 3, response analysis. So if you get a positive reply and the brand is interested, thumbs up, make a proposal and start negotiation. If you get a negative or a no as a reply, then and if after 3 follow-up attempts, you've followed up now 3 times with them and there's still no success, then just simply move on to other projects. Don't even care anymore. That's it. Step number 4, clarify project details. Determine the scope of work through email exchanges or having a call with the brand. And this is super important. Here you have to understand how much work is there's going to be, how much work they want you to do, how much work you're able to do based on your time and everything, and determine the scope of work through, either email exchanges or a call with the brand. Super, super important as well. Step number 5, propose creative strategies. So for smaller brands, I would suggest tailored package offers or strategies. But for bigger brands, I would more decide between if you want to go do paid advertisement with them or more organic marketing, organic engagements. And decide between that. Specify all the deliverables, content length, content type, all of this. Include reference videos if applicable. Like reference videos, we mean like inspiration videos, any mood boards, any inspiration you can find, include that. So basically, proposing the different creative strategies. And guys, of course, you can use this for small and bigger brands. And you also have to consider this with also small and big brands. So decide between paid and organic. It's relatable for both. But we just really recommend that for smaller brands, you want to create more of that tailored package offers and strategies and have some different options because they might not have the same budget as a big brand, and et cetera, et cetera. But honestly, sometimes actually the smaller brands are the ones with the biggest budget. So got to feel through this, through a call or through the email exchanges or whatever. Step number 6, financial agreements. Agree on your compensation rates. So you have to have all your deliverables set, and you also have to agree on the budget, the rates, all the compensation rates. Are you going to get any services for free? Or are you going to get service and money, or just money and the products for free? Like, how is it going to work? Have that really set and clear before starting to work. And then you want to sign a contract before you start working with them. So this is super important. Big brands usually have a contract, creator contract or influencer contract or something along those lines that they would like to send to you, that they want you to sign. But if for smaller brands, they might not have that. So then I would actually suggest you to have your own contract, your own creator contract that you can send to the brand for them to sign. So it goes in the opposite way, right? And of course, guys, all of this we are going to guide you through. That's why we have our membership program right now, where we will literally hold your hand throughout this whole process and guide you through it. That's what our membership program is for. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, it's a lot. I definitely understand, but this is everything that we're gonna go through. And if you feel like you really want the help and someone by your side, someone to lean on, someone that will help you with all these steps, just let us know, and we will definitely take that serious. Because if you really, really want to do this, it is a lot to do by yourself. It's really hard to do all of this by yourself. So yeah, just take a breath. Don't worry. It's all good. We will guide you through all this. And then after you sign the contract, then it's time to issue an invoice. And then we want to pick either split payment or net 30 terms, which I have explained before, but I will explain it quickly. Split payment is 50-50, so that they can pay 50% before you deliver the content and 50 after. Net 30 terms means that they will pay 30 days after you delivered all the content. It's really important to have this decided before you start creating and delivering your content. Because you want to know how are you getting paid and how does their like brand work. Basically, a lot of brands actually have the net 30 terms where they pay all their invoices 30 days after you issue them. So that's why it's smart to issue the invoice before you even start to work, right? Because then the 30 days will you'll still be creating and doing all that and delivering during those 30 days, so you can get paid faster. Step number 7, content creation process. So send all content scripts for approval before production begins. So basically all the mood boards. If you made any scripts, again, I recommend using the tool Miller Notes to plan all your projects. I'll show you guys very quickly. I plan everything in here. Milano is a great tool to plan projects. You can literally just like open up a new board like this. You just slide, drag and drop, and they have already made templates for you here to make anything from a campaign product plan or a mood board, or for example, a photo shoot plan. I also use it to plan all my trips. So it's really, really nice. They have heaps of different templates. So I definitely recommend checking Milano out. It's literally a savior for me. And they have everything like, look here, like fashion. You can go here, fashion product plan, fashion brainstorm, like there's so many different ones. Logo design, mood boarding. It's absolutely amazing. I use this like every day. So definitely recommend that tool as well for planning your project. And make sure you're sending all that to approval before your production begins. And then when they approve everything, they like the planning, everything is good to go, then you start filming and editing the content. Of course, you have to also do the work, right? Can't just stop here. And yeah, film, edit the content, and then deliver a first draft via Dropbox within like 3 to 5 days. That's just like a suggestion, a recommendation. I definitely recommend delivering a draft while you're working, while you have something to show them at all, so that they can review that and see if they want to make any changes, et cetera, et cetera. Step number 8, revision and approval. So here you want to receive, like I said, receive a brand's feedback, make any requested revisions, changes, and then after that, it's time for us to send our final draft through Dropbox. And why Dropbox? Again, because they can view it and have a preview without actually being able to download the content and just steal it and use it already and all that stuff. And also through Dropbox, if you have a video, if you send over a video, they can actually like make like little tags within the video and like put in their suggestions or requested revisions. So that's really awesome as well. Also, then step number 9. I'm going through this so fast. I'm so proud of myself. Usually this would take me like 3 hours. But we only have an hour, so gotta do it this way. We got step number 9, completion of transaction. Ensure that the brand processes the payment. So important. And guys, send a demand letter if necessary. If you don't hear back from the brand, if they're not answering and they're not processing their payment, they're not paying you, gotta send a demand letter. You guys have signed a contract, so you are good. You are protected. But yeah, we're gonna do everything we can to not end up in this situation, right? They will process the payment. Just make sure they are and follow up with the payment, make sure it's coming in and all of that stuff. Super important. Step number 10, post project engagement. One of my favorite steps. This is how we land our monthly retainers that we've talked so much about. If you don't know what that is, you got to watch our previous videos. We talk about it so much. So this is step number 1, basically to start getting those monthly retainers, which are monthly deals, right? Monthly payments, monthly creating content for a brand. So we want to follow up with the brand within 1 to 3 months to discuss the content performance and potential re-engagement. So for organic collaborations, you want to discuss like how much engagement it got, the views, reach, comments, all the engagement levels. And for paid projects, you want to review the metrics such as return on ad spend, hook rate, and click-through rate. We've gone through this also many times during our previous classes. So if you still don't know what that means, we can explain it in the community as well, but it is in our previous courses, so you should watch our previous videos as well. And yeah, that's what you want to review. You want to show that the brand that you are engaged still, even after delivering content, you still care about how the content performed, everything, because you want to assess the possibility of future collaborations based on the performance and client satisfaction. So you want to see how your content performs so that you can take that into consideration when you are pitching to work with them more on a monthly basis, right? And you are pitching to work with them more. If you like working with them, if they like working with you, then that's obviously the ultimate best situation, right? So then you want to use this for your own benefit to talk about like, oh, okay, our content didn't perform that well. Well, you know what? I think we should go a little bit more that way or keep doing this strategy or that, and like really show them that you are engaged and involved and that you want their best and you know how to change things and tailor your content in the best way possible for the brand. So for a future project, basically, so they want to work with you again. All right, guys, that was a lot. That is a lot, and it is similar to it is the high level view. So the overview is what I went through on our very first call as well. But it's really, this is like the most important. It's the whole process that's why we're going through it again. It is so important that this is nailed down and that everyone understands. And I went through a little bit more detail on, for example, the return on ad spend and all of that in our first ever video, which is explaining the high level view. So if you want to dive deeper into that, go watch that video, the very first one. And now I have a free gift for you guys. And so here we go. Pitching to a lot of brands will be a mess if you don't have a good strategy and a system, right? And somewhere where you can keep everything organized. So if you want success in getting brand deals, I need you to use this system to track all the process, every single step of the process with your interactions with brand. So you can check it out here. This is our brand deal opportunity CRM. CRM meaning customer relationship management, right? So you can open up this document, click on this link, and it'll take you here. And this is how we're able to organize all of our work. So here you can organize the scope of work, rate negotiation, sign contract. Basically, this will be the brand name. This is called Dummy Brand 1. It's so funny. I was like, find that so funny. And then you basically just drag and drop it to the different sections, right? So when you have signed the contract, you put it here. When the script and mood board is sent, you put the brand names here. When you're in the production and filming process, you put it there, right? Boom, 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 all the way until money is received. So I really recommend you guys to use that. You guys can just duplicate this right here. It's the duplicate button. So you just press here and you will open up a project that you can basically edit. I'm not going to do it right now, but that's how you duplicate it to be able to take this into use. So that's our little free gift to you guys. This is what I use, and it's super effective, super helpful. And you can also watch this video right here to learn how to use it. Rajal, again, made an amazing video to explain how it works and how we can use it for you guys. So it'll be super easy. Then now we're going to talk a little bit about how we structure our pitch. So guys, plot twist. Surprise, surprise. Brands actually don't care about your portfolio. Plot twist. They don't give a damn about how many brands you have worked with in the past or what results you brought to them. You might be thinking, what do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. All you talk about is how important portfolio is and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, of course. But think about it. Brands actually just care about themselves. Mostly they care about themselves. Let's be honest. They care about what your service will do for them and how your service can make them get return on their investment and what results that you will provide to them. They care about numbers. They do care about all those things. And in the end of the day, their brand is most important and how their brand is going, right? So when we're structuring our pitch, we have to think about what is in it for them. Like, what can we provide to them? How is our service going to help them? And that's also really important to link that to and connect that to knowing that we can provide value, knowing that what we have is so valuable for them, and like really understanding the worth that we're able to give them. So that's really, really important to have that in your mind, and like to be able to even understand that and to know that and to really feel that, we have to work on a lot of mindset and confidence in that sense, which is also a lot of the things that I will be helping you guys with on our one-on-one membership. It's like the mindset, because it's so important to like really know your worth, know your value, and to really understand that what we have is important and that we can actually help them. And like, how do you even build up that confidence? How do you know that and feel that if you're just starting out, right? But trust me, you can. And I will help you guys with all of that mindset as well, because most of this, like anything in life, is mindset. If you don't have the right mindset, like you won't get anywhere, right? If you don't believe in yourself, that's like step number one. You got to believe in yourself. You got to know that you can do it. We got to have that. So basically, when you're structuring your pitch, you have to think about what is in it for them, right? Keep it short and simple and let your portfolio do the talking. But they might not necessarily care about all the stuff in your portfolio. They want to know why you can help them. So we have to keep that really, really clear. So in the email, when we are pitching everything, here's step by step on how we do that in the best way to show them what's in it for them. Step number one, subject line. Simplicity wins in subject lines, but a dash of creativity can make yours stand out. So consider some of these templates. For example, partnership opportunity and content creation. Fresh, nice word, really like that word. Fresh content ideas for X brand name. Collaboration, brand name X your name. Unique content concept for product name or brand name. Creating captivating content for brand name, and creating beautiful visuals for, I usually use this last one for hotels and resorts, like creating beautiful visuals for Hilton Morea, right? It just sounds really nice. Step number two, personalize it. Personalize it. Start with a personal touch. Reflect the language and values seen on the brand's websites, right? So everything that we did research on, everything that we learned from seeing their brand, like their website, their Instagram, everything, all their values, everything that we've gathered, all the information that we've gathered from their about page, all of that. Express genuine appreciation for their work. So perhaps give them a compliment on a recent advertisement or discuss a potential improvement that you've noticed in their strategy. So like I said before as well, they really will appreciate like a good compliment. I would recommend first giving them some compliment, something good, something you like about their brand. Or for example, congratulate them on a win or something that they achieved, if there is any of that you found. But also discuss some potential improvement that you've noticed in their strategy to show that you actually, see that and know how you can help them. Discuss your direct expertise with their brand, and if applicable, and how it aligns with your professional ethos. So your professional values, basically. Step number three, introduce yourself. Introduce yourself by your name, your professional background, and your area of expertise. Highlight a key statistic or achievement that underscores your experience, especially if it's relevant to their industry. So basically, from all the things that we've gathered, everything that we know, we want to highlight something that like like highlight a key statistic or achievement that underscores your expertise, like especially if it's relevant to their industry, If there's something that you really know that you can help with them, that you can provide them some kind of value, like you really want to keep that in there and try and customize this based on what niche they're in or their industry or what type of brand this is. It might sound a bit hard. It's even hard for me right now to like explain it because there's so much I want to say at the same time, but like I hope it makes sense, right? And if you have any unique upcoming travel plans, this is something I've recommended to you guys before, and I highly, highly recommend doing this. Mention how these could provide distinctive content opportunities for the brand. Similar to what I said last time, put that in the email, say that I have some really exciting travel plans. I'm going to, for example, Bali, or I'm currently in Indonesia, right? Or I'm going to Mexico. I have some really exciting upcoming travel plans this summer, whatever it is, and mention that because this is basically like bait for the brand. They're gonna really hook on that and like be like, okay, so we have opportunity to have some content being created in Bali or Hawaii or whatever it is. It's gonna really, really attract the brands. It really works every time I do it. Include hyperlinks to relevant past works. Work to give them a direct taste of your style and quality. It's also important that we share our style, we share our quality, we share our vibe, everything that we do, and that it's very easy for them to see that and get a taste of that. Step number 4, your offer. You want to customize your proposal based on your detailed analysis of the brand, right? So share content creation ideas drawn from your expertise, ideas, inspiration, mood boards, all that. Again, propose a social media strategy. Maybe you're specialized in that, right? Then you can propose a strategy for them. Offer any insights from an advertising strategy review that you've done in the past, perhaps, or suggest a marketing pivot that leverages an upcoming season or product launch. So, for example, I used that when I was pitching to the bikini brand, that because they were worried about it being winter in Australia because they were really focused in Australia. The owner lives in Australia. I was just like, okay, it's kind of like low season for us right now. Like it's winter. People are not really buying bikinis. And she was worried about that. And then I said, well, you know what? We are trying to expand in Europe and the US. And guess what? We're just going into summer now in Europe and the US. So like it's perfect timing for me to do my own collection. And it's perfect timing for us to be doing this because we want to be pushing those markets more. And this is a great opportunity for us to do that. So a really, really smart thing could be leveraging upcoming seasons or product launch. If they have a new collection coming up, a new product that they're launching, use that to your benefit for sure. And when making your pitch, always opt for a done for you offer. So basically that they feel like they're getting everything done for them and they don't have to do anything. Super easy for them. And if you're looking to learn how you can present your offers and you want to dive deeper into this, Alex Hermosi is an excellent resource, someone that we look up to and learn a lot from. And he offers a free course on crafting compelling offers on his website. So if you want to learn more about that, you can click that link right here. So guys, step number 5, our call to action. 1 sentence, right? You want to keep it simple and short. Encourage a reply by asking them if they want to discuss a specific content ideas, for example, helping them visualize the potential collaboration, anything like that, and point them towards some attachment or links or your well-crafted email signature, right, that we talked about in the beginning for more details. You want to point them towards something that they can click on to see more, or just ask them as well at the end of the email if they want to discuss more ideas or, you know, visualize the collaboration more together. And then step number 6, you want to proactive follow up every 3 days, guys. We have to regularly monitor our engagement using a tool like Mail Tracker to adjust your follow-up strategy based on their interaction. So if the email is unopened even after several attempts, then consider alternative contacts or methods, right? If the email is unopened but unanswered, then refine your approach or offer additional insights to capture their interest further, right? You want to capture their interest. How can we change what we're saying? How can we add even more value to really get them to hook on? So guys, we have made some pitch templates for you guys to make this way easier, that you guys can not copy and paste just from here because we want to be unique, but you can take them as inspiration. And I would recommend like just copying them. I usually put them in my notes, and then in my notes I like customize it to where it sounds like you want to use your unique voice, your vibe, and all of that. You really need to make it unique to sound like yourself, because nowadays, especially with AI and ChatGPT, a lot of brands, especially if they're like bigger and they have some experience and they get a lot of the same emails, they will literally get just the same emails over and over again, and they can like start noticing when it's like made with ChatGPT. Even like I can tell if something is made with ChatGPT. So yeah, you can use ChatGPT. You can use these templates, but just change it a bit, make it sound like your own voice, and that it is uniquely you. And that's how it's gonna work. And yeah, if you guys want, of course, more help with this, if you feel like you need more guidance, again, that is why we do our mentorship program. So don't be scared. Also, don't be scared to ask in the community. That's why we're all here. That's why we have the community, for us to be able to share and ask and share knowledge, right? And even from your peers. Remember in the first class how we were talking about like you can utilize each other without like always going to like the leader, let's say, or like in this case, like me or Rajal for asking questions and getting answers. We have a lot of people in this community with a lot of knowledge. Kendra, for example, has a lot of knowledge within the UGC field. So if you guys have any questions, use each other as well to answer that, help each other. We're all here for the same reason, and we are more than willing to help, right? That's what I'm getting from the energy and the vibe of all of the people in here. Everyone seems super willing to help. So use each other for that. And all of us in here have unique knowledge and unique skills that we all are different. For example, Ella, more into the sustainable side of things. Sarka, you have a lot of experience in modeling, stuff like that, being in front of the camera. We can all help each other, like basically. Juan has a lot of experience in designing, also marketing, right? Social media managing, stuff like that. So we can all utilize each other in a really, really nice way to learn more and to get help and all that. That's why we're here. That's why we have the community. So guys, in these pitch templates, we have, for example, if you have experience, this works for both like influencer experience and UGC experience. You can use this. I'm not going to go through all this, but you can find it in the community. If you have no experience, we have a template for you here. And if you already have the product, own the product of the brand that you want to reach out to, you could use this template. And then you want to follow up. We have follow-up scripts, basically. So a very important thing that I have to mention, this is really, really important. Instead of sending them a new email, don't ever send them a new email. You want to reply back to the same email that you sent before. And why? Because that will give it like a re, which is short for reply. And it'll, when it pops up on the email, it'll look like a conversation that's already going, which basically they're going to think like, oh, like here's a conversation that I'm already having with someone and I just forgot to reply. Like they got back to me, they replied, but I need to reply back to them, basically. So it's really, really important. It really, really helps. Like it's super smart. So an important thing to notice here is when following up, I needed to provide value to them again. That could be more feedback to their social media marketing strategy, ad campaign, or content ideas. Don't just, again, copy and paste this and send it out to them. If you have found that your email is seen, but you haven't gotten any reply, provide more value on your follow-up email. Here's just an example. Hey, brand representative name. Just bumping up my email. I wanted to follow up regarding my previous email about a potential collaboration. If you have any questions or need further information, please feel free to reach out. I'm looking forward to hearing from you soon. So you can use this, but I would also definitely really recommend to add some more value to this. So like I said before, give some more feedback and another idea, something that they'll be like, oh, interesting, you know? I do see here that we have a question from Pauline. What's the impact for the creator of a paid versus organic engagement? Would you like to specify and explain a bit more? Put your audio on if you want.
Yes. Yeah. Is it working? Okay. Sorry.
Hello. You're good.
Yeah, because I've seen like many content creator influencers talking that it should be the same rate if it's gonna be organic or paid, but I don't really understand what's lying behind. Like obviously like the brand is paying for advertising and all, but like how does it impact you as a content creator?
Right.
that makes sense.
I'm actually really curious to hear, Kendra, do you have any opinion on this or say in this or experience with this question?
Yeah. Could you, sorry, just reiterate the question? I was taking a look at your pitch template as she was saying that.
Okay.
Basically, what's the
sorry.
impact on for the content creator if the brand is doing organic versus paid advertisements? Like why you should charge more for one than the other?
Yeah, like if they're gonna put some money behind your like the content to put it out as an ad.
Yeah.
I think you should definitely charge more for that because if they run it as an ad, they have potential to like be making more ROI off of it because if it's gonna help them sell their product or have create bookings, there's just gonna be more return on investment. So you want to make sure you get a chunk of that, if that makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. Because when they're running a paid ad, it's like two ways to look at it. It actually can benefit you also. For example, let's say if you do a collab post with them, like how I did with a brand, the Yacht Week, they were boosting our content together, right? So I was creating the content for them, but we did a collab post so where both accounts were on it. It was Sarah Rosenborg posting with the Yacht Week, and then they put money behind that post. So it was boosting my post, giving me more reach, giving me more views that turn into followers, et cetera, et cetera. But you want to analyze this and see how much you're actually getting from that because it's not always necessarily that much. It might look like a lot, like, oh, I got like 500,000 views on this because they put so much, money and it reached out to so many people. So really like analyze the process, see how much you're getting from it. And you definitely do want to get a piece of the, what did you call it? Like a chunk of the
Yeah.
money, right?
You want to
Because
like a slice of the pie because if they're
Exactly.
like putting money behind it, they're going to be converting revenue and like you want to make sure because since you created that, you're getting a chunk of that.
Right, exactly. So because at the end of the day, yeah, it might be beneficial for you because you get more whatever engagement, views, comments, likes, followers, whatever, but they are going to be getting sales from that. You're helping, at the end of the day, it's more beneficial for them because your content and they're putting paid ads behind that because they just want to push out their content that you've made for them to drive more sales to their product or service, right? So at
I
the end of
also
the day, it
think
does value them more.
that's also important to like ask in the discovery process, like what is their return on ad spend? Because if you know what that is, like you can work backwards and be like, okay, well, they're going to make this return like on average off of my content. So how do I effectively charge for that and make sure that I'm being paid fairly?
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, like you always know if they're running ads on it, Because like if you're not the target, you might not see it, like running by or
Yeah.
They should make it clear to you if they're running ads. And if they're not, then you should be in contact with them, letting them know that's not okay.
Yeah, just check their Facebook ad, and if they are using your content, then just charge for paid ad usage perpetuity.
Right.
Yeah, use that term, paid ad uses perpetuity, something like that. And
I think it
that
should
way
be
you
also in
can,
the contract,
and
like
that,
where it's gonna be used now.
sorry?
Like I think it should also be in the contract where it's gonna be used now. Like
Yeah,
for
on the
example, if I
contract,
do
you,
shooting, it also needs to be specified if it's for campaign or if it's for Instagram or if it's for like lookbook, So I think it's the same that you should specify it first, and then if they change it, you can charge them.
Yeah.
Exactly. 100%. That's why we say that before you start filming, creating the content, editing, all that, you need to know if the purpose of the content that you're creating is for organic or for paid. I don't know if I was clear enough when I said that. We have mentioned it a few times. Just it's so important being very clear. Like, what is the purpose of the content that you're creating? Are they using it for organic marketing or are they using it for paid? This is why we need to specify that and clarify that and have that written on paper and literally in the contract that we're signing before we even start filming, or before we even start thinking about filming. So that's why it's really important to make those things clear. For example, I've done that mistake. I've already like I'm saying, all of this that we're sharing is based on all the mistakes that I made because I was doing all this by myself with like just figuring it out as I go, and I was alone. I was trying to figure all this by myself, and I had that incident where I just gave the content to the brand and then they started running paid ads without telling me and they were making so much money on it. And then after I asked like, hey, like I said, you guys are running ads, like I'm not getting anything for that. Like what's going on? And but it was too late because I did it after. So it was like they didn't have to do anything. We didn't sign anything on it or anything like that. So basically this whole course again should be called Learn from Sarah's mistakes. But now we're finally here. So we made it and we know all of this now. And that's why I want to share all that with you to make sure that you guys don't get into these situations. And yeah, basically, I think actually, yeah, we need to get into our next call that we have for our membership program. But guys, thank you so much for being here. You guys are so motivated, so consistent with this. All of you guys are in here right now. Like these are the faces I see the most and the most consistent ones. So like that is a really good sign. Like you guys must be like really, really on it and like super passionate. And that's so important. And also for everyone who's watching this recording, if you're also watching the recording, is equally as good. I'm so glad you're here, like taking the steps towards your dreams because it is possible. We can all do it. And we got this. We got this, right? I'm so excited for all of you guys. Thank you so much. Mwah. Much, much love. And we'll talk very, very soon.
We are going to be going through how to make a proposal, how to create your proposal when you're reaching out to brands. So it's very, very interesting topic, and there's a lot to go through here, as per usual. Nothing's changed in that. So last time we talked about sending our pitch. So first finding the brands, crafting the pitch, creating the pitch, and now we're making the proposal. So that's different, right? So we are proposing basically, well, what do we want to offer? What do we want to give to them? What can they give to us? It's an exchange of services, basically, right? So the first thing I want to talk about, first things first, is always gonna be mindset. All right. That's super important to always make sure that we have the right mindset going into this and that we're ready for that. And also allowing ourselves to feel that success and to receive that abundance, and that we also allow ourselves that and feel that we deserve it. That's a very, very important thing, to feel that we really deserve the success, we deserve this abundance, and we allow it to come to us. And it's something that we want, and we're working hard, and we deserve it. We all do. And there's a lot to go through when it comes to mindset, but something that's like more on the spiritual side, more on like what you want to feel in your body, that you deserve it, that you open up yourself to it and allow that to come to you. But when it comes to the business side of things, you also need to know your value. We've been talking about this many times. It's something that I keep repeating because it's so important to know your value. Know that what we are providing actually is going to help these companies so much. So before you consider even thinking about lowering your rates, it's crucial to just fully understand, first of all, that you're creating value, right? Number one, and that you understand that, for example, the brand's budget, also the numbers of deliverables that you need to create, and the type of length of the content that you're going to be creating, and how long that they plan to use it, especially if it's for ads, because all of this will just give you more insight of how much what you're providing is valuable, right? So like, okay, you know a little bit about their budget. Okay, great. But how much are you going to deliver to them? How much do you have to create? How much time is that going to take for you? How long is the piece of content as well? How long is the video? How long is that going to take you to create? Because all of this just shows, okay, well, you're actually going to be spending a lot of time on this. So also it comes with time that during like working with this a lot, you get more and more experience with knowing how long each piece takes you. And it's actually sometimes really helpful to write it down and to do little notes on like, okay, this video took me this long to make, or I was filming for this many hours, I was editing for that many hours. So that way, you know, you get a routine and you know how long it takes you to make those kind of videos in the future. Because all of this is basically just how much of your time, which is the most valuable thing we have, is time. How much of your time are you going to invest in this? Because time is everything. So yeah, consider that time that it takes for you to take that photo, or if you're hiring a photographer, include their cost as well. And styling the items, all the preparations, the mood boards, the finding inspiration, location scouting, making the scripts, making everything to get ready to actually do the shooting. So yeah, look at all of that and try and estimate, just based on what you think, how long it's going to take you. And remember, when you do work with brands, you are offering them, again, a valuable service by taking on multiple roles. Like, for example, a model, creative director, photographer, location scouter, like lighting director, sound person with doing sound design and everything. Like, you are so many roles in one when we work as an independent videographer, photographer, UGC content creator. Even just if you're doing stuff with your iPhone, don't think about that as lower than anything else. Like, you're still doing so much. You're still the creative director. You're still the freaking photographer, videographer, planner, like, organizing all of this. So it's a lot in one. And they're getting all of that just from you taking on that job. You know what I mean? So it's definitely very important to stand confident in your abilities and that believe that your work deserves significant compensation, right? So always be ready and confident to negotiate your pay. Don't accept low offers or demands that aren't fairly compensated, right? That's what we've been talking about a lot in the previous classes as well. A lot of people struggle with that. This is a big thing that influencers, UGC content creators feel like they don't want to ask for much more. They feel scared to ask for more. They feel like it's too expensive. Like, maybe the brand doesn't want to work with me because I'm having this rate. Like, there's all these like fear and insecurity surrounded by it, and I understand. We've all been there. Every single creator, we're all been there. But that's why we have people to talk to about this, like us. You can always come to me and talk to me about these things if you're feeling like you don't see the worth in it, or you don't feel like you don't see that value, right? Or you feel like scared to ask for more, scared that you might be like having too high expectations or whatever it might be. Like, you can always come to me and talk about this. That's why we have mentors. That's why we have people that guide us in this mindset stuff, because everything starts with mindset, and it's so, so important. Cannot say it enough. So yeah, be ready to negotiate. That's why we're learning about negotiation as well. Don't accept offers that lowers your demand, that are low offers or demands that aren't fairly compensated. Strive to develop long-term relationships. That is our goal. We want these relationships to be long-term. So, and it's also, if you think about this as an example, like, for example, if you see a top when you're shopping, whatever, a t-shirt, one is $5 and the other one is 100. Which one are you going to think has better quality? Right? Think about that for 1 second. Like, we already know that when something is super cheap in the grocery store, or when we're shopping for clothes, wherever it is that we're buying electronics, anything, that the super cheap ones are probably going to break faster, or they're probably lower quality than the higher priced ones, right? So think about that as well when you offer your services. And yeah, when it comes to developing a long-term relationship, by, for example, what we're gonna be doing, which is suggesting monthly retainers, then charging a set amount for a certain number of deliverable each month can help you a lot as well. Because then maybe you're able to not lower your rate, but instead of like being like, okay, this project is gonna be $5,000, like, then you can be like, okay, but we can work monthly, and I can get $1,000 each month or $2,000 each month for these deliverables. So then that way it's more valuable for the brand and it's better for you. So this approach encourages brands to keep investing in you because they see great value you offer long term. So that's another one why we want to do the monthly retainers and why that is our goal. So then when we talk about proposals, there are two different types of proposals that we're going to be going through. So that is influencer and UGC. Because after we know more of the details of their work, their budget, what you need to deliver, then you should have basically a basic idea what to charge. And we will also help you guys with a little bit of some package offers, some examples, stuff like that. So then it's good to keep your rates consistent, but sometimes you might have to adjust them based on the brand's reputation or their budget or anything really, like the deliverables, scope of work, how much work you are having right now, and a lot on their budget and what they're able to offer. That's why I always recommend, and I will say it again, always try and get a little bit of insight from the brand on what their marketing budget is looking like. Check if they're running paid ads to try and like know if they actually have a lot of marketing budget, because if they do, then win-win. So yeah, and this is also why I don't like to include my rates on my portfolio. I just did it for you guys to see when I was going through the portfolio as an example. When I send out to brands, I do not have my rates on my portfolio. That is only for negotiation when we are negotiating the proposal and the pitch and everything. So there are two different approaches that you can take depending on whether you're acting as an influencer, right, or creating user-generated content, UGC. And guys, you do not have to choose one. We can do both. We can act like an influencer on Instagram when we're posting, but work as a UGC creator when we're creating for brands. But here goes the difference. So let's say a brand wants you to shoot 3 backpacks, including you in the content, and create 2 Instagram reels and 3 posts. So here is how you can think about your costs, right? So time-wise, how long is it going to take you to shoot these 3 backpacks? Usage. Will the brand use this content to put on their website and social media, or also for advertising? That way, like the way they plan to use the content that you're providing to them greatly, of course, affects the price that you're going to give them. So we have to take all that in consideration. And then the location. Do I need to travel somewhere to shoot this or go to a specific place to shoot? Then, well, we should take that in consideration as well. We're actually going to have to travel, for example. It doesn't even have to be far. Like if I even have to go to the other side of the peninsula here in Costa Rica, then that takes time for me to go there and shoot it there. So all of this, if you're bringing the brand to Bali, like consider the fact that you're taking the brand to the other side of the world to shoot for them there, and maybe you should charge a little bit more because they're actually getting that as a benefit as well. Photography, should you hire a photographer for even better quality for them? Then you have to consider in that as well. Sorry, I just really wanted to have my first sip of coffee of this morning.
Actually, a question off of that.
Yeah.
So when you think about hiring a photographer, how do you go about compensating them fairly enough so that you can still make, money off of your offer?
So this obviously depends on a lot of things. Is it your friend that is helping you out? Is it a complete stranger that you're just messaging on Instagram? I would say with that, you have to obviously like negotiate with them as well then, or like talk to them about it and see what they feel, what they would like to get from this. Is there a way that you can collaborate? Can you help them? They can help you. Or do they just want no, they just want a flat rate. This is what I charge the day by day. Okay, well then you know what you're working with. It's all about communication. So for those things, my biggest recommendation is just communicate directly with the photographer, be open and honest, and just be like, hey, I'm shooting this, I'm doing this project. It's really cool. If you want to, I would love to have you a part of it. I love your work. Your work is great, I think we could create some really cool stuff together. How do you think we could work together? Are you open for like any collab like that? Like we help each other, or do you want to just like money exchange for service? Like how do you want to exchange that energy basically?
Got it. Yeah. I've been successful in the past with doing collaborations and not paying them, but I always wonder like if they don't want to do a collab, like how much? I guess they would really tell me what they'd charge.
Yeah, then if they I always look at like any exchange, it's like just an exchange of like energy. It could be anything. You'd be like, I help you, you help me. That's the same.
Or just a good time. Like I feel like if you're passionate about it and you're a passionate photographer, like that's fun to you.
Nice. Exactly. It's so nice for creators to get together and create together. Like most creators really like value that as well. And like, especially for me, like I love that. Just getting together with a bunch of creators, creating together. It's my favorite thing in the world. That's why I'm hosting my retreats, even like just so we can be a bunch of people in the same place that love to do the same thing, right?
It's huge in Hawaii. Like I lived there in 2017 and it's like collabs left and right with photographers.
It's so nice. It is for sure. And here as well, there's so many photographers and we all like love to meet up and just shoot for fun, even just for passion projects as well. And it's so important to do that. So, but yeah, I would basically just like communicate with them. If they want the money in exchange for that, then that's totally fair, of course. And then you have to see if you have that budget, if you want to be spending that, whatever, like then you basically see if you're able to give them that. If not, then that's okay too. So it's all about communication during the whole process. Everything is about communication as well. And then editing. So like, let's say if you're taking the photos yourself, how much time will you be spending editing them? Of course, it's hard to estimate these things, guys. I know it is hard, but we just have to kind of craft a little bit of an idea. And after time, you'll start to notice how long you spend doing each thing, right? So you start to be like, okay, usually I edit pretty fast. So like, I'll probably spend like 1-2 hours editing this or 30 minutes editing that, or like, oh no, this will take me a full day of editing. Like it's something that you just kind of start noticing and knowing. So then what about the engagement? How much engagement do my social media posts usually get? Think about that as well. So like if I'm posting as an influencer, because now we're thinking about the influencer mindset. If you're going to post something on your profile, check your engagement. How many people do you reach out to? What's your reach? What's your engagement? Which basically we have to understand the big difference about engagement and reach. Reach is how many people the post reached out to. The engagement is how many people interact with the post. So engagement technically has more value than reach, right? So check those things as well. Okay, well, how many people actually are going to be engaging with this? Can I kind of like estimate that based on my statistics, based on previous work, and then basically see like how much value is that offering. Gather all of these things. You're going to be spending your time. You're going to be spending your equipment, your time traveling, all of these skills that you've gathered up, right? And also everything you got gathered up on Instagram in terms of reach and engagement. This is stuff that you've like worked on for a long time, right? So it has value, even though if you don't feel like you have a lot of followers or not a lot of engagement, it still has worth. It's still something. And then think about brand alignment. So for example, does partnering with this brand enhance my own brand, like my own personal brand? Like, is it beneficial for me in any specific way? And if so, then what prize will provide the brand the most value for their money? We obviously also want to give them a good deal. So guys, thinking a little bit through these questions will help you determine a fair price for your work. So this is kind of like how you can, what questions you can ask yourself to try and figure out what you can charge yourself. And then we have a little example, guys. This is just an example of an influencer rate. So if you are an influencer with decent audience, obviously you will have more leverage than UGC creators because you can charge an influencer fee / rate, which means like posting it on your own. So it also includes promotion. It's not only that your UGC is you're giving the content to the brand to use for their marketing, but when you're an influencer, it means you're also promoting their services on your page. So here's an example for like 10,000 followers. In feed post, I would say at least $500 for every 10,000 followers. Story per frame, at least $100 per story for every 10,000 followers. And reels, at least $500 for every 10,000 followers. This is just an example. So, and it's based on like what I charge as well. So but it can vary a lot and it can change a lot. But we do have a tool for you guys. So for that reason, because it's so hard to know, we recommend you using this tool called July. And it's basically a way for this platform to scan your profile and calculate your followers, engagement rate, everything, and gives you an estimated fee that you can charge as an influencer according to the industry standard, let's say. Because it's been so hard for influencers throughout the years to know what to charge, this platform was created, and it's really smart, and it's a great tool to use and a way to see what you can charge based on the industry. So then, for the base rate, it can be the same as the base rate as I showed you in UGC below. So we're going to get to that. The total rate would basically, this is our calculations. So it's the influencer rate if you are promoting on your own page as well, plus the base rate, which is like the content itself, which is what it would be for UGC, plus production fees and also any add-ons. So all of these, you want to plus that together, and then you get your total rate. This might be a little bit confusing. I want to break it down in an easy way. I hope I was able to break it down in a fairly easy way. But basically, I feel like you start with the base rate, right, which is like the content. Then you can add on the influencer rate if you're also going to promote it on your own profile as an influencer. Then add on any production fees and then any additional add-ons on top of that. And that's how you get the total rate. If that makes sense. I think it does. That was good. So then we got UGC. So if you're just creating UGC content, user-generated content, you can, as a beginner, very, very beginner, like your first ever paid work, start with a base rate of, for example, $200 per reel. So a reel nowadays, I would say, is anything from like 15 to 30 second video. Just because because Instagram algorithm now wants us to make longer reels, right? Before I would say like, oh, anything from freaking 5 to 15 seconds because it was just getting shorter and shorter. I would always base it around like 15 seconds. Now Instagram wants us to create longer videos with more value. So I would say 15 to 30 seconds. So as a very beginner, think about charging around 200 per reel to start. Never accept less for your work. And as you gain more experience and make up to, for example, 10 different deals, you can maybe then start to thinking about increasing your rate. Maybe you want to try out $300 per video or even more based on how you feel, based on response that you're getting from your clients, all of that. If it's really positive, everyone's digging it a lot. They're like, wow, this is amazing. You're doing such a great work. Maybe even consider charging more. Test it out. Why not? See what happens. If you land it, then great. If you don't, then okay, well, then you learn. Guys, either we win or we learn. We never lose in this. If you don't get a brand deal, don't think about it as like, no, like I lost this one, I didn't get it. We cannot think like that. That's taking us back to the mindset. We either win or we learn from it. Those are two only options. So then once you've had a little bit more deals, let's say you've had like, I don't know, like could be 15, 20 to 50 deals depending. Then and you know you've been in the industry for more time, showing good results, then maybe your rates should go even more up. 450, even $500 per reel, based on all your experience and everything. This is also what we are going to be guiding you guys through our mentorship program. This is what we are helping with as well, like how to know all this, how to raise your prices, and what can we take based on all the customer reviews we get, all the client satisfaction, the engagement, how the posts are performing, how everything's performing. We will analyze all that and guide our content creators towards being able to raise their price. How are we going to raise the price? Make sure they're doing the best way possible and analyze the whole process basically. So it's all about knowing like, okay, like we need to be raising our prices. We cannot stay the same. That's basically what I want you guys to take from this is we don't stay the same for months and months and then years, because then you'll never grow. You have to realize that once you are getting more deals, it's okay and fair for you to raise your prices. And yeah, basically your rates should reflect the results that you deliver, right? And the main aim should always be to help the brand produce results. So keep that in mind.
I think there's a few questions in the chat from Katie and Tilda. I don't know if you want to answer them at the end or now, but they're like pertaining to what you just covered.
Let's see here. Let me have a quick look at the chat. Might be a good timing to answer those now. How much is a low offer, or how can I know? It is a great question. It is very hard to know, of course. I would say there's a lot about like just like feeling it out too. If you feel like you're lowering yourself and your price, you probably are. If you feel like the price that you are thinking of giving and thinking about feels fair to you based on the work that you're going to be creating and based on the time that you've estimated that you're going to be spending on this, you're probably on the right path. So it's a lot about feeling if it feels good for you as well. Like, does that feel fair? And this is what I want to help you guys with as well. And like really like sit down and be like, okay, how much time do we think we're going to be spending on this? How much time, like based on this and that, X, Y, and Z. Okay, we estimated that we're going to be spending around like 20 hours on this project. Okay, well, what feels like a fair price for 20 hours for you, right? Based on experience,
So,
everything. Yeah,
Sarah, I have like a little bit more like in depth on like my question is like if I'm like a beginner, I'm like I've never done this before. I really want to get into it, and I've done some things before, but it's so hard to know like how much my work is worth when I have no. Should I just go off of the like $200 like minimum rate, or like should I like compare it to others, and like who should I compare it to then? Like how it's so I don't know. It's so hard to know.
I would recommend for you to definitely think about starting around that rate. 200. It's a really fair place to start. Also using the tool that I just showed you guys, July, to be able to like if you are thinking of working more like as an influencer as well, or you just want to have an idea of like what you can charge based on like your engagement, reach, followers, everything, all of that. And also, but if you're thinking more about the UGC, this is something that I would honestly have to review like individually, because it's so different for everyone. And I would, to be able to give you the best answer I can, I would have to go through your profile, see what we have of content, and basically talk to you as well, and just like get a better understanding of like your knowledge, your skills, what we can create. Are you going to get help from anyone? Are you going to do it alone? Okay, like what do we think we can do? What's the brand? Like it really depends on all these factors. But of course, I would love to help you more with that specifically for you. But it's so independent to every single creator. But I would say, as a more general answer, I would definitely recommend for you to start somewhere around $200 per reel, let's say per 15-second video.
Yeah. And also like the thing I wrote like below about the time, like the time you take to edit a video, like how much is too much time, would you say? Because sometimes I can feel like I get like into a perfectionist mode, like, oh, I
Yeah.
want everything to be so, so good. Like
Yeah.
also, but then the outcome is like as usual, like a usual, but then what is
It's
like
also,
the minimum, for example, you do and like the highest you do for some
yeah.
things?
So I've been on both sides of the spectrum, and I know a lot of my friends, we're all struggling with this, okay? Like I want you to know that like every single creator is struggling with this, especially like perfectionist syndrome, let's say. I don't even know how to call it. Like being a perfectionist and like wanting everything to look picture perfect. Like you'll see it on like a lot of people's Instagrams. Like if you see that like every single piece of content they put out is like picture perfect and like everything, like they're probably like, you know, working very
Yeah.
hard with that. And that's fine. It's just that you have to be able to manage that and also realize that like how much, like how much is it gonna give you back? You know? And like, is it really worth spending all that time and being that perfect? Or like, because nowadays, to be honest, Instagram wants you to be real and raw. And it's okay to be a bit
Yeah.
messy. And it's okay that not everything is freaking picture perfect because people are a little bit tired of that. To be
Yeah.
completely, this is what I feel right now, based on what Instagram algorithm is also telling us, you know?
Yeah, if someone's life is perfect, I start to question them and I'm like, why would I buy from the products you're promoting? Because it's all staged.
Yeah, true.
And like it's literally proven based on like what Instagram algorithm is saying is they want to move more towards like the TikTok style. That is just
Yeah.
more real and raw and just messy and it's okay and it doesn't matter and just like telling real stories and showing your real personality and just being you and like that's what people want to see. People want to connect with you as a person and like they want to get to know you as who you are. And that doesn't, like you don't have to be perfect on Instagram.
Yeah.
That's the reality nowadays. People are so tired of that because they can't connect with that as much as with people that are just 100% themselves. It's a little bit, Instagram is honestly becoming like what they want right now in terms of like a lot of like travel content is like, I feel like mini YouTube videos, like the mini vlogs and like story, like telling a story because it provides a lot of value and
Yeah.
and just hearing people talk, hearing the person that's the content creator like talk and share things about themselves and like telling their story, introducing themselves and like being very like I don't know, personal.
Yeah. No, yeah, but that makes sense. Thank
Yeah.
you.
But of course, even with that, it can be hard sometimes too. You still can make those videos that are super real and raw, and it's like a little YouTube vlog, but then it's still like, okay, I want everything to be perfect. And
Yeah.
it just, if you feel like it is stopping you to where it's like you're being too much of a perfectionist or you're not finishing any projects and nothing is getting finished and you're not getting to the point where you're actually posting it, then I would say maybe you should, be a little bit lighter on yourself and not so hard on yourself and realize that it is okay. It's just a reel. And because honestly, I'll give you a perfect example to this. My reel, one of the reels that went viral on my account, and got 1.5 million views was this reel that out of all of my reels, the reel that I spent the least time on, the least time on. I'm like, it's insane. It was a raw clip on my phone. I just took it the same day, filmed it just like this. The guy was literally standing like this, filmed it. And then I uploaded it directly from my phone, raw, no editing, not even color grading, nothing, and put the Instagram, like the text directly from Instagram. And I was even thinking like, oh wait, should I wait to post this? I feel like I want to edit it more, like change the colors a bit. And I was like, no, I don't have time. I can't deal with this right now. Like I'm just gonna post it like this, like fuck it, kind of. And so I did, and it like blew up, and it's that one.
Yeah.
And my best friend is playing in this river.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that one. That is so good.
Sometimes it's the most easy stuff and the stuff you spend the least amount of time on that really works.
Yeah.
Because it's just real and raw and people connect with that. And you can hear my laugh. And you can hear that my laugh was real and we were actually having fun in the moment and people connect with that because it makes them feel something. It makes them
Yeah.
feel, we're trying to make people feel something and feel connected. Like that is the goal with what we're doing. Yay. So I hope that helped a little bit.
It did. Thank you so much.
Of course. Okay, so to move on to, I'm gonna move on and like finish, and then I'll answer all the rest of the questions at the end because I feel like we're just gonna keep on going. So guys, we have to talk about additional services and add-ons. So basically, when we're setting up this brand deal, it's also important to clearly understand what extra services that you can offer, and to know what the brand needs, right? So that's why we want to get some information out of the brand, and that's why we talked about all the analyzing and everything, getting to know the brand before. So this helps you create a detailed and accurate quote for the services required. It's a good idea to introduce, for example, your additional service gradually rather than all just throwing it all at once, because it might be like overwhelming for the brand as well. Because if you share too much information and too many prices in one single email, it can, like I said, overwhelm the brand. Instead, spread your offers across several interactions. So for example, on the first email, propose including paid advertisement usage rights. So you can be like, yeah, and if you guys want to use this for your, paid ads, like here's my add-on for paid advertisement usage rights, is this, like, and they'll be like, okay, cool, that's not that much, like we can add that, nice. Second email, suggest adding different hooks and restructure the content variation. So basically like, yeah, I can make like this one video, but we can actually make 5 hooks for one video. Like basically a hook is just like what we're using to like catch their attention in the first seconds. So like a point of view, or like, this is how this happened, or like, I never thought this would happen, like all those hooks that we use. So you could use like the same video, but with 5 different hooks, and then you can include that as an add-on. And then when delivering the content, maybe you want to offer additional videos made for the brand, and maybe you want to include the raw footage if you feel comfortable including the raw footage, and then that could be an extra fee that you can ask if they want to add on at the end. And then after 1 month, after delivering the content, maybe recommend a monthly retainer for ongoing content creation, right? So this is how we like slowly start getting more and more add-ons as we go, without making the brand all overwhelmed in the beginning. But of course, you can also include all your add-ons that you provide in your portfolio. That's fine. Just like when you're doing your negotiation, you want to make sure you're taking it one step at a time and not all at once. So this approach helps you add value step by step, making it easier for the brand to appreciate these benefits of each additional service, and adjust the pricing and the services you offer based on what seems fair and what you are comfortable with. So all in all, just be easy to work with, right? We want it to be a smooth experience for them. We don't want them to feel like it's hard. And also for us, like we want it to just be easy and chill and smooth. And that's why they're going to love working with you. And they're going to be like, yes, we want to work with you monthly because this is awesome. So here we have some examples. Usage right in, I don't even want to try saying this word. I don't even know why we put
Perpetuity.
it in. Thank you.
Perpetuity.
Can you try that again?
Perpetuity.
Perpetuity. There we go. See? That's why community is so great, because we help each other.
Yes. At least you know multiple languages. I only know English, so.
Okay, I can teach you Norwegian whenever you want. So basically for our usage rights, we want to charge 100 to 500% of the base rate. So when a brand gets perpetual usage rights to your content, they can use your content for advertisement indefinitely. They also have the freedom to edit and repurpose your content in any way that they choose, right? Amazing for them. So let's say for a collaboration post, I would say $50 to $250 add-on price on top of your already price for doing a collaboration post. You should charge extra for that, because you're literally collaborating with the brand. It's going to go on your profile as well, and you need to charge a little bit extra for that. It is benefiting you, but why wouldn't we like for it to benefit us more, right? So this works extremely well if you're an influencer, of course, with an already established audience, and the brand has low audience base on Instagram. So if you want to help the Instagram kind of boost them a bit, even if you're just like a micro influencer, which I would say is like anywhere from like 2,000-3,000 followers to like 10,000 followers, then great, that still works. The collaboration post is basically a feature on Instagram where you can tag each other's account. So both of your guys' accounts are equal, like on the top, like it's, for example, Sarah Rosenborg and Bikini Guadalupe Sid, stuff like that. And this means that the post will appear on both feed. It's like equal, and also the collaborators feed. All views and interactions from both profiles will contribute to the overall engagement and view count of the post, helping your brand increase their visibility. So it's awesome. It's really beneficial for both, and it's a nice way that you can like offer that as like, you know, push out the content even more on your profile. Maybe you have similar target audience, you can use that as like a, yeah, we have similar target audience. I have a lot of audience that are interested in like outdoors travel, la la la, yada yada yada. Or a lot of my followers are from Europe, so we can expand like in Europe. Except we've talked about this a lot. You guys know we should definitely negotiate in that way to make them want more from you. And then we can add on having like delivering our service rush free. So within the shortest amount of time, for example, 1 to 3 days, if possible. But for this, we need to know if we're able to deliver in that time. If we don't have too much going on, then we can deliver rush free. Or if you just want to prioritize that piece of content, you can prioritize it and deliver it really fast. Only if you are able to. It's like, this is only if we're able to. We have to make sure we don't want to promise this and then not deliver it, right? So for Reels, I would typically charge for rush free. And it's honestly anything from $150 more for that or more. I would say usually more. This is probably based on like, let's say you're charging $200 for your reel. Then I would charge a $50 more or 150 to 150 for rush free. So that then our price goes from $200 to 250, you know, or 300 for rush free, something like that. That's what I mean with this. So it's based on our $200 rate. So content is usually delivered promptly, but if a brand requires it even faster and they really want it fast, then within 1 to 3 days after receiving the products and everything is ready to go, then an additional rush fee is applied. And this is what I would suggest. So you can add this to your mail if you want. I understand that you need the content delivered within 1 to 3 days to meet your campaign's start date. I'm ready to ensure that the content is finalized quickly so you have it on time. However, because of the accelerated timeline, there will be an additional rush fee per video, bringing the total amounts to $300, for example, or anything it is, you know, based on everything. I'm excited to start immediately, and you can expect to receive the content by this date. Another thing we can add on is exclusivity. Exclusivity involves a brand requesting that you avoid engaging with certain competitors within the same niche for a specific time. So you can suggest that like for the next year, I will only work with your backpack brand, for example, and no other competitors, because I really want to focus on you guys. And I believe that this backpack brand is like, you know, the best because you match my values. We both care about sustainability and la la la. And I've done research and I know that I want to work with you guys, and like I'm willing to offer just like full exclusivity for a year, for example. If we can then like obviously like that leads us into like the monthly retainer idea as well. So that's also something that the brand might want and really appreciate, because agreeing to exclusivity can lead to, you know, missed opportunities maybe or potential income. Then it is definitely reasonable that you charge for this as well. So a common approach to calculate that fee could be 30% of your base rate multiplied by the number of months, or alternatively, oh my God, I cannot speak today, charge a set rate of $300 to $500 per month for that exclusivity. So yeah, that's what I would recommend in terms of that. And when setting exclusivity terms with a brand, it's helpful to clarify several points. It's very important to clarify. So for example, the duration of the exclusivity. How long am I going to keep being exclusive to you guys? How long is the period? Blah, blah, blah. Also the scope of the exclusivity. Can you engage with other brands in the same industry? Like, where does the line go? Like, what are you guys comfortable with? What about if the products are different? You know, clarify these things. Usually easy to clarify all these things like during a call. I would definitely recommend talking about those things when you're on a call with them, so it's easy. You can chat back and forth and get a better idea of like what they're comfortable with, and then take your notes and whatever you need. Also, are you restricted from working with any brands within the same niche entirely, or can you work with like brands in the outdoor field still, but not that sell like just backpacks, but they sell backpacks and many other things? Just make sure to communicate really well with the brand there. Also, you can add on to include the raw footage. So here, charging 50 to 100% of the base rate is typical for providing raw footage. So this unedited content is very valuable for the brands because they can reuse it and re-edit it, and most likely they have somebody in their team already that can be editing this content. They can reuse it for in so many ways. So a lot of photographers actually don't feel comfortable doing that, but for those who do, this can be an add-on for sure. Then we have whitelisting. So for this, you can charge a flat fee per month depending on your audience base. So basically, having a larger following can make it easier for you to negotiate terms for influencer whitelisting. These posts appear on your social media feed and are marked to indicate a paid partnership. So if you're using Instagram and agree to allow listing, which lets the brand use your account for ads, then you'll likely need a Facebook business page. So this allows you to set up. This setup allows the brand to link their ad manager to your Instagram account to run advertising. So basically, the manager, marketing manager, whoever you're in contact with, will be able to run advertisements based on your post and push that out and put money behind your post, basically. So if you want some more detailed insight on influencer whitelisting and the best practices, you should check out this resource right here. Just hop on this, what is it called? Document, and click on the link and it'll take you here. You can read more about it there. Let's say we are providing all these links for you guys so it's super easy for you to read more and learn more about the different topics that we're going through, right? There's also another add-on you could consider, which is paid ad usage rights. We've talked about this in the past, something that I definitely recommend considering. So when discussing paid ad usage rights with the brands, it's definitely common to charge around 20% of the base rate, which again, the base rate is the rate of the content, not for promoting on our page yet. It's just the base rate, the first rate. So the 20% of the base rate for each video per month. So a key question that you can start with asking yourself is how long will you actually need these paid ad usage rights? Because this question will help you and the brand set clear expectations, and implies that the brand plans to run ads using your content. And this answer that they give you will guide any necessary adjustments to your rates. And if the ad does really well, this is what we talked about. Was it yesterday? I think that you should have a piece of the pie. Yeah. So we went through this yesterday in yesterday's class. If you want to hear that conversation, I would highly recommend watching that video. We were literally talking about this, how like what happens if the ad does really well and they get so much reach, engagement, all of that, and we don't get a piece of that cake. But we really need a piece of that cut, right? So the brand might want to continue using your ads for a longer period of time because they see that it's doing really well. So it's smart to regularly check in with the brand and ask, like, just engage with it. Show that you're still showing interest, and you're still noticing, like, oh, my post is still growing. You guys are still using it. It's like that's actually happening to my post right now that I have with the Yacht Week. I just noticed how it's getting more and more views still, and this was like almost a year ago, I think. Yeah, it was literally in June, so a year ago, and it's still working. So I'm like, I want to reach back out to that brand now and be like, hey, the Yacht Week, like, I see that like you're still maybe running ads behind this post and it's still working, it's doing really well, it's still growing. And so maybe, you want to get a cut of that, right? So you could also ask them if they want to renew the paid ad usage rights for last month's video, for example. Let's say you posted a video last month and they were going to put paid ads for 1 month, but then it's doing really well. So they want to keep doing that. Just be aware, notice those things and be like, hey, okay, you're still... Maybe you want to keep doing this. You want to renew the paid ad usage rights for another month, blah, blah, blah. Then they can pay you a little bit more for that.
Mind if I ask a question off of that? So how would that work? Like if they extended the usage rights, are they then you're invoicing them for the amount that you would then add to the following months? Like in Meta Business, you're going to add that money as like the money you pay to promote that ad?
I would add... For example, they're paying for the usage rights for 1 month, let's say. So let's say you are giving them whatever, X amount of money for 1 month of paid ads, and they want to add another month, then just charge them the exact same money for another month.
Oh, okay.
Like each month pay you that set price for using. But then, of course, then we want to talk about based on how well it's performing and all of that. There's a million ways. So if you want, we can we can chat about it in this community, and we can give you some help there and more guide you more towards like where you want to be, and like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like what you're wondering, what you're struggling with through the community. Coming home at the end of the day, being all tired, like editing my little reels at night, like that's what I enjoy the most. So it's really important that we also realize that where are our strengths, where do our strengths lie, and don't be overwhelmed by all of this because there is so much. It's too much for one person to handle all of this. That's why we are.
Yeah, you need to delegate. I like try to do too many things, and I realize like do what you do best and what you're most passionate about, and then delegate the rest.
Exactly. This is how we will become successful. That's why every successful person has some kind of help, whether from a mentor, a life coach, delegating work to other people that's their field, you know, that's what they enjoy doing. If you don't like to do the analytics side, then all right. So then we can also offer, like we mentioned before, different hooks, CTA. So different hooks in the beginning of each video. One video can have several hooks, right? So I would definitely think about charging somewhere around $20 to $50 extra for each different hook or each different call to action. So like any point of view or any like different caption that you can add, like, that's your ideas, right? You're going to provide them with 5 different hooks that they can use for your content that you're creating. You know, you're literally giving them everything, the scripts, the words, the keywords, everything based on our knowledge on which hooks work. I definitely want to share some more information about like how hooks work and what hooks I'd recommend, and give you guys some more tips on like that as well, and to guide you in the right direction, because it can be hard to understand what actually works in terms of that. So especially for the brands that rely heavily on paid media campaigns, this could be really, really beneficial for them. So these variations usually involve changes to the first or last 3 seconds of video. So that's, yeah, the first or the last 3 seconds of the video. This is what we're talking about here. You want to have your hook in the first 3 seconds of the video and your call to action in the last 3 seconds. So that could be a different spoken line, a change in the visual elements, new on-screen text, or a mix of all these factors. Offering different hooks or CTAs is very beneficial for brands because it allows them to conduct A/B testing with their advertisements. This testing helps them basically figure out which version of the video generated more sale, generated more engagement or conversations, or which messages that resonated best with their audience. And at the same time as the brand is going to be working with analyzing all this, we should be doing that for our personal brand as well. When you use one hook and you see that it works really well on your Instagram, then be like, oh, well, this my audience engaged with that. They like that hook. I should be doing more of this, right? So we're always analyzing what works best on our page to know what we want to do more of in the future. So guys, we have very little time. Oh my God. It's okay. We're just going to talk about package offer before we end here. It's important to tailor your package offers to meet the specific needs of the different brands, right? Some brands might want only photos, or others only reels, and some may prefer a mix of both. So customize the package to fit their preferences. Super important. It's all about them. We need to fit their preferences. Offering packages can encourage the brands to ask for more videos, gaining a discount on larger packages. So here's an example on how you might want to structure your pricing. For example, 3 reels, $500. 5 reels, $850. 10 reels, $1,500. Again, we're using the decoy effect, my favorite method, which I've been using for years and years and years, and it really works. And it is that basically they're not going to choose most of the time, not going to choose the lowest because it has very little value. Middle one, okay, better, more bang for your buck. Is that what you say? More like value for your money. But then the last option always has the most value for the best price. So they're getting the best deal on the last package. These prices typically cover organic usage rights forever, obviously. So if a brand wishes to use any of these videos for advertising, an additional charge of 20% of the base rate will apply. So let's say these are our base rates and they want to advertise on top of that, charge an additional fee of 20% of that on top of the base rate. So for instance, if a brand opts for the 5 video package and wants to run ads on these videos for 30 days, the cost would be like this: $1,670, and that is $850 for 5 videos, right? Plus $170 for paid usage rights. Total price, $1,670. For ongoing ad campaigns, the brand would need to renew these paid ad usage rights for each video after the initial months. Oh, guys, that was a mouthful Well, I know this can be overwhelming for a lot of people that are just getting started. Do not feel overwhelmed. It all takes time. You guys will have access to these videos, recordings. You know, you have access for it forever if you're a part of the wild community. So take your time to really digest all the information, learn one thing at a time, and you will eventually get there. We just want to put everything on the table. We want to teach you guys everything so that you guys can learn all of it and have these materials to, yeah, to basically get to where you want to be and to become a content creator and work in this field. So that's why we're teaching you everything. I know it can sound very like technical and hard, but like we said earlier, if you need to delegate work, do it. If you need help, ask for help. It's totally fine. Quick question about reach. You have that on your portfolio. On the professional dashboard on Insta, there is reach within X days. Do you use one of these numbers or is it a different calculated total? Yeah, I use my reach for like on the monthly, the 30 days reach. So I recommend using that. So how many accounts you've reached in the last 30 days, basically, which is the number that you're going to see here. Kendra says we win or we learn, sometimes both. Exactly. That is so true. We either win or we learn, guys. We never lose. Kendra is also asking, in terms of knowing what to try, there's also a tool. Oh yeah, you want to talk about the tool?
Yeah, so it's have you heard of this tool?
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay, yeah, so it's called FYPM, Fuck You Pay Me. There was a creator that got really fed up with not really knowing her value and being, undercut on her UGC content. So she created this platform where it's like crowdsourced reviews from creators that are sharing exactly what they were paid and the deliverables they offer to brands. So that could be really helpful for you, Tilda. I know you were saying like, how do you know if you're charging enough? You can like directly reach out. Let's say, HelloFresh paid X creator this amount. She had that following. Like you go to them, you make an offer that's around that. Like they should be able to say yes to that. And you're getting, your chunk of change out of that. So
that is amazing. I have actually heard about this before. The name is just legendary. Like,
yeah, it really is.
The whole business model.
I'm sure there's the cheap brands are so like pissed off about it. They're like, oh my gosh, now we have to pay these creators more.
Which is amazing for us. We won. That is awesome. Yeah, guys, we should definitely dive deeper into this tool. Virgil, what do you think about this? We should create something around this, I reckon, as well, huh?
Yeah.
So smart. Such a game changer. Yeah, I've heard about it, but I haven't yet dove into it. Because obviously, like, you're so caught up in all your brand deals, everything. Sometimes there's a lot of tools out there as well. So, but we have our tool master, Virgil, here. So we should definitely dive deeper into this and hopefully give you guys a little bit more insight on like how we can utilize that as well to benefit us for sure. You even have the link here, sign up here. Amazing. Here we are.
Yeah, the more people we get signed up, like the better the tool is, because that way we get more reviews. And obviously, she built this maybe 2 years ago, so it's still in the works. But the more creators we get on there, the better the tool will be.
I'm gonna definitely talk to all my creator friends about this.
Yeah, definitely share it with them, have them sign up.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna sign up right away.
I love the name of it. It's just genius.
It's genius, right? So smart. Usually there's like those names that you just can't forget, right? Like you'll just like how can you forget? It's just awesome. Fuck you, baby. I love that. And with that, guys, I think we should end it on that note. We should end it on a fuck you, pay me. Make sure you're getting paid from these brands because we're offering value. Boom. That's what I want you guys to take away from this class. So
motto of building your proposal is fuck you, pay me.
Exactly. So guys, and also I want to say that I feel like I've gotten like a new motto now. Like I want this to be my new slogan. Literally the other day my friend was meditating and I was on a call. So we were like on very different, like, like doing very different things. Like she was like there, like in all Zen mode. And I was doing like a call with one of you guys for the mentorship program. And literally right after her meditation, she like the first thing she hears, I think she had like her headphones on. The first thing she hears after she takes her headphones off is me saying, you should take your dreams seriously. And then she comes to me and she's like, she tells me that. She was like, during my meditation, I saw like this bright light, like a new beginning, like something coming, she's like a bright light. And she was like, and right after I finish, the first thing I hear after is you say, take your dreams seriously. And she was like, that's such a crazy thing because a lot of people connect serious, the word serious, with like negative things. Like taxes is serious, your boring job is serious, school is serious. All these things are like negative loaded word. But why does not anyone take their dreams serious? Like dreams is such like like, oh, you're just like dreaming, you're just like up in the clouds. Like it's not that serious. You know what I mean?
I think it's self-sabotage.
Yeah. Right?
Like
And fear.
if you pursue your dreams, it can be a scary place to be because you're out of your comfort zone. And a lot of people are attached to their comfort zone.
For sure.
You should
Absolutely.
definitely have that as a slogan. I think that is really good.
This is my slogan. I don't know if you guys can read it, but
All hustle,
all
no
hustle, no luck. People are like, you're so lucky. It's like, wow, luck is the result of a lot of hard work that went unnoticed.
Absolutely. Hard work mixed in with also just manifesting for me.
Also, Sarah, I have one more question before like we end this call. It's about like your like one-on-one thing that I saw on your mail, like the
program.
That thing where you get like individual help. So I have just a question, like if this is for me because I have a lot of videos that I've done but I've not uploaded. Is like, does it have to be uploaded or can you like review it based on if I just send it to you? Yeah.
Book a call with us.
Yeah. We should book a call and you'll be on a call with us two, but like us three with you.
Yeah.
And then we'll go through all that. And literally the beginning of the mentorship program, I want to see all of your videos, everything that you have. And then we can make a strategy on how we want to use all the content that you have in the best way on your profile to optimize your profile. Because the step number one is like finding your niche, nailing down your niche, really figuring out what we're going to focus on with you. Like what's your niche based on your interests, your everything that you like. And then we will optimize your profile based on that. So then I would need to see like the content, how we can use it, where we can use it, what platforms, everything. Like we'll go through all that. But
good. But that's what I wanted to know. But that's perfect then.
Yeah, book a call with us. We can chat more about that and we can start looking at your content as well. All right, guys. So today we're going to be talking about negotiation one-on-one. How do we negotiate? And we are actually now, look how far we have come. On the 20th, negotiation one-on-one. We only have two more classes in this masterclass. So tomorrow, delivering content, and then on the 22nd, receiving your money. So literally, we're almost finished with this whole masterclass, which is so unbelievable, crazy. But yeah, today's class super, super interesting. It's going to be about negotiation, how we negotiate with these clients and to get the best terms for our brand deals. So let's jump into it. First, we're going to talk about fundamentals. So before we dive into more details on negotiation tactics and the next step, I want you to have some fundamentals clear in mind. So think about it from the brand's point of view. I want you guys to step into the brand's point of view and in their shoes and look at the whole negotiation pitching process through their eyes as well, because they want to partner with content creators who are, of course, easy to work with and that will consistently deliver effective content on time, right? So make sure that we are aware of like our responsibilities in terms of that, right? And then we're going to go through some do's and don'ts when it comes to negotiating. So do's is what I want you guys to do is to start with clear questions. So ask them detailed questions about the job and the budget and how it works from their point of view from the very beginning. Because this was going to help you understand what the brand actually wants and exactly what they're looking for. That's why I recommend to you guys to like, what I usually do is ask them, first of all, before budget, I like to ask them like, okay, what are you guys not struggling with, but what are you guys looking for right now in terms of marketing and content? Like, what do you guys feel like you're missing? Is there any like what's going on in the marketing strategy basically for the brand right now? So like ask them a few questions on what they need, what they feel like they're missing, what they already have, and like get more insights, and then start talking about budget and stuff like that in the beginning. You want to really know exactly what the brand wants before you finalize anything. Then we want to set the expectations right away. So make sure that the brand knows what you can deliver from the very start. So this will obviously avoid any confusions later on. So be really clear on like what you are thinking, that what you can deliver. But of course, like I also told you guys in the past, if they ask you, okay, well, can you do this and can you do that? And you know you would have the time, but you don't know if you like have the skills or whatever, always say yes. Like I really recommend this. If you feel confident enough to be able to say yes to something that you're not sure about, that you could actually do, or that you have actually the skills to do right now, you can always learn. So with that confidence, that's what I told you guys. Again, I did that with La Pointe. I said I am a great copywriter and I can write amazing blog posts where I didn't really know. And then I learned after, and I actually wrote blog posts for their website, because it just, you can do anything. You can learn it. So it's like, also set the expectations in terms of time. How much time do you have? How much can you deliver based on your time? But if they ask you about a certain skill that you are interested in and you want to learn, just say yes, because we can always learn that. So then I want to go through use flexible pricing. So basically have a pricing plan that lets you change your rates based on the scope of work and how big the brand is and their budget as well. So be flexible when it comes to pricing and base your pricing around that. We talked a lot about that yesterday in last class. And then make a custom proposal. Offer a service that fits the brand's specific needs and their budget. So we want to fit into what they need, what they're looking for. So that's also a good thing to, like, if they're looking for copywriting, we can fit into that category. You're right, if we just say yes. So but basically be exactly what the brand is looking for. Just be like, oh my God, that's perfect. You guys are looking for this, and that's exactly what I can provide. That's what we want, right? That's what we want. That's how we want to talk to them and negotiate. Use bullet points to keep everything simple and clear. And if you want, and if you're on a call with them while you're negotiating, I also usually have a little presentation with bullet points. So either bullet points just on your notes, so you have like a little bit of an idea of how you want the meeting to go, like some bullet points, like you want to talk about this topic, you have these questions, write it down before the meeting. Definitely recommend that. Or just have a little bit of a presentation where you're like, write a few sentences of what you can deliver, what you can offer them, and yeah, some bullet points in there as well. Talk about money early. So discuss the payment early in the conversation, especially when you're like on a call, or if you're negotiating on email as well. Not too early, but still not at the very end, right? It shows that you are professional and that you're serious about your work, and it's very important to have that clear. And it also shows that you're not looking for a free exchange, like products in exchange of content, right? It shows that like we're actually serious about this. We get paid for this. This is our job. This is our professional job. So it's important that they have that expectation right away as well. You don't want to just throw that in there right at the end and be like, oh, by the way, like how much money am I going to get for this? And then they're like, wait, what? I wasn't sure. Like we need to have everything very sure and organized throughout the whole negotiation. And plan for negotiation. Share a rate around 20 to 50% higher than your minimum rate, but still reasonable for the brand, giving you space to agree on a final rate. So it's always nice to upcharge a little bit in the beginning, right? Put your price a little bit higher so that if the brand wants to bring it down, you can be flexible, right? Instead of putting a low rate and then they're like, then they're going to try and negotiate back, right? They're always going to try and get a better deal. You're both always going to try and get the best deal out of this. So it's like start high and rather go, a little bit lower, making them feel like, oh, I can make you a special discount, or like I can make you a huge discount because this is our first, collaboration. It's the first time we're doing this. Like I'll make you a discount, blah, blah, blah. So I can actually for this time do it for this price. Does that make sense? You'd rather upcharge in the beginning and then lower your rates rather than starting from low, basically.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Sorry, this is like in some countries, if you go to market, they're like, oh, only for you. It's like just $1.
Exactly, guys. We are in Egypt. Special discount for you. Very special discount for you. Only for my friend, my friend. Say that. Exactly. To say that, and everything will work itself out. 2 for 1, 2 for 1. And it's really, especially in Sri Lanka, Nikki, you will hear this a lot. Oops, what am I doing? I'm like recording a voice message. You'll hear this a lot, Nikki, like in Sri Lanka. I'll teach you a word right now. They're gonna say machan instead of, that's like friend in Sri Lanka. So when they try and sell you things, it's always machan, machan. So there you go, everyone. You want
Thank
to
you.
negotiate to any Sri Lankan person, then machan is a very used word. Fun fact.
Noted.
Noted. Amazing. You'll hear it a lot. All right, so that's what we want to do. But what do we not want to do? Here are our don'ts. You don't want to upsell all at once, right? Introduce additional services or add-ons over several communications, right? We talked about this yesterday as well, rather than all at once, because too many options too quickly can overwhelm the brand, and the negotiations won't go well, basically. So be assured that we negotiate one thing at a time. We have everything very organized, and we have an organized negotiation, basically, is what I usually call it. So if you want to add, like we said this literally yesterday, if you want to add the add-ons, maybe like do ones at a time so they don't get overwhelmed. Also, you don't want to skip the contract. This is very important, guys. No matter how big or small the scope of work is, always use a contract. It keeps both sides clear on what to expect and ensures that you get paid. Super important. Don't pressure the brand. Let the brand take time to think about your proposal. Pushing them to decide very quickly might harm your relationship with them, right? Of course, you can follow up. We recommend that. That's very, very important to follow up, but don't ever push them and like spam them, because it's just going to push them away. Don't quickly lower your rates. Never lower your rates too fast. So don't reduce your rates too fast. If the budget is tight, then talk about doing less work instead of just lowering your rates, right? And then the last one, don't be rigid. It's good to know what you want, but sometimes being a little flexible can help build a stronger, lasting relationship, because like I said before, brands want people that are easy to work with. So we need to, think about that. We are basing all this on their terms, what they need. We're easy to work with, and we can be flexible on what we do, how we do it, and flexible on the budget as well, because we're gonna be charging 20% more in the beginning anyways. So we do have some wiggle room, right? And my voice is like literally gone from talking so much. But so I'm sorry if I sound like I've been smoking crack for 20 years. I promise you I have not. It's just a lot of, and then we were in the car yesterday screaming, there's potholes, driving like crazy as per usual around here. So it's also from that probably, but yeah, ignore that. So then guys, when brands offer gifted products in exchange of content, then consider asking these questions before accepting this gifted brand collaboration. Ask yourself, am I willing to miss paying my bills to do this work? Think about if this brand is actually worth this financial sacrifice. Also think about, is this a brand that I've actually dreamed of working with, or are they going to take me further in some way? Like, is working with this brand actually going to benefit me so much? Or if they post my content and tag me, like, is that actually going to benefit me to the point where it's worth it, right? Is it like someone I've dreamt to work with, stuff like that? So if this isn't my dream brand, is the product they offer worth as much as the payment I wanted? So consider if the product they're giving is actually valuable enough to replace the money that you would be getting, or if it's actually something that you were planning to buy anyway, right? That's why, for example, sometimes I do exchanges with hotels, because I want to go somewhere and I was going to pay for accommodation anyway. I would rather just get that for free and do a few reels for the hotel instead of paying for accommodation. Or for example, now we're planning to go to Cappadocia in Turkey, and we're reaching out to the hot air balloons to get the hot air balloon experience for free in exchange of some reels, right? That's fair, because those are activities that we would have wanted to do anyway, and we might also be able to squeeze some money out of them. It's like, but those things, like if you're already planning to go somewhere and you're already going to be paying for the villa or the resort or whatever, might as well just ask them to do an exchange, and then that's
Sarah,
I might have a place you could stay. I might have like a villa you could collaborate with. I know the guy in
No way.
Cappadocia. Yeah. I'll have to
No
send you his
way.
contact. Because
Yeah,
he gave
that
us,
would be amazing.
yeah, he did a collab with us as well. And I don't
So,
have half your following, so
dude, I would love that. Thank you
yeah.
so much. You guys are
Yeah.
amazing.
He'll
See,
hook you up. He'll hook you
yeah.
up with like the dresses and everything, and you might know some guys that actually could hook you up with a deal for the balloons as well.
Oh my God, amazing.
Yeah.
See, guys, this is why we're here. This is why we have our wild community, because we all help each other and support each other with these things. This is amazing. Thank you so much. That's awesome. So yeah, I want you guys to consider that, right? Is it worth to get this service or get that product in exchange for your content? And then also ask yourself, do I need more experience with my brand collaborations to enhance my portfolio? Like maybe you are actually looking to enhance your portfolio right now and you want more experience. So then maybe a gifted collaboration is the perfect opportunity right now for you, right? So reflect on that. Reflect on whether working with this brand could give you valuable experience, especially if it's in the niche that you want to develop in, right? And then a little script. So you could say something like this. Hi, I'm going to use the same example, Surf Folk. Hi, Surf Folk. Thank you for this opportunity. Normally, I charge $500 per video for per reel, whatever, but I really like your product and I'm eager to support your marketing efforts. I'm willing to accept a product in exchange for one video this time with the rights for you to use it organically forever. If your team likes the video and wants to use it for paid ads, we can talk about a fair price for those rights later. That's what I recommend saying that if you want to accept a gifted collab. So you guys can just hop on here and copy and paste and make some changes if you want to send that one out. And when a brand says that they don't have the budget / offering a lower rate. So if a brand suggests a payment that's below your usual rate, and then you have the option to adjust what you offer to fit their budget, right? This shows that you're flexible and committed to finding a solution that benefits both parties, which is awesome. So here are some tips. Reduce the number of videos. Offer fewer videos to align with their budget, maybe. Could be a good idea. Limit the duration of paid ad rights. So shorten the time that they can use your videos in paid ads. Or maybe decrease the number of revisions. Offer fewer rounds of edits to keep the costs down. Maybe provide a one-time discount. Let the brand experience working with you on at a discounted rate initially. So if they're pleased with your work, then they might consider a full rate collaboration next time, right? Request maybe more products. So if the payment is lower, then you can ask for additional products as a part of the compensation. This approach does not maintain the collaboration, but does not only maintain the collaboration, but also builds goodwill with the brand, right? Potentially leading to more work at your standard rates in the future. So this is how you can be like flexible, but still in a nice, fair way that will benefit you as well. So then, guys, we want to talk about how do we convert a gifted collaboration to a paid one? So you can send this type of email to them if they say they want to do a gifted collaboration, but you want to turn it into a paid one, right? So here is an example for that. Hey, brand representative name. Hey, Sir Folk. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I always aim for our collaboration to benefit both of us. Due to the time and cost involved in creating and sharing content, I'm not accepting product exchanges as compensations anymore. Still, I'm excited about your brand and I would love to discuss some ideas that I have that could be a great fit. Could you let me know what the budget is for your paid campaigns currently? Thank you and your name or whatever. So definitely like take this as a template, but customize it to sound like, from your voice and those kind of things. Like never just copy and paste, like I said before. But here's a little template for you to use for that. And then when a brand says that your rates are too high, right? This is the worst when brands say that, or just like to completely like ignore you and stuff like that just because you put your rates out. Super annoying. It does happen sometimes. Here are some options. Option number 1, decline the offer. Hey, brand representative name. Thank you for letting me know. I completely understand your current situation. Please do keep me in mind for future projects once there is a marketing budget available. I'm very interested in collaborating with you, and I would love to explore opportunities when the time is right. Best regards. So basically, don't get when the rates are too high. When they say that the rates are too high, it is annoying. It's frustrating, but we don't want to show that. We don't want to just ignore them after that or send some angry message back to them, right? We want to be still professional and respectful. So this is an option for what you can say there. Option number 2, you can also negotiate, right? We're talking about negotiating 101, so you can always negotiate. Hi, thank you for your response. I actually charge X because I invested significant time in planning and producing unique, high quality content tailored for your brand. I'm eager to find a solution that benefits both your brand and my community. To accommodate your budget, I can offer a discounted rate of this. Alternatively, we can maintain the current rate and I will include an additional reel to add more value to our collaboration. Please let me know which option works best for you or if there are any other possibilities you'd like to discuss. Best regards, right? Here are the 2 offers that I recommend if the brand says that your rates are too high. And then what about if a brand reaches out for repost? 2 scenarios here. Scenario number 1, brand reaches out for a repost. So basically this happens in Instagram. So this is in text format. If they want to repost your content, you could say, for example, hi, brand name, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so happy to see that you enjoyed my content. I've been a huge fan of your product name or whatever for a long time. Usually I charge $100 per video for organic reposting, but I'd love to offer you guys a special rate. While working on the original video, I got inspired and I created 2 more. So these new videos could be great for your organic posts on your social media channels or even for your paid ads on TikTok and Instagram. I have several more content ideas that could excite your team. So can you share the right contacts so I can send these over? This one, I love this one. This one is amazing because the brand just basically wants to take advantage of your content in the beginning, right? And repost your content for free of charge and just, yeah, take advantage of your content. Like, yeah, they might tag you, but it's not, in most cases, it's not going to give you a lot. So this is a way you can actually turn that into you getting a paid collaboration with them in the future. Love this one. I've used it many times and it has worked several times. So definitely recommend trying that out if a brand wants to repost your content or like one of those travel pages as well. Like visit here, visit that, whatever, Bali, inspo life thing. And they want to repost your content. Just try and use this to negotiate a good deal for you. Scenario number 2, the brand does actually repost your content without asking you. This is what happened to me with TripAdvisor. TripAdvisor just stole my Portugal surf content and posted it on their page to promote Ericeira in Portugal. And I had no idea. And I found it, like people sent it to me and I was like, oh my God. And at that time, I didn't really know how to handle the situation. So based on that experience, I learned a lot. So here's what I would recommend. Send them an Instagram DM. It could be something like this. Hey, listen, we're going to use the TripAdvisor as an example for this one. Hey, TripAdvisor, I'm so happy you liked my content. Typically, brands ask for permission before reposting, so I'd love to discuss the proper purchase of reposting rights. Also, I actually created 2 more videos inspired by this first one, and I think these videos could be a perfect fit for your social media channels or paid ads. Is there a partnerships email I can use to get in touch? I'd love to share these new ideas with your team. Because even in this situation, you don't want to just be angry at them and start messaging them and like, you cannot repost my comment, my post, like, yeah, my content. This is so unfair, la la la. Like, I'm gonna charge you for this. Like, yeah, and you just don't want to end up in a bad situation like this because you can actually turn a bad situation into a good one, right? And benefit from it. And that's what we're trying to explain here, how you can turn that bad situation into something that's actually going to benefit you in the end.
I have also learned that like big brands like TripAdvisor, they use third-party services that actually aggregate UGC content and then illegally resell it. So sometimes they might not even know that it was like illegally sourced and then resold or whatever, like reproduced to them.
Right.
Because I had a job interview with this one company that did that, and I'm like, I could never work here. You guys are not rewarding your creators whatsoever.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Horrible. We don't, no.
They said they scrape creators' content from the web. I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's insane.
Without paying them.
What do they think they, so they basically take just creators' content, download it, and sell it to, and resell it to who?
Big brands like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, anyone they're partnered with. If you look them up, they're socialnative.com. I think it is.
That's
And
crazy.
really, yeah, it's scary because I was like, how do you guys pay the creators? They're like, oh, well, they just are happy to have their content reposted. And in some cases, let's say that they really like the content, they'll have the brands reach out to do more of like a influencer partnership where they're asking for something specific, but other times it's already content that exists out there on like just, social media that they pull and
Right.
repurpose. I'm gonna
Yeah,
send a link so you guys can go.
definitely send the link. This is why we are here. We want to go through all these scenarios because yeah, there's a lot of different things out there that you need to be aware of and just sure that you are not being taken advantage of, basically. And like most of the time, it's gonna be just like smaller brands reposting your content, stuff like that. But still, it's all about just trying to basically make every shitty situation like this turn into something that is actually gonna benefit you in the end. Hopefully, this doesn't happen to any of us, and we're gonna make sure that we can do anything in our power to prevent that. So actually funny, what happened when TripAdvisor took my content and posted it, all of my friends and everyone in my creator community was like spamming the comment section with like, this is Sarah Rosenborg's video, like give her credit, like what are you guys doing? Like, ah. So it's funny that the next topic here is comment on that specific content post. It just like reminded me of that whole chaos. Like everyone spamming them. It was kind of funny, but dramatic. So yeah, I would recommend not being angry at them, even in the comment section. You don't want to cause any like drama. Just say, hey, TripAdvisor team, I just sent you a message. Please check your DMs. Better to just leave it at that, right? We're trying to not create any big scene out of it. Of course, like sometimes if they still don't want to be fair and because then they have the option, like either remove the content, but they should still pay you because they still have used it, or just work with you in the future and be fair, right? In this case, they didn't want to do anything. They just removed my content and like ignored everything. So it is, yeah, that can happen. But then after that, when they removed my content and just didn't do anything, I then started sharing about it on social media. And I was just being honest, like, this is my story. This is what happened. Like, yeah, don't work with them, basically, like, kind of like that. But anyways, what if they don't reply after multiple follow-ups? So yeah, what if they still are using the content and you're messaging them on Instagram, you've commented on their post, maybe you've emailed them even too, and they still don't reply. So then you will have to actually take legal action regarding this, even though you don't plan to do it. That's why it's very, very smart to have someone that is aware of all the legal terms and legal aspects of this stuff. So if you ever end up in that situation, you have to take legal action. But hopefully we're not going to get there. So it's just for you guys to know. So yeah, what's next then? After you and the brand have basically agreed on all of your terms in terms of the collaboration, and you've negotiated and agreed on everything, all the details, all the scope of work, then the next steps will be for you to send a contract and invoice. And this is also why we work with the contract. I cannot state how important it is. For so long, I was working without contract, and it was a mess because you're basically asking to get into these situations if you don't have a contract. It's like you're literally doing a job and you think you can just like talk about it during a meeting and that like everything is, everything is set. Like, no, it doesn't work like that. But I didn't know any better. I was just testing it out, trying everything. And yeah, but now we have learned that I always want to have a contract. You always want to have a professional invoice and all these things as well. So contract. Of course, you can actually use ChatGPT to create a contract for yourself. But guys, having a lawyer approve the template is better than having nothing. It is like being 99% legally protected. So a lawyer approved template is better. Okay. So to get that other 1% and to be completely sure, I would require that you hire a local attorney to draft you a custom contract or have a local counsel review the templates for your local laws. So here are some terms that you should know. I'm not going to go through all of these terms right now. You guys can go through this and read all the terms. We have them here for you to read over. So you can go through the terms. We do have a link here. So you can basically choose to buy an influencer contract from this link to get legally protected. And this is a lawyer approved template and made by a lawyer. And I do not get any commission from referring you to this, but I just wanted to include it here so you guys can go check it out if you want. So yeah, here's that. We're basically just wanting to provide you all this so you have, and yeah, you can go through all of the terms that you should know. For invoice, there's some fundamentals as well. So if you want to design your own invoice, you can use Canva actually to create a professional invoice. Super easy. Canva offers a range of free invoice templates that you can customize to fit your needs. You need to be deciding on a payment plan, so either net 30 days or a 60 payment plan. Set the terms based on when you expect to receive payment after delivering your content. That could be either 30 days or 60 days, up to you. You can also do a 50-50 plan, so arrange to receive 50% of the payment upfront before delivering the content, and then the remaining 50% after the content has been delivered. Number 3, using third-party platforms for invoicing. You can also use platforms, utilize popular invoicing platforms such as PayPal, Bill.com, and Stripe, for example. I would definitely highly recommend Stripe. In this case, I use Stripe and it's amazing. So that's a good platform for that. The process. These platforms will email the invoice directly to the brand and provide a link for payment, but they have a certain processing fees included. So just be aware of that. Benefits: using these platforms simplifies the tracking of payments and insurance transparency. So that's awesome. And then alternative payment methods can be ACH transactions. So if you want to avoid processing fees, you can consider direct bank-to-bank transfers. That could also work. I've done that in the past as well. Works great. You would just need some information from the company that you're working with. So their bank details, basically. And a little tip: since the payer's details may appear generic on your bank statements, for example, like direct deposit, bank wire, stuff like that, then you should request a payment confirmation from the brand to keep track of all this. Because in the beginning, you're probably not going to have an accountant doing all this. So it's really important that we also are aware of these things and that we know how to manage your personal brand. Because you're basically going to have, it's going to act like your company, like you're starting a little company now. So it's really important that we have all this legal stuff sorted, especially if you want to do all that yourself. Of course, if you have the opportunity to have a accountant deal with this, especially when you grow in the future, then that would be awesome. Because there is a lot to understand yourself and deal with. That's why this is like probably the stuff that I hate to do the most, is like all the accounting, money stuff. I just can't deal with it. It's so hard. So I'm using an accountant at the moment to just leave that work to someone else. That's why I'm saying, guys, delegate work. You don't want to be doing everything alone because it's a lot. And that's why we need to be good at delegate work, have help from people who know this. Like I said in the earlier classes as well, if there's something you don't like to do, like for example, for me, that's this part, the money part, the accounting. I don't want to do that. I don't like those things. So I delegate that to someone who that's their job, you know? And they actually enjoy doing that and like their job, hopefully. So what if a brand doesn't pay you after you have delivered the content? That is obviously the worst situation. You don't want that to happen. But what do we do if that happens? We need to be aware that it can happen and what we're gonna do if so. So step number 1, definitely start by following up multiple times with the brand. If they don't respond to you after multiple attempts, then send them a demand letter and say that you will take legal action if that happens. But if you do plan to take legal actions, act fast and don't wait, right? So if you ever need a demand letter, you guys can go on this document. You'll have access for this to all these documents forever, guys. I want you to remember that. If you're a part of the Wild community, this is all for free and you will have access to this forever. So here's a demand letter. You guys can go to this site and access it here to use if you ever end up in that situation. But let's hope we don't, right? Because it's not fun.
Too late. It happened. And I actually didn't take your advice to act immediately because the point of contact I was speaking to left. And then she handed me off to some guy who had no clue what was going on.
That's when I just say, aloha, mahalo. Mahalo, guys. No, this is, we've all been there. Either we win or we learn, right? So when those situations happened, we just got to learn from it. And I'm sure you learned a lot from that as well, Kendra. And it was probably, you know how like everything happens for a reason, even if it is shitty situations like this, maybe we had to learn, right? Me with TripAdvisor, you with this situation, we learned so much from it.
Yeah. I'm just too lazy to like track them down And I need to hire a VA to just like track that stuff down because they probably owe me like $600, but it's
That's
a lot of work to just go out.
exactly. Act fast. If it ever happens, send a demand letter, take legal action fast, because the brands have like, especially big brands can have a very, like, it's very easy for them to just like disappear and not deal with it, or just like send an automated message back to you, or just like send you over to other contact, or you can't even get in contact with them, and then just like they just disappear. And we're such a small brand, like our personal brand, like my personal brand is super small compared to TripAdvisor, so I don't have like all that legal protection to be able to, you know, win that case over them. You know what I mean? Like that's why I want to make sure that we all know this, to be able to protect our small little personal brand in the best way possible. And hopefully we will grow that small little personal brand to the point where we get big and have a lawyer and everything to be, we can even take down Coca-Cola, right? Hopefully in the future.
The brand is Amazon, but the trouble is there's a third party representing them. It's like a influencer platform. So I'm probably going to go after them, but like at the end of the day, they might not even be working with Amazon anymore.
Did you send them a demand letter or say
I need to?
Oh, you need to?
Yeah.
Do it for sure. With the contact that you had, every contact that you've had within that brand, I would recommend you send a demand letter ASAP to them.
Do you think with that I need to show proof of like everything I did, or like they should know that?
You can show proof. I think it always helps to state everything, show the proof, show that you delivered, show all kinds of proof that you have. And yeah, you can literally just go to this website right here and get your demand letter. It's $30, but it's so worth it.
Yeah.
So worth it. Definitely. Because then hopefully you'll get your $600. You can also just put your audio on if you want to ask a question.
I have a question. What happens? I don't know if this is, you have been like saying so much about like, oh, it's so important to have a contract and stuff like that. But let's say that you made something in the past and you didn't have a contract on that. Is it like your fault now and you cannot do anything if you didn't have a contract? You have no rights on your side, right? So like, I really gotta have a contract.
Yeah, I mean, of course, anything written is better than nothing. So if you have anything written, you can always screenshot that and use that as proof, but it's not signed. So it's not legally protected, right?
Okay.
That's why I always recommend, like, especially when you get bigger brand deals and where there's a little bit more money involved. And if there's any money involved, like we want to be 100% sure, right, that it's going to go smoothly and that we are going to, get that money. So when you start earning money, like with this, I definitely will recommend using contracts from the very beginning. But with the smaller brands, they often might not have that contract. So it's always smart for us as the creators to have a creator contract that we can send to them. So that they can sign our contract, which is the best case scenario, because then we're in charge of everything and we know everything that's in there and we've written everything, and yeah.
Okay, so if like let's say I work with a big brand and then they send me their contract, should I send them my contract and like sign both, or should we one?
If they send you their contract, I would review their contract and see if you want to make any changes, and then negotiate the contract, because they will probably require you to sign theirs. So it's only when the brand doesn't have a contract that I would recommend sending yours. Or you could even suggest like, hey, I have my own creator contract. Can you review mine? It's all about communication. So
yeah,
it's all about communication. Just ask them, do you guys have a creator influencer marketing contract that you want to send me? Or do you want me to provide you guys with mine? Because I have a creator contract that I made. Like, I would love for you to review it, blah, blah, blah. And then you just see what they say based on that.
Okay, perfect.
Any other questions?
Do you have any like statistics, like how often it turns out into a deal, like when you pitch a brand? Like, is it
based on
like really hard, like you need to pitch a lot of brands? Or
I was just talking about my good friend Philip that I host the trips with in Hawaii. Has 100,000 followers on Instagram, and he still reaches out to 20 to 30 brands like every day. So guys, you have
Yeah.
to be on it.
I think they think
Yeah.
that opportunities are just going to come to them. And I think there's a lot of creators out there that act like that. Like, oh yeah, it just landed in my inbox. And that's not how that works. Like it does, but you still have to do the
It does, but you cannot control when it does. So it's like,
Yeah.
I have brands reaching out to me, but it's just random. So those I just take as like extra, like, oh, well, great. Now we have, and like sometimes I'm like, oh no, I don't want to work with that brand, or like, oh, and then I give it away to my friends, or I see if any of my friends want it. Or, and then sometimes it's like, oh no, actually this brand is awesome. Like it fits my niche, fits my values, everything. And I'm like, cool, that's great. But you still have to do the outreach. Like we're all still doing the outreach. And but then it's the way to not be doing the outreach anymore, which is what I told my best friend Philip as well, is which is what we're both doing right now, is focusing on our monthly retainers. So now we're both switching from reaching out to 20, 30 brands a day and just working with a few brands monthly. And that was like a very recent discovery for us in our little friend group. And now we're like all just working with that instead. And it's way easier because then we don't have to do all the outreach. Because like when we were traveling, we were like, oh, we don't have the time to do outreach right now. Like we can't be emailing 30 brands a day when we're like in the middle of the Philippines on an island, freaking visiting a tribe. Like, I don't know how you want me to do both here. I have no service. Like, you know what I mean? Also, why it's really nice to have somebody that you work with that can do that for you. So any work like that you can delegate to someone else. If you need to be reaching out to 20, 30 brands a day, but you don't have the time yourself, have some people that can help you with that. My biggest tip. That's what I have now as well. So whenever like I have my monthly retainers, but if I want to, obviously like I'm working with some brands for like say 6 months or 3 months, and like then I know when those deals are going to end, and of course I'm going to try and upsell to the same brands, but it's also nice to have some securement, so I'll be reaching out to new brands as well. Or for example, when I'm like, oh, you know what, I really need, for example, now I'm like, I really want to change my like travel setup. Like I want a new suitcase, I want a new backpack, I want like new travel setup. So I'm like reaching out to suitcase brands right
Did you apply to CalPack? They have a really good program. CalPack Travel. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, please do. That would be awesome.
Because you also need to like research about the brand and find information and then like adjust the email always, right? So it can take so much time.
Exactly. That's why it is a lot of work. It's not. It is a lot of work. It is hard work. Like that's what a lot of people always say, like, oh yeah, your little job. And you just like take photos here and there and like take some iPhone videos and that's it. I'm like, they don't understand how much goes into this. It's a full-time job. It's a lot. And that's why we need to work together, as a team. It's like it is so overwhelming doing it alone. And to be able to scale on a fast, effective, in a fast and effective way, you want to delegate some work, you want to have some help. That's why we're here, as well, to help you guys in the best way we can. So I cannot, if you want to take this serious, I cannot recommend to you enough, like that, like you should do it 100%. Just make sure like you understand that it is a lot of work and it's gonna require a lot of motivation and your time and dedication. And it's not just a little, hobby, if you really want to take it serious.
Do you mind if I ask one more question based on the things we reviewed earlier?
For sure.
I know we only have 4 minutes left, but I'll try to make it quick. So you did share an example where it's like, I typically charge X, but for this, blah, blah, blah. So I kind of applied that strategy. I'm pitching to hotels for partnerships, right? Initially, my strategy was collaboration. But of course, the canned response is we're not accepting collaborations. So then I shifted my pitch and I said, I typically charge blah, blah, blah for these deliverables. But if you're, I'm willing to accommodate to doing an exchange and, whatever. I didn't use the word collaboration, but I still have, they come back and they say, we're not doing collaborations. So like, I was trying to show more value and like.
That was really good. I think that's really good that you noticed that and analyzed that and then shifted towards a different approach, right? And different wording.
Yeah. But what happens if that didn't work? Like maybe I need to test it more, but it's just.
For sure, test it more. So basically, what you're saying that you're experiencing a lot of hotels saying they don't accept collaborations, right?
Yeah, and it may be the season that I'm reaching, like I'm reaching out high season. That's really dumb of me, but I've done this in the past and I've had success.
Yeah.
So
Of course, in the high season, a lot of hotels are not like they don't need
right.
that. They don't need that marketing. They don't need that push right there. But you still never know. That's the thing. Like you still never know. So I'm never gonna tell you like, oh, it's not going to work because the high season. Like you never know. So I would just keep reaching out, keep finding more hotels, maybe smaller one, like little boutique hotels, like other, Airbnbs. And there's also like all these other like Airbnb companies that are not Airbnbs. Like
Yeah.
we have one that we're reaching out for Tahiti right now. I can send you the link to that website. It's Gavin, my best friend Gavin is doing that right now. So I'll check that link and send it to you to see what he was using. He said he's not using Airbnb because of X, Y, and Z. I don't remember because it's super hard to reach out on Airbnb because you cannot.
Yeah. You'll get
like
shadow banned.
Yeah, and you have to message them on Airbnb directly. So that's why we're using this other website right now. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
And then you can try there, reaching out. I would definitely recommend just keep doing it, keep reaching out, just find smaller little villas, little hotels, boutique hotels, Airbnb style stuff.
Yeah. Because I'm targeting the Greek islands. So I'm obviously staying away from like the major ones, but even
Greek
the small
islands in the summer.
Yeah. So if you guys know of any hotels, villas that work with creators,
I can definitely look around and talk to my friends who have done collaborations there in the past. Oh, actually, I do know of one. I did one like years ago. Yeah, it was on Crete.
Okay.
I literally did this hotel collab. This is my first ever hotel collab. I was like 16, 17. I will find back to this. I think it was called like Virginia something hotel. I don't know, something like that. I will find it. This was so long ago. I'll find it and send it to you for sure.
Yeah, I could say that you recommended it in my outreach and then share like
I remember Sarah from like 5 years ago. But yeah, for sure, that could be an option. Keep going, and what you're doing now is great as well. Asking the community, asking me, all of us together, like we always can help some way. So like, put it in the community as well, because we have 400 members right now, so that can help. And also on Instagram, post a little story.
I'm using a platform called Journey. I'm not sure if you've heard of that, but I feel like the brands maybe aren't checking the proposals on there either. But that's for like hotel collaborations as well. But yeah.
Also, oh my God, I know we have to. Virgil, we have a call at 12, yeah? My time. Just double checking. I think so. I was gonna say that I signed up to we don't?
No.
Okay, amazing. So we're not in a rush today. Yeah, I signed up for Fuck You Pay Me.
Oh, nice. What'd you find?
Obviously, like the website is pretty still under development, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit it reminds me of like the early 2000s websites. It's super cute. But it's a $10.
Not many travel brands yet, but it will eventually start to.
Yeah, because I tried to put in a lot of the brands that I worked with in the past, and I wasn't able to like most of them they didn't have. Like it wasn't an option for me to add that brand. But
I think it's better for UGC, like actual product, which I'm not really interested in. I'm like, I prefer experience over possessions.
Yeah, I could put in Billabong. That was the only one that they had.
Yeah, but I like how detailed some of them.
It's $10 a month. Yeah, $10 a month.
Yeah, although I think you can get a free month if you just put your own review in. Something like that. I've been on so many platforms, it's hard to remember what is what.
Guys, before we leave, does anyone else have any other questions?
Can I have just a quick question? I was thinking if it works, like for example, let's say when I'm modeling, then it's like there are seasons, like in winter you shoot bikinis because they want it for summer, right? So I was thinking like if I would want to do bikinis now, is it a good time or is it not? Because like in Europe it's summer, right? So the season's already started.
Yeah, but it's a great time. You should never feel limited to start anything. Like, winter is a great time to work with bikinis because you can then prepare everything and get ready for the summer season, and for them to gather all the content and everything during the winter so they can launch and push it out once they get to spring, right? But also now it's like peak season for bikinis. People are buying bikinis every day right now because everyone's going on vacation. Everyone's like, it's like in the US, Europe area, like everyone's excited still. And it's like so many people still haven't like, you know, bought their bikinis for their next trip to Greece, for example, and la la la. Like it's always a good time.
Sure, thank you.
Always worth trying because if you don't try, you'll never know.
That's true.
Yeah. Yay. Any other questions, my dear wild members? Let's see. Oh, Nicolette is back. Yay. Is it very late in Sri Lanka right now?
Yeah, it's 11:30, which is fine. I just haven't slept last night because I was like packing and everything. But I'm here. I'm listening.
The dedication is real, guys.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing. It's incredible to see such like dedication and motivation to like actually show up every day at 11. Like, wow, I'm really, really proud of you all for being here because you're here for you, right? No one else. This is all for ourselves and our dreams. So it's really cool to see. I really appreciate all of you guys so much. Do you guys have any other questions? Now's the time. Turn your audio on. Let's chat. I do have some time today, so but if not, then we do okay, we have one.
Oh, sorry. It's not a question. I just want to say I had so much fun in Turkey. I love Cappadocia. I didn't actually see a single hot air balloon.
Really?
We were there for like 3 days. The weather was just so bad. There was one day they took us out at like 4 in the morning, and then they were like, "Oh, we're not doing it." And that was terrible.
That's so
Yeah, the weather was just bad the entire time.
What month did you go, Katie?
It was in last April.
Okay.
It was like just about to be high season, so we thought we were so smart, and it was just it did not happen. So, yeah, definitely go like for a good number of days so you have a better shot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't know. That's good that you said that because we're initially going to be there from the 20th to 25th of July. And our goal is because I'm going with my really good friend Eric as well, Eric Sierra, and he's like a skydiver, so he wants to jump out of a hot air balloon. And
Of course he does.
I need to be there for that. I need to be there for that. I'm like, should I get my skydiving license before this trip so I can
That's
also
gonna be a sick drone video, like where they are, you know, just like walking down the balloon and they jump off.
I can't.
Oh
No, I
my
literally like I just want to be there to see him do that. Like that's all I want in my life. That is literally like
It's
I
like
can-
crazy the things we do for a good like shot.
Yeah.
At least me. I'm like putting my life at risk just to get a good reel.
Yeah, another example of that was literally a few weeks ago. We were here. I posted on my story. I'm gonna make a reel about this because my car is getting abused at the moment and it's already so destroyed. I need a mechanic desperately, but it's just the funniest joke. Like my car is just like the biggest joke in our friend group right now because we just take it on the gnarliest adventures. And the other week, I'm here with Eric, Sarah, same guy, and Philippe, my other good friend. And we are on our way home from surfing, and we decided to, like, we accidentally missed a turn and like ended up on this like super back road, dirt road that I've never driven before, but I knew it was gonna lead to Santa Teresa here where we are right now, like where I live. So like I knew like somehow we would get to Santa Teresa, and we didn't have service, but we could see on the map that we were like heading in the right direction. But it had been raining a lot because we are in the rainy season right now. And the potholes were so massive. There was so much mud. This massive, like really, really good 4x4 truck got like stuck and created this like huge, like, you know, like two kind of like, how do you say, like ditches in the road. And like my little like 4x4, thank God I have 4x4, but like still like my little vehicle is like trying to make it up this hill. And like, so we went through this huge pothole and then started going up the hill that was like the gnarliest, muddiest hill. And and then we stopped because we were like, oh wait, we should actually film us going through this pothole because it was so sick. Like so much water was splashing. We're like, no, let's set up the camera, let's set up the iPhone, like let's get this shot. So like stop the car and I'm like, okay, well shit, now we have to turn around, go back, like, and we ended up like completely sideways trying to go back. And the car was like sliding like this, like sliding down the road, like towards the pothole. And on both sides, there's like two ditches. So I was like, okay, whatever. Like we just can't end up in one of these ditches because then we're fucked. Then we're screwed, right? So it was just so funny. I was like so scared, but also laughing the whole time. I fully got out of the car. I was like, I'm not driving. I'm not doing this. So my friend got in the car and like tried to manage this, and I'm like, okay, just like a little bit this way, a little bit. It was chaos. It was chaos. I tried to film as much as I can, so I'm gonna make a reel about it, and then see. But well, anyways, we managed. We got down. We went through this pothole, got the shot, everything, and then we had to obviously keep going and go up this hill. And I'm not even kidding. The whole time going up this hill, we were just like drifting the whole time, out of control. Like it was wild, and we were so muddy and everything. It was crazy, but I love that. I love those experiences. Like it's so much fun, right?
Your poor car. I can't wait to see that.
I know. I feel very bad for my car. It's been through a lot here. Been through a lot. A fun little story time, but those are the best moments. Like when everything just goes wrong, and you're just like, great, we're stuck.
Yep.
No service, no help, no nothing. What is that? CFVF. Did you accidentally type that?
Sorry, I have. It was him who on the
Yeah.
and I was trying to take him off the computer, and then he wrote something. I don't know.
Wonder what it stands for. Cat, fancy. I don't know.
Virtual.
FDF. Virtual furry friend.
Furry friend. That's amazing. That I feel like that was like a full circle moment right there because we were just talking about cats earlier, and now we got the cat.
Cats can communicate through the screen.
They truly can, for sure.
Can I have one more question?
Yes, absolutely.
It's about the portfolio. Like I'm almost done with like creating the website and the portfolio. I'm just thinking like because I have like different like videos from my modeling sites and it's like very professional. So I don't know if I should somehow separate it so that it like because I'm not able to create those videos, you know? Or if I just like put it all there and in case they ask for it, I just like find a videographer or something.
So you mean separate your model portfolio and UGC creator portfolio?
Yeah.
I think
but then I don't have that much UGC, so I don't really want to like separate it completely. I'm just like scared about those professional videos.
Maybe for now, have a model section of your portfolio and the UGC section on your portfolio, so you can do both, and then obviously like show more of the work that you have, which is right now it's modeling work. But then later on down the road, when you are gathering more and more UGC content, then it makes sense to separate the two and have two different ones, right? So then you can send the modeling out for those who are more interested in that, and the UGC one for those who are more.
So in the portfolio, you would do like 2 sections. You wouldn't put it together.
Yeah, so like I wouldn't throw it all on the same page. I would just separate it. So basically, yeah, like modeling and have that as its own page, and then another page is like UGC content or like video or whatever. Just say video. Like for example, if we go on mine, what is it called? Yeah. So basically, let's say this would be like your modeling section. So here it would say, can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, can you share it?
Is it not share? Hold on, share. Here we go. So, so yeah, for example, this would be like your modeling section, right? And then showcase all your best modeling work, yada, yada, yada. And then you have video. So UGC content, video, and then modeling here, or photo, or whatever you want to call it. You could even just call it video and photo.
Because like I have a lot of videos that are from modeling. So like should I do video modeling, photo modeling, you know? And like both. Because I also have like I have videos from modeling and pictures from modeling. But like those videos, like some of them I think I could use like as the UGC because it's not hard to record. Like I could do the same. But some of them are like very professionally done.
I would use the professional videos in your modeling section.
Okay.
So I would call it like home modeling first. And here, when you get to the modeling section, you'll have all your modeling photos and all your modeling videos.
Okay.
Professional modeling videos. And then UGC content is next. And there you have all your UGC videos that are more like, you know, shorter, reel formats, stuff like that. And the modeling work that is also like more iPhone, UGC stuff.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Notice you have it like under the Rosenberg Media umbrella. I've kind of done that myself, like Kendra Sophia Media, but then when I reach out to brands, I kind of address myself as like Blonde Abroad, which is my Instagram. How do you like combat that? Because I feel like I want to have a very centralized like way of addressing myself so that if I reach out to a brand, it's like recognition without having too many names in there.
Right. So you mean that you want to have a separate name instead of your own personal name, using your own personal?
Yeah, that's kind of like an umbrella that encompasses everything I do, but also like I don't know if it's weird that I have my name in the title because depends on who I'm reaching out to. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, do hotels want to work with someone that like calls I don't know. I'm just like thinking about it from like
Absolutely. I don't think you need to overthink that right now. I think that you're doing
Yeah.
absolutely amazing. You're doing great, and it's working just the way it is right now with using your name. It's your personal brand, you know, so you can use your own name, and I don't think it is going to affect it negatively. And then later down the road, if you want to have another name that's kind of like that umbrella, for example, you know, how like yeah, like anything that you want it to be called, you can think about that. But I would definitely suggest to keep it the way you're doing now and just like working with that, and rather focusing on like putting your energy in towards like reaching out to more and just getting more work and like that kind of stuff in the beginning, because sometimes we tend to like overthink everything and we want to everything and make everything perfect all at once, and it just becomes overwhelming.
It's preventing me from actually like getting started and taking the next step. So
So like it's really important to have like, okay, what's the next step? Like
yeah,
organizing your thoughts a bit and be like, where do I have to put my focus right now and my energy, right?
even knowing like if I build a website tomorrow, I can always change the name of it. I act like it's set in stone forever.
It's not set in stone forever. You can always change it. So yeah, don't overthink everything at the same time. So like take one thing at a time for sure.
What did you build your website on?
This is built on Canva. This one.
Oh,
and
no way. You must have paid to, I mean, I have the paid Canva, but typically on the bottom it'll say like made with Canva. How did you get rid of that?
Right here. Oh, on the bottom.
So like go scroll all the way down. Maybe, yeah, that's cool. I've not, so there's like landing pages that I've made on Canva, but is this different?
So Rajal, do you want to answer this one about like how the domain works and in terms of the landing pages? So if you basically like, I bought my domain, so it doesn't say
Yeah,
like
if you buy your domain from Canva, then it doesn't show designed in Canva.
Got it. Okay, cool.
I need to update this so bad.
I like it. I like designing in Canva.
So fun.
But I've used like Squarespace for website, but it's not the most customizable.
Right. I would honestly like in the beginning, like anything that's like the easiest for you guys to use, I would recommend. So if you find Canva really easy and you feel, oh, Nicolette, is she still here? No, she's not still. Okay, I'll text her goodbye later. Bye, Nicolette. Sleep tight in Sri Lanka. But yeah, like anything that's the easiest for you guys to use right now, I would just recommend using that for sure. And because you know you want to keep the process as easy as possible. Like if that's Squarespace, if you may feel more comfortable using that. If that's Canva, just like, you know, you can customize it so much. Like Canva can be customized in so many different ways. You can have any type of look, you know, in there. So anything that feels right for you, whatever you're most used to and you want to use, definitely I would recommend using that. Coffee with Sarah. So we can always chat more about that as well. We have Coffee with Sarah on the 28th, the day after my birthday. So that's going to be an amazing day. We can chat. And that's going to be a little bit more like this, right? When we do the Coffee with Sarah's, just like chatting about everything and sharing stories and experiences and just having like Q&A. Very similar to what we're doing right now. So it's going to be great. Hope to see you guys all there as well. And yeah, without further ado, I hope you guys have a beautiful, beautiful rest of your day.
All right, so today we are talking about how to deliver content. So let's go ahead and get started because it is, as we said before, more important than a lot of people think. People might think it's just, you deliver your content and send it over anywhere and that's it, right? But that's not necessarily how it always goes. You have to make sure that you are secured and that you're getting actually going to get paid from it as well. So once you have secured your contract and arranged payments, for example, like 50/50 or net 30 or net 60, like we talked about in yesterday's class. And let's say if you've done the 50/50 and you received the 50% upfront, then it's time to prepare and send your initial content drafts, right? So like I say, I always recommend sharing as much as you can during the process, little drafts, stuff like that during the production process. The brands always love to see a little bit of the during, the behind the scenes and how things are going. So keep them updated. When it comes to scripting and mood board creation, we are then preparing our content, right? So when preparing content for brands, differentiating between the direct response videos and aesthetically pleasing videos is definitely crucial. So here is how you can approach each, right? So scripting and for direct response videos. Here we want to think about that there's a few things we want to keep in mind here. First being obtaining the creative brief. So request a creative brief if not already provided, right? Which should include key talking points and the brand's targeted messaging. So basically asking the brand for a creative brief means that we want them to give us a little bit of what they're looking for. What are their inspiration photos? What is the content that they're specifically looking for, right? So their inspiration, their mood boards, and their color palette or anything like that, right? So we know where to aim our content towards, what direction to go basically when we're creating. Conduct market research, understand the brand's current marketing efforts by exploring their website and their social media. We've talked about this heaps before, how it's super important to do some research and get a better understanding on the brand. Based on just looking at their social media and website, you can basically see what their style is, the vibe of the content and what they like. If it's super like film analog look, or if they like more, dark and moody content, more like, what do you call it? Edgy looking, right? Or if it's bright and colorful and that kind of vibe. So you want to analyze that before creating and before you are structuring your script and everything like that, the basically creation process. So analyze also how their competitors are positioning similar products. So how their competitors are and what's working for them. And it's just good to have an overview of the brand versus their competitors as well, to see also what they are doing, what they're not doing, and what they might want to tap into. Develop talking points. So define the target audience, right? We've been talking about that many, many times. We say it over and over again. Super important. Know the target audience. Identify the problems the product solves, right? So the product of the brand. What problem does the product solve? If it's, for example, a camera backpack, it has amazing dividers where you can fit everything in your camera gear. All your camera gear can fit in here. Okay, it solves that problem, having to bring a lot of camera gear when you're traveling. Let's say the zippers of the camera bag are waterproof. Okay, so that solves the problem that when you're going on crazy adventures, filming in waterfalls, near the ocean, things like that, you're good. Or in the rain, then it's fine because the zippers are waterproof. Maybe it's like water resistant, whatever. Find the key points and really see what the problem is, what the product is about, what problem it solves, what's so good about it, and highlight these things, right? And explain how the product improves lives, basically. It improves our lives, makes our lives easier, those things. So this is for scripting and creating the mood boards, right? Before we send this over, we want to think about these things. And these are some talking points that we definitely want to keep in mind for how we structure our script. So when we are structuring our script, we want to start with an engaging hook, as always, then introducing the product, address a pain point, so something that people are struggling with, and then offer the solution. That's always how we want to go about it. You first want to make a hook. That's always number one. And then always find something that people are struggling with, something that they need. That's how you sell a good product in the first place, is solving someone's problem, right? So detail the value propositions and unique selling points, the USPs, include social proof, and conclude with a clear call to action. This is how we want to structure our scripts. This is what we do when you want to sell a product or you want to create about like any script about a product related. Also service, honestly. So many services also have the same structure because they also solve someone's problem, right? When it comes to mood board creation for aesthetically pleasing content, that's what we're going to be creating. We're going to be creating our mood board to also send over to the brand. So what we have to understand is that when we are talking about delivering content, it's not only our videos and photos that we have produced. It's also, during the process, we are delivering the scripts, we are delivering the mood boards. All of these are deliverables that we are offering to the brand. So that's why we're going through all of these before actually getting to delivering the actual photos or videos, the actual food, right? So when we talk about mood boards, I have mentioned before how we love to use Milanote, which is what I personally use for all of my mood boarding, also my scripting and production planning, everything. I've showed you guys before, but I'll show you again. Here is our Milanote. We have some inspiration there. I have heaps of different boards here. I plan my trips in here. I plan my shoots. Here we have for the collection. I was planning my collection in here. Everything, literally. It's the best tool for optimizing your production planning. And let's see how it works is you guys can all see the screen, right? Yeah, amazing. You basically just drag a new board just like that. Click on it, and then you see the different templates here on the right hand side. So you can have an empty board if you want, or you can choose any of these templates, which are awesome. So they have everything from pre-production plan to more templates. You could here see which even like category you want to go in. So if it's fashion, film, TV, graphic design, illustration, lifestyle, personal, absolutely everything. Marketing, go here. Okay, we got a campaign project plan. Boom. Perfect template for you to just work around, right? Such a good tool. I use it every day of my life. I love it. It's a savior. So definitely recommend. Milanote serves you a powerful tool for assembling mood boards that visually communicate with your creative vision, right? They have the best mood board template, in my opinion. Here you can create boards that reflect the aesthetic tone, color schemes, and layout that align with the brand's identity. Milanote allows for collaborative input, making it easier to align your vision with the brand's expectation and gather feedback efficiently. So you can collaborate with the brand owner or the marketing department, whoever you want to share the project with, you can share with them and you can both work on it. So that's awesome. Visual research. When you are researching, we want to collect images, color palettes, and design elements that resonate with the brand style and the product's goals, right? So consider the emotional impact and the visual story you want to convey through your content. What do we mean by that? What feelings are we trying to not provoke, but like get out, like what feelings are we trying to feel when we are creating this content? When people see your beautiful visuals, your images, your photos, videos, everything, what do you want them to feel? So that's what we are saying. That's why we say consider the emotional impact and the visual story you want to convey through the content that you're creating, because this is going to affect what inspiration you might be looking for. The colors, everything is connected. So like, what colors would you use if you want to convey, happy, sunshine, like happy emotions? Obviously, like yellow is a very powerful one, like sunshine, right? But if it's more dark and moody, you might want to consider dark blue, or, that's why also when you color grade video, we use colder tones when we want to convey a more sad scene. But when it's a happy scene, you use warm, more yellows and orange. So it's all connected. And it's very important to understand these, what color palette we're going to be working with when we are creating our content as well. And then when we talk about the approval process. So once you've sent the script or mood board to the brand for approval, if approved, then of course proceed to create the content. If not approved, make the necessary revisions and resubmit for approval. So you want the brands like thumbs up, they're good to go. Everything looks good before you start creating content, right? When we're talking about content creation, the actual creation process, then we need to do some pre-trip preparation. So before you leave, prepare a detailed brand handbook, include information on each brand you're working with, such as deliverables and any mood boards or notes they're provided. Print it out if you want for easy offline access during your travels, right? This is before we are leaving for our trip to go create the content for the brand. Also, I recommend making some checklists to keep track of your content goals, outfits that you need to bring, equipment that you want to bring, and then you can just mark off the completed items. That can be very satisfying and help you ensure that nothing is forgotten. I love lists. Everything for me is lists. I always have lists for literally like everything, to-do lists every day, what I need to bring for example, this morning I had a list for what I needed to remember to bring for today's shoot, because we have a full day of shooting today. Before I go on trips, I always have a list. Like, lists are literally how I survive all this crazy work. So definitely recommend if you can become a to-do lister. We can also help with like how to kind of get into that. I know that can be like a mindset that a lot of people don't find so easy, and they don't work with lists. And I used to be like way more disorganized, and I didn't know how to work with my to-do list, but I had to learn, right? Because it was the only way for me to stay organized. So I can help you with some methods on how to get there as well. Before we start shooting, we also have to location scout. So how do we even do that? First of all, we actually do some research online to see if we can find some potential locations before our trip to understand the accessibility and any challenges that we might face there. Also keep an eye of like obviously weather patterns to plan your shooting days better. For example, if you expect rainy days, make sure to use any sunny days to the fullest, right? If you're in rainy season, for example, here in Costa Rica, it's rainy season right now, and we're so lucky today with the sun. We had to plan like one day of full shooting, and today was the only day that worked for all the models and the photographer, and we just got sun all day. It's like blue skies, sunshine. I can't believe it. So I'm like, we're definitely gonna make the most of today and shoot as much as we can, right? Because most of the days nowadays it's been raining a lot. So most of the days it's raining. So be prepared to adapt. If you arrive and the weather is perfect, start shooting right away. Weather can change quickly, and it's important to take advantage of good shooting conditions whenever they arise. Yeah, that's really how the reality is. And also, if it starts pouring rain, then who cares? Just make some rain content, which I told Sophie earlier that I love making rain content. And when it is pouring rain, don't think that it limits you completely. You can always make some fun dancing videos in the rain, right? We always do that for your personal Instagram content. Who cares? Like, make the best out of every situation as well. Very important. So, workflow on the move. This is a tricky one, right? You have to set up a kind of some sort of a routine or a strategy to be able to work while you're on the move. So set up a routine to edit content as soon as you capture it. This is something I recommend, highly recommend, that as soon as I get home after a shooting day, I take all the content from my camera, SD cards, my iPhone, everything, and get over to my hard drive. So I use this hard drive. I'm gonna get it right here. Samsung T7. It's the Samsung portable SSD. Highly recommend this hard drive as well to store all your content. So it's what we're going to talk about here as well. But this is how I'm able to have good workflow on the move. I always have my computer, always have my hard drive, and then I'll just transfer even all the iPhone content to my hard drive and all the camera content directly to my hard drive. And I recommend what's called SSDs instead of hard drives, because the difference is basically I can drop this on the ground. When you're traveling, you never know what's gonna happen. Drop this on the ground, boom, doesn't break. While hard drives have like a different system. They have like the computer running inside. And if you drop them on the ground, they can break and you can lose all your content. But I always also keep a backup. So that's a very important thing to know as well. Always have a backup hard drive. And if you're super organized, then you want to always back up all your content on both hard drives, right? So the routine is you come home from shooting, transfer all your content to your hard drive or SSD, and this keeps your workload manageable and prevents a backlog. So basically having a reliable portable editing setup like a laptop or tablet with appropriate software is essential, right? If you want to edit your stuff only on the phone, that's also okay. If you're only working with iPhone and you want to film on iPhone, edit on iPhone, then we all know we want to use CapCut, right? If you watched my how to create captivating content, you would know that CapCut you can survive with just that, your iPhone and editing in CapCut. But if you are working with your camera, that's when we want to have this routine really, really set. So transferring everything over to your SSD and then try and edit as much as you can as soon as possible so you don't get overwhelmed. Because once you just leave your content on your hard drive for a long time, you forget about it, you start shooting other projects, and it's very, very easy to forget and just get overwhelmed because then you have so much content to edit and you just keeps adding more content, and then you just get overwhelmed in the end. So yeah, organize your files carefully. Create separate folders for each brand and each type of content, like photos and videos. So what I do is I'll, for example, have the brand's name, right? Let's say Guadalupe Sid, which is who we're working for today. So Guadalupe Sid, and then you click on that folder, and then I have photos, videos, or even like raw photos and videos. So all the raws and all the edited, I keep them separated. So just to stay really, really organized with all the files can be very, very therapeutic. This organization is definitely crucial, especially when managing multiple projects all at once. And I recommend definitely you can also use Dropbox for this. It's also a nice way to organize your content on Dropbox. You could pay, I think it's like $10 a month or something for unlimited, not much. And then essential gear and backup. Always, of course, bring your smartphone, your iPhone. It serves you as a backup camera and it's handy for quick edits, like I mentioned before. And based on your shoot's needs, consider, of course, using equipment like, for example, the Axis Go Pro for also high quality shots in water. I would recommend GoPro for that. So if you are shooting with your iPhone and you want to get water clips as well, I wouldn't always recommend taking your phone. It is like waterproof or water resistant or whatever they say, but definitely would recommend working with a GoPro or something like that to get more fun shots. For example, now you're in Sri Lanka, Nikki. If you have like any type of GoPro available, those things are super fun to take in the water while you're surfing.
I just bought the Insta360.
Yes, nice. A lot of my
I
friends
haven't used it.
a lot of my friends work with Insta360. So it's like it's funny because like the Insta360 people and like GoPro people. I work with
Yeah.
GoPro, so I'm like full GoPro.
I mean, I
But
bought the
it is good.
GoPro, and then my friend, two of my friends had Insta360, and then he's like, "What did you just do?" Like, because if I want to record myself surfing and the GoPro is on the
Yeah.
bottom of the board, like, there's no way
Mhm.
I can be like on the picture, for the reels and
Right.
stuff. Like, it's just
Yeah.
hard. So then I took
It's
it back, and then I bought the Insta.
yeah, the 360 view is definitely amazing. You get all the
Yeah.
angles. It's next level. GoPro also has a 360 camera now, but Insta360 like their whole. It's funny because GoPro started with like the regular camera, the regular view,
Yeah.
and then started with the 360. Insta360 started with 360, and then now they have like a GoPro. So it's like
Yeah, I saw
it's fun.
that.
But
Yeah.
they were both really, really good. So that's awesome. You're gonna have so much fun with that. And now, after creating the content and uploading, so after backing it up on your hard drive, then uploading it to Dropbox, then we would like to basically explain again why we work with Dropbox when it comes to sharing our content with the brand. So when you upload your draft content on Dropbox, it allows the brand to make comments directly on videos for any desired changes, which I mentioned before. They can make like timestamps during the videos and give feedback basically while watching your stuff. And you can also restrict downloads, ensuring that you maintain control over the final product until full payment is received, which is really nice. Brands can view the content, but poor quality screen recording is the only way that they can copy it without your permission. So that's keeps us a little bit safe there, you know? Once the final payment is secured, you can then enable the download access so they can download full quality of your content. So that's why we recommend working with Dropbox. And my favorite topic of today's class, over deliver. I always over deliver, and it is something that I will recommend to everyone. So it's how you build a strong relationship with the brand, right? Building a strong relationship with a brand involves showing that you are an easy and reliable creator to work with. So here's some ways to go above and beyond. Super important, guys. Take notes right now. Provide extra content. Offer additional content for free or at a discounted rate. Great. So I know what we talked about yesterday, that you should always charge for additional stuff. But once we have the deal and you already are satisfied with the terms and the payment and everything, and you feel like you're getting a good payment for the work you're going to be doing, then when we are shooting and delivering, we can over deliver to make them extra happy and to be like, so they're like blown away, like, wow, okay, like this person went above and beyond when it comes to the content. Like we really got what we paid for here and more. So you have to balance those two. Yes, of course, you're going to ask for additional payments for add-ons, but you also end up over delivering, because you always end up over delivering, because like, okay, 15 photos and you shoot like 500 and you select your favorites and the favorites end up being like 40 photos, and just send all the 40 photos. It doesn't hurt you. I'm never like, no, I'm just going to send them 15 because that's what I promised. And so they're not going to get these other 20, like, you know what I mean? It just doesn't really harm us, and it doesn't require any extra work for us. So, for example, it can include an extra video if that feels the most easy, or a set of images that the brand didn't originally request, but it might find valuable for their campaigns and socials, which I just said. Like if you have 40 edited photos and you love all 40 photos, but you only agreed to deliver 15 or 20, then just send them all 40 and they can choose their favorites as well. Include, for example, edited and raw edits. So alongside the final edited video, give them maybe some raws, especially like iPhone clips. I always provide like the raw iPhone clips, or like my favorite raw iPhone clips, just for free. Just be like, here you have the raw iPhone clips. You guys can re-edit some stuff or use it for stories or whatever you want. So just give them some stuff without any music or any text overlays, basically giving them more flexibility to use it whenever they see a fit. Offer different aspect ratios. So if the brand uses the content on various platforms such as TikTok, Instagram, website, all the above, then provide the video in multiple aspects ratios, like 9:16, 4:5. These are different, 9:16 being like story format on Instagram, and 4:5 is what we do with Reels, the real aspect ratio. So you have to understand where is the content going and what aspect ratio do I have to use for different videos. And then you have like for website, it's obviously like horizontal, right? And then it could be a good idea to ask the brand as well, like what they require for website, like how many megabytes it can be and stuff like that, because usually you want to compress the file to make the file really small so it doesn't buffer and load so much on the website. So you can adjust your aspect ratios really easily using tools like CapCut on the iPhone or Final Cut Pro, Premiere Pro, whatever you use on your computer for camera stuff. But yeah, also CapCut on your iPhone, it does this. You can just choose which aspect ratio you want. Super easy. And it makes it easier for the brand to adapt the content for their different channels. And then obviously we are going to end up upselling as always. So additional content. When collaborating with the brand, always prepare an extra 1 to 3 videos beyond the agreed upon deliverables, because then you can upsell and get even more. So this approach is useful upselling technique, and often brands decide to purchase additional videos. So offering them at a discounted rate can be beneficial, as it turns out that it turns the already completed project into an opportunity for added revenue, right? So you might suggest saying something like this: I had a great time creating content for your brand, and I felt particularly inspired. As a result, I've prepared a few additional videos for you to review. Please take a look, as I'd appreciate your feedback on our collaboration. If you're interested in any of these extra videos, I can easily add the additional charge to our final invoice. And then the charge can be at a discounted rate for them to already working for them. And then about raw footage. Charging 100% of the base rate for raw footage is standard, as it provides brands with valuable material that can be repurposed indefinitely, while smaller brands may find managing extensive raw content challenging. Larger brands and marketing agencies often view it as highly valuable. So you want to see if the brand even wants the raw footage. And you also want to feel out if you're comfortable sharing the raw footage. A lot of photographers and videographers don't feel comfortable sharing their raws, so they just don't. And that's totally fine. This is totally up to you. And then check with the brand and see if that's something that they can find valuable. If they want the raw photos, raw clips from your camera, or raw iPhone videos as well. These are raw iPhone videos everyone wants, but towards the end of a project, when delivering the final content and awaiting the brand's approval, I suggest starting to offer the raw footage. So this is the time where you want to be offering that. For example, large brands might use raw footage from multiple creators to compile an ad that showcases various testimonials about a product for their social proof. For example, this video right here. So this is Trip BFF, an app that uses a lot of different travelers' videos to promote their service, right? So this is all different clips from different creators. Here's my best friend Jaro. Don't worry about my best friend Jaro. He's crazy, all right? So you see, like, this is a lot of apps and like travel pages do this. They gather content from all over, from different creators, and compile them together to make their videos. So that's how you can also like sell your raw footage, like your raw iPhone clips, raw camera clips, whatever, to these apps, platforms, whatever it is, travel companies. So for paid ad usage rights, again, we're talking about paid ad usage rights because it's very, very important. I was literally just in the car talking to the photographer that is shooting today for the collection, about this and how many times we've both ended up in these shitty situations, and how there was one time he was shooting for a car company and they started using it as like billboards even, like, so like offline marketing, offline promotion, all these things, and talking about how his friends has sued people and made millions off of suing people. So it's like, this is really, really relevant. So it's very valuable to know this from the beginning so you don't end up there. You know, you don't want to end up suing anyone. After delivering the content, there's an opportunity to upsell your paid ad usage rights, especially if the brand initially intended only for organic posting. So if their plan was to only use your content for organic, and you might offer it to them if they want to use it for paid ad as well, so you can upsell. Or if they start, to be very aware to see if they're using your content for ads, because it's not okay. They cannot do that without paying you guys. So you want to make sure you get paid for that. I cannot stress it enough. Seeing the final high quality content might encourage them, right, to start considering using it for paid advertisement. So then you can approach them with this. Here's the final edited content. Insert the hyperlink to your content. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. If you're considering using this video for paid advertising on platforms like Meta, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I can offer you a discounted rate for the ad usage rights. Please let me know if you're interested. So this is how you can upsell your paid ad usage rights. All right, guys, that was a lot. I know this is like very, can be very detailed, advanced information, but it's all important to know. And we have this video that we can always go back to and look at so we don't feel overwhelmed. But yeah, that's how we want to make sure we are delivering our content, everything from our scripts, our mood boards, our actual content, and how we can upsell as well at the end of everything. So guys, do we have any questions? This is our time to be answering questions. Put them in the chat or just open up your audio. I like that better. Let's do that. Yes.
I have a question. Okay. I was just thinking, like, do you often shoot more videos or more pictures? Or is it like usually both?
Usually both. Depends. Depends on what campaign we're doing, what the deliverables are. Yeah, basically what we want to focus on that day. Like today we're doing more photos, but honestly pretty 50-50, I'd say in general. Yeah.
Okay.
But I do consider myself more of a videographer than a photographer. I will say that. So like when we're working with brands like we are today, it's 50-50. But when I'm traveling in general, I shoot more video personally because I love video. I don't know. It's cool. where my heart is and what I feel most comfortable, like both behind and in front of the camera. Feel most comfortable when we are doing video, but it's a pretty balanced. But whatever you feel like you're more drawn to, experiment with that more. I would recommend experiment with that more. And I think the reason for a while people are shooting more video now is obviously because of Reels, right? Reels and TikTok, and that there is more video content out there, like now, right? So that's we're always filming these
And do
days.
you, like when you do the video, do you like add some like theme to it, or do you just like sometimes just like show the product? Or I was just like now shooting one for like just my bikini to like add something to the portfolio, and like I carried it, I edited it. I just don't know like if I should put something there, like like a text or just like give it like that, or
I mean, text is always good. It adds more value, and you can create a hook or like a point of view. But it depends. It depends. If you want, feel free to send it over to me, and I can review it.
yeah, that would be really nice.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course, absolutely.
Okay, I'll
Thank
ask
you.
if nobody wants.
Go for it.
I was just thinking like if I should include a case study if I like didn't do a like I can use the videos that I have from modeling and I can see like the views and stuff, but I don't know if it's valuable or no.
Absolutely. I think, yeah,
Yeah.
it's you. It's you. It's your content. It's, you're modeling. You're a part of the production. You're in it. And think about how many videos we post that it's just like it's just me in it, right? It's the same thing. If it was for a big commercial brand or more editorial, I don't know. It doesn't matter. If you have the views and you have the statistics, definitely make some case studies around that.
That I'm also doing my portfolio and like working on it hard. And I have not started working with brands yet. Is that something that I can like take out up until like, I start working with them? Like, is that something that if I were to take on like my first brand deals and stuff like that, would like give less value to it, to my portfolio? Or what are your thoughts about that?
You mean like before you're getting your brand deals, just shooting, kind of like pretending that you have a brand deal, if that is less value?
Yeah, because like, we talked about a lot that like fake it till you make it. And now that I'm putting my portfolio together, like I do realize and know that I have not worked with brands yet. And so I do not feel like that it would be relevant for me to put that part in, but at the same time, like I kind of want to seem like I know what I'm doing already, even though I have not started it.
Amazing. That's perfect mindset right there, by the way. So what I would do is, like shoot stuff for a product or an experience or whatever it might be. Let's say product, in this case, a bikini or clothes or whatever, and add it to your portfolio and add the brand name. You don't have to say this was a collaboration with the brand. You can just say product, this product, or brand name, this brand, and to showcase that you have the skills to shoot for a brand, right?
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
The goal. Of course. That's the goal, right? We want to just showcase that we have skills to shoot for brands and that we can shoot a nice video that brands might find attractive and want to use. And then when the brands stumble upon your portfolio, you send them out, you're pitching to the brand, then they see just your work. Is this your art, your work? So just showing value in any way that you can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So like now I feel like I'm the only one who's like just starting out, who hasn't done any pictures or anything, but like I'm thinking like how to start. For example, I have a few friends who have their own brands, like, they're trying to sell some stuff, and I brought some of their stuff. Like, would that be a good start to maybe like practice on their thing?
Yes, that's perfect. So it's your friends' brands.
Yeah.
It's your friends' brands that you brought along to Sri Lanka to shoot.
Yeah. I mean, it's like surf, like rash guards and stuff, so it's relating.
Yeah, that's amazing. No, that's absolutely perfect. We'll go more in depth there and talk about how we can shoot for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
And
did
for
really,
example,
really well.
For example, I bought now from 2 different brands that were recommended, like hats for surfing, right? So that I could like start creating content, like surfing content with the hats, and then just, as Jofi said, like I don't need to have like a contract with them. I can just like shoot for them without them even knowing,
Yeah,
and then
exactly. Exactly. And then,
and
well,
then
you're
go from
shooting for
there.
them. You're just shooting for yourself. You bought the product, so you paid for it. You already
Yeah,
gave them what they're
yeah,
asking. And
yeah,
then you put that in their portfolio and you're putting it in your portfolio because it's your work.
yeah. If it's like really good content, I could maybe even contact them and say, "Hey, I shot this with your
Yeah.
product."
Yeah.
You know. Okay.
I made this. Yeah, we will talk about like that more in detail as well, like what strategy we want to use or how we want to go about that, like
Mhm.
contacting the brand and be like, I would basically just send it to them low quality, like don't give it to them for
Yeah.
free, but send it to them through Dropbox so they can review it and just be like, is this something that you guys would like to purchase, basically, like, or we can
Yeah.
work together on other content
Yeah.
based on whatever you guys need, right?
Yeah.
So it's a way of selling yourself in, but you're not giving them the content for free. And don't panic. Don't be like, don't let it stress you out too much. Everything's okay. It will all work out. You know, like today, it all worked out. We're still here. We still managed to do the class. So
Always
guys,
happens
with
for a
that,
reason.
yeah. What were you saying?
Just like the things always happens for a reason. So we cannot really control it.
Yes,
And if
exactly.
we try to
That's
control it, it's like much worse because we put so much tension and like pressure on us. But sometimes when we just like let it
yeah.
go and go with the flow, it goes so much easier.
Oh, true. So true. So important to really, yeah, understand that and just go with the flow and understand that things will happen. Like, I don't know, sometimes this might be a little bit weird, but like when we go on trips and travels and like a lot of things go wrong or like we're shooting and like everything just goes like not according to the plan, it honestly ends up being the best times and the best stories, right? And
Yeah.
sometimes the best content as well. Always the best stories for sure. So it's okay, you know? It's
So I
yeah.
wanted to ask one more thing,
Uh-huh.
super quick before we leave.
Of course, no
Is
worries.
that so? You talked about the SSD, but like, do you ever run into that problem? Because like last time when I was in Hawaii, I literally had to stop at a coffee shop to just like not even just charge my phone, but like upload my pictures to iCloud. Like, do you ever have problems with
Right.
that? Because so many times I'm like trying to shoot and then I bump into the I do not have enough iPhone storage
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. I
How do
mean,
you
this
manage
also
that?
it's just all being, you know, like a little bit organized and planning ahead and those things that we
Mm-hmm.
most of the time don't do. And that's why we have, you know, work with the team or other people that can help you with like these things. I cannot manage my stuff all the time. Like it's too much going
Uh-huh.
on.
Yeah.
So that's why I work with people that help me manage everything. But with that problem in terms of iCloud storage, I would recommend uploading as much as you can to hard drives, buying, you know, unlimited iCloud storage or Dropbox storage or anywhere where you can store everything safely. Or also
Mm-hmm.
they have Google Photos where everything gets
Yeah, because I'm using
saved.
that and I'm using like the iCloud as well. Like I'm using so many things, but when I do not have service during the trip, then
Right.
everything just like there. And I do not have time to upload it. And even like it takes me a night to upload everything to iCloud or even like Dropbox or Google Photos. So
Yeah.
it's just like such a
It's
bummer because even last time I was like literally on the helicopter trying to like make content and I could not do
right.
that because it popped up that I do not have enough storage.
We all struggle with this, first of all content creators with the iCloud is what like most of us use, and it's super annoying because yeah, like you say, we cannot access our content at all times. It gets uploaded when you don't have service. You can't download, like you can't view it and stuff. So I right now actually want to turn off my iCloud
Mm-hmm.
and just every like day or week or whatever, find a routine where I just upload everything to Google Photos because that's different than iCloud. So you can have it on Google Photos and it can be synced in that way through the app, through the Google Photos app, but then you don't have to upload everything to iCloud. I will do
Mm-hmm.
some more research on this because I'm actually in the process of finding the best solution for myself and my friends because we're all struggling with this. It's like, for example, we were in Sri Lanka and we were wanting to edit some reels. And then to be able to edit your reels on CapCut, you have to download all the videos. And then we're using videos from like months ago and they're all in iCloud. And then when you select heaps of them, like you selected 20 videos, you're trying to upload them to CapCut, they have to download, and we didn't have good Wi-Fi or service or anything, so it just wouldn't work. We couldn't edit. So yeah, we're all going through the same things.
Do you know what? I just saw a video on like people connecting their iPhones to this SSD, or what is it called? This
SSD?
external drive.
Right.
Yeah. So they're like connecting it straight away to the phone. I tried because I just bought as well one of these memory external drives, but for me it wasn't recognizing it.
Yeah. So from now on, moving forward, I would just remember to upload to a hard drive like your favorite iPhone clips, only like your favorites and the ones that you know you want to be using for a brand. I just do that to have them like off my phone sometimes. And then, like we said, like having an automatic sync with Google Photos rather than iCloud. But Rojal, we should do some more research on this to really find the best solution, because I also need that and all my friends do too. So we need to find the best solution for how to manage iPhone clips, because yeah, we're always struggling with this, and I had to go through like very recently and delete so many photos, so many videos, apps, everything to manage to have enough storage. But there's a lot of way to clear your storage. I think that's another thing, is how do we clear our storage and make sure that we don't have like stuff that we're not using. So when I stumble upon that problem, first of all, what I do is go delete apps, and then I'll go to like the different folders on your iPhone. So for example, duplicates, they have a duplicates folder, so you can see all the photos are like the same. And you can just click two buttons and it'll delete all duplicates, right? So yeah, here, down after utilities, you find like duplicates, and then you see like I have like double of so much stuff, right? Do you really
Yeah,
need
but even those, I like to like do it manually, because I feel like so many times like I'm just look back at my previous contents from like months ago, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, like I did not notice that I have that, and that's actually cool, and I can use that.
Yeah.
So I'm like doing everything manually, but it takes forever.
No. And then guys, like screen recordings, I always screen record all my songs to use in CapCut.
CapCut, yeah.
I don't need those screen recordings anymore, so I'll go delete all that. Go into bursts. Look, I deleted all my bursts. You know, when you're bursting, taking photos, except for these, because I really, but delete bursts. Maybe you can go through here and like, you know, you make the selection. That takes heaps of storage as well. A lot more. There's imports. So these are usually like huge files, because it's stuff that is imported from like your computer. So you can go to there and check. They might be bigger files. Slow motion. Do you have any slow motion clips? They're also taking up more space.
I also have a tip. Like sometimes when I'm like somewhere and I really want a picture, and now it like shows that I don't have a storage. I usually, because I don't want to delete my apps, because then like I need to like log in again and everything. So you just go to storage and you find the I don't know if you can see it probably now. So you just go to storage and you find the apps, and then you click on it, and you can just, I don't know how to say it in English, but you have like delete and
offload. Offload.
Exactly.
Offload it, yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I do all the time. And then like I have no apps anymore after the like shooting session. But you can just like click on it and you will have it back like super fast, and you have like everything, like you didn't even delete it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
See, we're all helping each other, guys. This is exactly what I talked about in our first class. I don't know if you guys remember, in the optimize, was it? No, it was the overview, or the high level view. In the first class, the first ever one we did. And in the end of the call, I talked about how it's so great when like the community can use each other, and we can all use each other for like help and resources, because that's the goal of this. And at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know everything. You know, me and Rajal, we don't know everything. We're still doing research every day, trying to manage and figure out like the best solutions, and always learning new things every day. So, but it's really good that I'm also getting this feedback. Like obviously we all struggle with the storage problem. So that's a great thing to do more research on, and to figure out the best way for content creators to deal with their storage. Like I know that with like camera stuff, it's easy. We just put everything on our hard drives. But with iPhone stuff, it is still something that a lot of me and my friends struggle with. So let's post some, Rajal, what do you reckon? Let's post some stuff in the community about that.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm on it already, doing research.
This could be a new I don't know the word in English, but like iPhones should have SD cards, right?
I
And then
know,
you just take
right?
out the card and just insert it, and that's it.
That would be
Yeah,
genius.
but it
That'd be
used to be
fun.
like I used to have Android like many years ago, and you just like put a card in and then out, and you
Right.
like had it. But iPhone
So
doesn't have
smart.
it.
Yeah, that would be an idea. But yeah, guys, we will definitely post some resources for you guys to take advantage of in the community regarding those topics so that we can manage this wonderful tool right here even better.
Or just buy a
So
new
with
phone
that
every
being
time.
yeah, good. No worries. I'll just have
And then
like my hard drives. I'll just stack it up.
and then create content for iPhone so they'll give you
I
free
was thinking the
products.
same.
Just for the product. It's worth it.
Good. Just reach out to iPhone, guys. It's easy. Like, come on,
Exactly.
Apple. Hello. Hello. Sponsor
Um,
me.
I was just
Yeah.
thinking, like, how long does it take when you like negotiate with the brand? I know it's always different, but like, let's say now, if I would be 2 months in Spain, do you think it's like possible to get the brand deal and then deliver like the product first to me and then do the content?
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's gonna take time.
Yeah, I mean, especially if it's European brands, right? You can
That's what I was thinking.
ship
Like
from
also
like
in
3
Spain,
brands.
there is a lot of brands like for bikinis and like stuff.
Yeah. I would definitely, if you feel limited on time. I mean, for nowadays, it's so easy to ship from all over the world. Like when they ship the bikinis here to Costa Rica, which is like in the middle of nowhere where we are, it's like really hard to get stuff out there. And it's coming from Argentina or Australia. Sometimes when it's coming from Australia, it still gets here within like 2 weeks. So it's pretty crazy now. Like if you have a, good, whatever they send with FedEx is really good, UPS. But depends, of course. So, but if you feel like you're limited on time, like focusing on European brands could be a good idea since you're in Spain and all over Europe, you can ship within like 1 to 3 days, I think. So should be pretty easy.
But do you
Yeah.
think it's also possible to like negotiate with the brand and everything like within the 2 months?
So when are you going to Spain?
Next Wednesday. So it's like in
You
5
have 2
days.
months. Yeah, of course. Anything is possible, but you gotta have a very set strategy and like really work, every day and just like make sure you're following up and using the tools that we provided in the community as well to manage your follow-ups and everything for sure. It's a bit limited, but you like 2 months, like you have time.
Like, I maybe stay longer, but like not sure yet, but I think 2 months.
Yeah. No, I would say just utilize the tools that we have given in the community and like be very organized when you're reaching out and following up and everything. And then it's 100% possible, of course. Yeah. I mean, with our mentorship program, we're working 3 months, so it's also a very short time. But that's why we're using everything and have like, using everything we have to speed up the process.
Today we're going to be talking about receiving your money from brands. So we'll show you the most effective methods for securing payments and what steps to take if the brands don't pay you. And we will also have a Q&A session at the end, as per usual, where I can answer any questions. So let's jump into it. Receiving money, guys. It is our last masterclass. Wait, no way. It is the last masterclass today. I didn't even realize. It's so much going on right now here. I'm like packing everything, getting ready to leave Costa Rica, and like don't know when I'll be back, selling my car, all these things. So this is crazy. I just realized it's our last day of masterclass. Wow, what a crazy 10 days it's been. And thank you guys so much for being so consistent and showing up every day at the same time, being here, listening to me talk and like about everything and nothing, literally. It's been so fun, and it's been so fun for me as well to hear all of your guys' stories. So
are you living in Costa Rica?
I'm going to Europe for the summer. So in 3 days. Today I have, and then 2 more days, and then I leave morning of the 25th, and I don't know when I'll be back because I'm gonna be traveling for the next 7 months. So
that's nice. Where are you going in Europe?
First to Norway, where I'm from, see some family and friends, and then I'm going to Turkey with some of my friends, and Greece, and then maybe back to Norway a little bit, and then to Indonesia.
Oh, nice.
So, oh, and also Italy. I forgot to mention Italy with my family as well. Before Turkey, we go to Italy family trip.
That sounds amazing.
That'd be nice. It's gonna be nice to be in Europe a bit in the summer. Here
Exactly, it's the best time now.
Yeah, it's the best time, and I like miss European summer. So if anyone's around, let me know. And yeah, I mean, wow, I can't believe it's the last class actually. But today we're gonna talk about something super exciting and so creative. No, I'm sorry. Actually, we're gonna be talking about receiving money. But then also very exciting, the next step after that. So after everything that we've gone through, what's the next step? How can we move forward? So it is important to go through these boring details sometimes before we can move on to the fun part. Guys, receiving money and the next step. So now we talked about delivering content yesterday. We have now handed over the content to the brand, right? So whether the deal was net 30 or 60 or a 50-50 split, now it's time for you to get paid. So actually it is a fun part because it's about time for us to get paid for our brand deal. So it is very exciting actually. So we're going to talk about different methods. Receiving money from ACH transactions. There's a few different ways we can receive our money from these brands. So if you want to avoid processing fees, we would recommend consider direct bank-to-bank transfers, which are also called ACH transactions, which incur no additional fees, right? So what we would do, you would add these invoice details for your ACH transactions. You need the bank account holder, account number, routing number or IBAN, the SWIFT code and country. And like, yeah, they're like address and account hold number. This is like basically what you need to make an international bank transfer to the brand if you want to go that route. And a little tip, since the payer's details might appear generic on the bank statements, like direct deposit, bank wire, then request a payment confirmation from the brand so that you can for record keeping, so you can keep track of it basically. So that's what I do usually if I do a international bank transfer, which I usually do to like some tour operators and stuff like that. For example, in the Philippines, I had to pay the boat tour that we were doing for our retreat. So it's not actually technically a brand deal, but it works in the same way, right? So I did the international bank transfer. I sent them a receipt as well. So I like download a receipt to show them that the transfer is made, everything's good. And then I asked for them to send me payment confirmation once they received the payment, so I can keep record of all that and put it in my accounting system. So that's usually how I go about that. You could also receive money from third-party application. So platforms utilize popular invoicing platforms such as PayPal, Bill.com, or Stripe. I would definitely recommend Stripe. It's a really, really easy and easy to use platform, and you also protected by the Viral. Do you want to talk a little bit about Stripe, how it works? Because we use it, but you're the one in charge of the Stripe. So do you have anything to add on why Stripe is such a great tool to use for payments?
I mean, it's just easy and yeah, it is easy and it can be used anywhere, right? And yeah, it accepts most of the card, and it also protects from customers from fraudulent activities. So it's great, basically.
This is the website. I'm going to show you guys quickly. It's very like organized, and this is how we also work with our payments for like retreats and stuff. So it looks like this. It's just really easy to use, and you can structure your invoice, make invoices very, you don't have to know anything basically. They make it super like basically done for your service. But it does include a little bit of a fee, so they do take a certain percentage of the money. But still way better than PayPal in my opinion. I don't have great experience with PayPal, so I would definitely recommend testing out one of these two, or any local what is it called, accounting website that you have with your bank. If your bank or has like an invoice service or accounting service, I would recommend maybe then going through your local bank as well. So guys, if we end up in a situation where the brand doesn't pay you and you've sent the invoice to them and they're not paying you, what happens then? What do we do? You've delivered the content, you've asked for money, you've sent the invoice, you've messaged them, everything. Obviously, keep on following up. Follow up with them multiple times. And if they don't respond to you after multiple attempts of following up, then you have to send them a demand letter and say that you will take legal action. So even though you don't plan to actually do it, send them a demand letter so they will take you seriously and see that you're serious about this. Again, we don't think that this will happen and we hope that it doesn't happen. But again, we have talked about this before. Here is a demand letter you guys can use if that ever happens. $30, definitely worth it if you end up in a situation like this. I have been, so I've been there, so it might happen, but let's hope not. Now, at least we know what to do if it does. Also, ask for their performance analytics. So, organic meters. After your videos on the brand's TikTok and Instagram pages has been posted, then remember to check back in 1 to 3 months to see how they're doing, right? We've talked about this before as well, but we want to tell you guys again because now we're talking about payments, what happens if a brand doesn't pay you, and what do we do next? Basically, what do we do after we've delivered the content and after we've worked through the payment and we've gotten our payment and stuff like that? Then you have to ask for performance analytics. It's super, super beneficial because it shows so much engagement and it shows your knowledge as well. So yeah, asking how the post is doing, how they're doing with like marketing, everything. Keep an eye on how much engagement they're getting from your content, stuff like that. If your videos are ranking up a lot of views, go ahead and ask the brand for a screenshot of their inside page so you can analyze it, things like this. Like you're still involved, right? You're still committed to like their performance and everything. This info is also great for you to use for your portfolio because it shows your future partners just how effective your content can be, which is amazing. And then if it's a paid ad, like we've mentioned before as well, that requires monitoring specific metrics, a mouthful to say. 1 to 3 months after delivering content, send a follow-up email to the brand requesting analytics. Look for return on ad spend. I'm mentioning all this again so we really remember that now is the time for us to do this, and this is what we want to get at. This is what we want them to send over to us so we can analyze the content. For paid ads, ROAS, return on ad spend, and click-through rate. And again, what are the differences? Return on ad spend is a metric that measures the revenue generated for every dollar spent on advertising campaigns. So ROAS, I literally can't talk today. ROAS value of 2 or higher is generally considered desirable, as it indicates that the advertising campaign generated more revenue than the amount that was spent on it. Does that make sense? Right? Then they actually gained more than they spent, basically, on their paid ads. So let's consider an example where a brand spent $100 on advertising campaign and the resulting revenue was $300. In this case, the ROAS would be calculated as follows. Revenue generated divided by advertising spent. So $300 divided by 100, which is 3. Honestly, pretty simple math. I'm not a math person. I was always really bad with math in school. I feel like that's common with like creative people. A lot of creative people are not very good in math, but this is pretty simple, right? We all understand what it means, and it's easy to follow up the brand and actually show that you have this knowledge, that you know what return on ad spend means, which they freaking love when they see that you actually have a little bit more of like in-depth marketing skills and yeah, paid advertising knowledge, right? It's going to provide even more value to the brand, and they're going to be even more interested in working with you in the future and keep working with you because you're showing that you have this knowledge. Click-through rate. What is click-through rate? Click-through rate is calculated by dividing the total numbers of clicks and ad receives by the total number of times that the ad was displayed or viewed, so their impressions. So the formula here is CTR equals number of clicks divided by number of impressions times 100. So if an ad received 50 clicks and was shown 1,000 times, then the CTR would be this math right here. So CTR equals 50 divided by 1,000 times 100. Oh my God. It's crazy to read that when you realize that marketing also has like math. And I don't know, have you guys been in touch with this before? Does anyone have anything to share in terms of like this paid advertising stuff and actually the math that goes into it? Has anyone been experienced like any of this before, or like learned about this before?
I learned it in university, but I haven't used it. I don't know, like I learned it in university, but I haven't used it.
Right. So this is the thing is, I want to address that you don't have to know everything about paid advertising or everything about marketing to be showing this knowledge. Like you can use it in a very simple way. So basically by just asking the brand, this is what I usually do. Like after a paid ad has been run, I ask, okay, like I would love to see some more, analytics from the post. How did the paid ads perform? Could you guys give me some more information on the return on ad spend and click-through rate? Just want to like, check in and see how the posts perform basically, and see how we can work together in the future to improve these things, right? It does get very complicated very fast, but it doesn't really have to be. You can keep it very simple. Just show that you're engaged in it, show that you know what you're talking about. And then, of course, if you want to analyze it further, you guys know where to go. Wild Community, we can help you with how you can analyze that data and that information further. So that's a little bit about the paid metrics that we want to show interest in after we have delivered our content and after we've gotten paid and after a few months after all of that is done. And then we also want to ask our brand deals now we've finished. We want to ask them for testimonials, guys. This is super, super beneficial for your portfolio, which is what you guys are working on right now. A lot of you guys working on your portfolio, finishing your portfolio, just getting started with your portfolio. That is awesome. And testimonials is what we need for that. So we can add it into our testimonial and also have create these case studies, right? For the brand deals that we worked with. So brands really also like to see the results, obviously. So you can ask them for the results first and then a testimonial. How was it working with me? Basically, like, can you give me a little bit of a review basically on how it was working with me and the experience you guys had. And if they can include like the more detailed, the better, obviously. Like if they can include a little bit of like engagement, how the analytics worked, everything like that, it's great. You can get that in either written form, or if they even want to make like a little testimonial video where they speak, like if you get the owner of the company or the marketing person of the company to talk and like show the experience, just talk a little bit about the experience and how it was working with you, that's freaking awesome. Add all of that into your portfolio for sure. I'll show you where I've added that once again. If we go to the case studies, I have like a little short testimonial here, right? So I add it into the case studies. We have the metrics here: views, reach, likes, saves on 3 of the videos I did for them, and then her her message for how it was working with me. So that's where I would recommend adding it into the case studies: case study 1, case study 2, case study 3, right? So that's where we want to put that. And if you have a video, you can also include that in your portfolio. Super nice as well. So, but yeah, remember that it typically takes a few months, right? So it's best to ask for a review like a few months after your collaboration, just to give your content some time to do its thing, right? And guys, there is another topic we want to quickly go through, because we're gonna have to start dealing with tax now that we're working as a Christina goes, yeah. This is my worst enemy, tax. I do not like it. I wish, obviously, because like the thing is, I'm paying tax in Norway and I don't live there. I'm never there. So I'm like, what am I doing? But I guess it's good. We get some benefits when I'm there, like once a year. But I'm going to show you a few things on how you can lower your tax when you're working as your own boss and we have our own personal brand. So I learned this by reading this book called Tax-Free Wealth: How to Build Massive Wealth by Permanently Lowering Your Tax. You can click the link if you want to check it out on Amazon. So here's a list of potential business expenses that you might consider writing off. This is huge. This is what we do to lower our taxes, writing off all expenses. So every time I'm traveling and I buy literally anything, because I can, we can, what is it called? Like connect anything that we buy to our job when we're working like this. Like any coffee you buy, food, clothes, even you could be like, oh, I needed this outfit for the video that I'm creating. Like literally anything you can write off, which is what I do. But here are some, some business expenses that you want to consider writing off when you're doing your taxes. Definitely your phone and internet bills, since these services are essential for your work, they can be considered for deductions. Also, like when you're traveling and you get an eSIM card or an actual SIM card, all those things, literally everything. That's the thing that's great about our job. We can honestly write off most things. Gadgets for content creation, so anything that includes any devices that you specifically need and use for content creation, which is great because that typically comes with a lot of like high purchases, like your iPhone, any app that you had to pay for, editing software, cameras, any camera gear, all that. Clothing and accessories, items purchased specifically for brand collaborations where the brand requests specific colors or styles can be deductible. So I guess that's any clothes that we really buy, right? Can always throw that in there. Coffee shop expenses. If you're working from a coffee shop, well, guess what? Your coffee can then be deducted, deductible expense. And food and anything like that as well. Like, because you could also have business meetings, right? In like restaurants and coffee shops. So it's every time I go eat out, it's always a business meeting, actually. Yeah. And it's always, I'm always working. So even like just going for like sushi date with my friend, it's actually a business expense because we're talking about business. So, right? This is kind of like the mindset that you have to have when working for yourself, is how to find any and every expense to become a business expense, which you can. Software subscriptions, any software. We've talked about a lot of softwares during these 10 days, and you probably will need some kind of editing platform, depending if you want to edit on your computer, if you want to edit on your phone. If you are choosing computer, then there's like Adobe Premiere Pro, the whole Lightroom, all that. You know, I pay monthly for that. So it's like every month I include that. And then client meetings and meals. So if you do, like I mentioned already, if you discuss business during these meals, they can sometimes be deducted. I would say most of the time, be deducted. All expenses related to your travel for collaborations can be written off, which are all our travels, basically. So every single travel. We like flights, for example, if you're traveling, like we're always going to be now traveling, working with brands. It's a full-time thing. So think about it like that. All your flights can be taken off because it's a business trip that you're doing. You just like have to explain what the trip is for, what brands you're working with. And so, yeah, if you have a brand deal and you're going on a trip, you can write off your flights and any cost that you have during travels. Educational materials. So any digital products that you purchase to improve your knowledge and skills for your business can also be wrote off. Any home office portion of rent, if you work from home, a portion of your rent that covers the home office space can actually also be deducted for those who are at home working from home and pay rent. That is good to know. Business partner meetings. So yeah, like we've mentioned, any meals or coffee you share while discussing business are potential deductions. Annual board meetings expenses. This can include travel and meals for meetings with your business associates, such as your boyfriend, even fellow students, all of that. So there's a lot, guys, that we can consider writing off. And I would really recommend getting in the habit of taking photos of all your receipts. So what I do, once you start working with brands and you get in this flow, let's say I'm at a coffee shop, bought my coffee, always ask for the receipt, and I simply just take a photo of the receipt. And how I find to be the easiest is that in the beginning, I was collecting all the receipts and like saving the physical receipts, but that just became a mess. And it was like, really hard to keep track of. So I just take a photo of the receipt and put it in an album on my phone. So I have an album specifically for business expenses, right? So just throw it all in one album. So you have it all on your phone, all the receipts, and then you can do your accounting whenever you have time, whenever it feels right. I'll answer all your questions. Do you have any question right now?
Also, yeah, I have a question, but you can answer the ones in the chat first because they were before me.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. All right, let's start our Q&A. Sarka says, do you have any experiences and advices with currency exchange? Do the brands usually pay in dollars, euros, or do they use their local currency? So this depends on your invoice. So you're going to be invoicing them through either Stripe, yeah, your local bank, or any invoicing platform or accounting system. So you send them an invoice and then you put the currency. So that's also really important to agree in the beginning that if you're charging it depends on what you're charging in the currency that you're charging in. So I charge in US dollars. So when I pitch, I always say this is going to cost you $2,000. You know, my rate is $2,000 so that when I send the invoice to the brand, I send them the invoice in US dollars, you know, and then you have to make sure that they pay in USD as well. So that you could either have them cover the exchange rate from their currency to US, or if it's from, you can also choose euros, like whatever makes the most sense for you, right? You want to pick the currency that makes the most sense for you. But then either they pay the exchange rate or you split it, the exchange rate. So that's also good to communicate about. Sophie's asking, do you use LexOffice or some similar program? Rojal, do you have any experience with using LexOffice? I don't. I haven't used it.
No, I'm not.
What is it, Sophie?
I'm not sure if it's international actually now that you don't use it. It's basically just keeping track of all your receipts. So you just take a picture and it's automatically loading it into the app, and then it's automatically doing like your whole tax thing for you.
Yeah.
So if you're freelance or something like that, that's for free. If you're like a company, you pay a small amount, but not a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
There are a few programs like that. Yeah.
Let's look it up. We have similar systems in Norway. Like some apps that also do that in Norway. So I've only experienced like the Norwegian ones of this. I will check it out. I think this one is German, right?
Yeah, it's German, yeah.
So it's like a German one. Yeah, so we have something similar in Norway. That's a really, really like good tool to use. If you have anything like this within your country or international, definitely we want to take advantage of that. We can probably do some research on that as well. If you guys want, just ask us in the community and we can provide you guys with some tools there as well. Just let us know there. Tilda, you have a question too?
Yes. So I have a question about like taking off like for example the big bills like flights or going to different destinations and stuff. I guess you gotta have like an agreement with the company, like somewhere written down, like, oh yeah, for example, I'm going to Bali to shoot for something.
Yeah.
Like, so you just have to maybe like if they ask you, like, oh, but you put this Bali trip off your tax, like
That's only if the tax authorities ask you, right?
Yeah. So
But
you
yeah.
should have that written down somewhere or like an agreement with the company, or how do you do?
Right. So legally how it works in Sweden, I'm not sure. I would have to ask my lawyer or my dad. My dad's lawyer, not like, but I use him. So yeah, I'll have to come back to you on how that legally works, just so I don't say anything that's not true. But honestly, so far, like when I was working with La Pointe, it was really easy because they would buy the flights and organize all that, and it was always a working expense. So now because my dad and his lawyers, who they help me with all my accounting and like that whole system. So let me talk to him and see if he knows like what's the legal way to go about this, because he does my accounting. So that's the thing.
Yeah.
Also, if you don't want to do your own accounting and you want to like delegate that work, I definitely recommend it. That's not something for you. For example, for me, like I mentioned to you guys before, this is my worst. I don't like dealing with any other taxes or anything like that, so I delegate that work to my dad, who has the experience. He used to work in a bank, stuff like that. Or you get an accountant, right? So you don't have to deal with all of this because it is a lot. knowing what the laws are in your own company, not in your own company, in your own country, and how to legally go about everything. But I am pretty sure that you have to write down that it is a business trip, right, that you're going on. So you're gonna when you put it into the system, you write it off as a business expense because you were going on a business trip, and then you just have to write down that you're on a business trip shooting for this brand and a proof of the work for the brand. I'm pretty sure that's all you need to prove it. So like proof that you're working with the brand, proof that you were there shooting for the brand, and that's why it's a business expense and that's why it's a business trip. And I think that's all, but I don't want to promise you anything because I will have to double check the laws in Sweden. I don't know if it's the same in Sweden and Norway. Either.
Yeah, I don't know. I also gotta check a little bit because if it is so, it's like it's really great because then you can go and like shoot in different locations and travel at the same time. That is like what we want, right? Yeah.
And I will say that is what I do. That's exactly that's like when I was doing my accounting by myself, that's what I did. I put it as a business trip, so a business expense, and the proof was just proof with working with the brand, so whatever brand that I brought along. And so far that worked great for me. Now that my dad is helping me, I don't know exactly what he's doing, but I'll double check with him and I can get back to you on that as well. Just remind me, so I'll get back to you on that.
No problem. Thank you, Sarah.
Actually, I think if your if your expenses are higher than what you prove as your income, I think they will even give back the taxes too.
So in Europe, there's a lot of good regulations like that. At least speaking from my experience in Norway, I get money back on taxes if you've spent more than you've received, basically. So if I have more expenses than what I have money coming in, then you get money from the government in Norway, at least. It's pretty awesome sometimes. Because sometimes like some months you can have so many expenses, it ends up being that you invested in your company and actually spent more money than that came in, right? So yeah, it's awesome. But obviously this depends in every country. It's different in every single country. So I really recommend, like, if you want to dive deeper in that yourself, can absolutely dive deeper in that, learn a little bit about how it works in your country, and also think about where you want to establish your company. If it's an LLC, that's how it works in the States. It's called like LLC, or whatever you want to establish. You can establish your company in the country where you're from, born and raised, but also other places you can explore. I'm like exploring to see if I want to establish my company somewhere else now, because Norway is it's a country where I am the least, right? So it's like I'm never there. And I've been living here in Costa Rica, so it's like starting to not make sense to have my company in Norway. But so yeah, that's why I would just like open up that you can just explore the different opportunities. But yeah, usually people start with just where they're from, where they live, so it makes sense with all the taxes and stuff like that. But yeah, that is a little bit on how we go about this, how you go about payments, how to reduce your tax, write everything off, and the next steps after you deliver your content. So make sure you're getting paid, ask for performance analytics, organic and paid, depending on what it is, and then ask for their testimonials, and then just follow up with the brand. And where are we going to end up after we follow up with the brand and get the analytics and everything? What's the next step after that? Like, what do we want to do? Anyone has any idea? We've talked about it a lot. After we've
for monthly how is it called? Retainment? Yeah.
Retainers, monthly retainers. Ask to work with the brand for several months and have a longer contract where you can work with them on a monthly basis. Heck yes, monthly retainers. That's where we're going. So yeah. Any question, Christina? That's how I like thinking. You're like
Yeah, no, I've always been the type to just listen. I don't usually have that many questions.
Really?
Yeah, it's been pretty simple to understand, so.
Amazing. That's good. That's good. Yeah, sometimes listening is also really important, just listening, gathering everything. But yeah, if you guys have any questions that come up after this as well, we're always here and we can always answer. You guys ask questions, we're here to help you out. And from now on, I would like to share this with everyone who's in here right now, everyone who's watching the recording. It's time to, we're obviously going to stay active within the community, ask any questions, share any wins, announcements. Let's head over to the community. I'm going to share my screen again. Let's go to the community. We still have lots of fun things happening in here. Obviously, announcements, general questions. Here you can ask any questions. Share your wins. No posts in this category. Share your wins, guys. Like, for example, Chakra, now that you've completed your portfolio, you can put that in here, like your wins, things you've accomplished, anything that you want to share with the family. Guys, in meetups, talk about some trips. Maybe we can meet up somewhere in the world. We all help each other, and we're all here for each other to help and share knowledge. And yeah, we're all in this together, basically. So use this community in any way that you want, and like, especially like with those things, like questions and sharing what you've accomplished, and meetups. Like, how fun if you guys could meet up together somewhere in the world, or let's say you're going to Europe and you want to see if anyone else is going to Europe, or any travel plans that you have, share in the community. I think this would be a great time actually for everyone to put in where they're going next, their travel plans, or even just travel ideas. If they have any idea or where you want to go, I'll do that as well. I'll share my upcoming trips to see if it matches with anyone else. Also, we have content feedback where you can share your content to get feedback from your fellow community members, and be like, hey, like, what do you guys think about this video or this photo? Like, anyone has any feedback or like any questions that you might have on your content as well, put it in here. So yeah, that's where we want to share things and talk, our little chat. Feel free, ask, put your mic on and ask.
I have a small technical question from bank-to-bank transfers.
Yeah.
For that, when you send the invoice, do you include like your bank info just on the invoice somewhere, or is that like in a separate?
So this depends on where actually you are creating your invoice, and like what platform you use. So you're saying if you include your account number, like your business account number to your bank.
Right. Yeah. Like, would you just put that on the invoice?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, you have to put all that on the invoice. So you can also even make an invoice actually on Canva. They have invoice templates on Canva as well. So you could make invoices there, but you just would need like some kind of system to like track the payments, get in the payment. I opened up a Norwegian business account, and I get all my payments through from brand deals through there. So it goes to my business account, and then I pay myself out to my like regular account, pay myself like a monthly salary from that. So like majority of the money stays in the business account. So that's like Rosenborg Media business, right? So it's connected to that. And then I send out invoices using my bank's invoicing service. So it's connected to all connected like to the bank that I use in Norway. So there's a million ways to go about this for sure. And yeah, after a while, like obviously in the beginning, it might not be worth getting an accountant or stuff like that, because it'll be small, like it's a small business in the beginning. I did everything myself for the first like 5 years, 4 or 5 years. I did everything alone. And then I realized that like, okay, now it's getting a bit too much. And I need to delegate that work somewhere else. So definitely just keep it in mind that like after a while you might want to delegate that work, but for now, of course, you're able to manage it yourself. Just like do the research, talk to anyone who knows about accounting and stuff like that. Chat with us. We have some knowledge as well about this. Rojal knows a few things. I know a few things based on my 5-year experience of doing that myself. So yeah, trying to provide the information we can and all the knowledge we have regarding that, even though I'm not an accountant at all, and not a lawyer, but I have a little bit of knowledge based on my experience in Norway doing this. But guys, another exciting news. Rajal, thank you for reminding me. I would like to share very, very exciting news about our mentorship program. We only have 2 spots left now, which is crazy. I can't believe it. We only have 2 spots left, so that means 8 spots are filled for the one-on-one mentorship program. So guys, if anyone watching this recording anyone here right now wants to explore that further and wants some extra help and wants to be guided throughout this journey of becoming a content creator and getting your paid brand deals, we're here to help. Let us know and we can set up a call. But only 2 spots left. And yeah, so I'm super excited to start this mentorship program. It's going to be such an amazing journey. Thank you to all of you guys for, being here, even in the master classes, being interested in learning more from us. And yeah, we really, really appreciate all your love and support and the fact that you trust us. Thank you guys for trusting us in all this, because we do want for you guys to succeed and also be able to live your dream life, right? That's why we're here, to achieve our dreams all together as a family, wild family. All right, guys, with that being said, let's keep talking in the community. Let me know if there is anything. And thank you guys so much for being here again. Much, much love to all of you. Have a wonderful rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Amazing. You made it. You made it to the very end. Congratulations. Now, if you want all the templates, all the scripts, everything that you saw in this video, then click the link down below where I have added a link to my free community where you can access all the documents and all the templates that you've seen in this video. So make sure to go grab that. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the community. Much love.